Welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the Best of the Rest Finals. This is Southern Sports Premier League. It is the two teams finishing outside of the top 16 in the competition. They meet in a match known as the Best of the Rest. It's Fyzabad Elite versus Exclusive. I'm Fidi Ramphal with the commentary for this one. And you're seeing the opening ceremony taking place at the moment. Krishna Bidesi, the president of the Southern Sports Premier League, just doing the opening address at the moment. He's not mic'd up, so it does give a chance for us to tell you that about the two teams. Game, as you can see there, due to start just about 1:16 p.m. And the finalists are the two teams in the Best of the Rest are Fyzabad Elite and Exclusive. These teams would have finished 17th and 18th respectively in the league. It does give us a chance to give you the teams for today. Let's start off with the Fyzabad Elite team, which is made up of Vijay Ramesar, Shane Lachman, Dylan Deonarain, Satish Prasad, Andesh Deonarain, Stefan Ramsingh, Sherwin Lachman, Anderson Ramkisoon, Neil Johnson, Miguel Hiraman, and Shazad Mansoor. And there's the Exclusive team right next to them. They're captained by Nicholas Premchand, and they include Devendra Danraj, the number 74. He actually was part of the Valley Line team that made it to the finals of this competition last year. Exclusive, their first time in the competition, and they are in the Best of the Rest final. Didn't quite make it at the top level, but they do have the opportunity to play here in front of the cameras on Cricket 360. Southern Sports Premier League has been around for almost 2 decades, a league that was formed on the basis of the principles of fairness, as Mr. Bidesi has told me in a previous interview, and he is certainly one that emphasizes fairness to all teams and all players involved. And this league has grown from just about 20 teams to over 80 teams involved in the competition. And the fall of many different leagues in the Southland, this one has come about and has really galvanized community cricket, pulling together many of the teams and creating a chance for many of the community players and community teams to play and to grow their game. Now the teams will meet. There's the Fyzabad Exclusive team in the green and black, and their opponents Exclusive in the blue outfits. Fyzabad Exclusive, as the name would suggest, is from the Fyzabad area, made up of a lot of students from different teams, and they're made up of players from Irie High School, the likes of the former Fyzabad Intermediate, Fyzabad Composite, and one or two from Naparima College. Shane Lachman, a well-known figure in local sport at the administrative levels of cricket and football. He is from Naparima College. As for the Exclusive team, they're in the blue. There's a 000-007. Sanjay Ramkisoon is there. They are from the Clark Road area. Their first time in the Southern Sports Premier League, as I mentioned. And a lot of these players have come together from the likes of Wilson Road, Southern Knights, and Valley Line. And they have come together to play here in the finals. There is the Fyzabad Elite team getting their team photo done. And all the players are so happy about being able to play at in front of the cameras here on Cricket 360. So team photos being done at the moment. And the Fyzabad Elite team first, and Exclusive will have the opportunity to take their team photos shortly. All these players, as I mentioned, would have campaigned at secondary schools level at some point. Most of them have their professional careers, and have not gone into cricket as a career. Of course, it's an exclusive bunch, those who go on to play cricket at a professional level. And they love to play cricket at a recreational level and still involved in the game in some way. Exclusive, their players, many of them have played in different leagues across the country and in this very league for different teams, deciding to come together and playing at the Southern Sports Premier League level. They certainly would start as favorites in this one. They are the lower ranked of the two teams in the competition. And yes, gentlemen, just getting the caps off as they take the team photos. One of their bowlers, actually, Satyam Ramlal, is just 2 wickets away from breaking the record for the most wickets in the competition. He has 36 wickets so far, and a couple more will see him past the previous record. So he's looking forward to get the ball in his hands. But he'll have to wait a little bit because Fyzabad Elite have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. So we will see the exclusive team. They will be batting first here. The game was due to start at 1 o'clock, but as a result of the delayed start, what's going to happen is the umpires have decided that they will have the innings go at an hour and a half, and whatever level they get to in terms of the game, whatever number of overs they get to, that is what the opposing team will have to face up. So that's the decision made by the two umpires. There's Tulcharan Ramsaran to your left of your picture, and Kevin Amrao to the right. Those two, umpire Amrao to the right of your picture, actually started umpiring this year. He was involved playing for various teams in the Princestown area up to last year, so deciding to throw his hat into the umpiring ring. There's the arena of battle here, the pitch for today's match. That was the pitch used for the Trinidad T20 Festival. It was used up to the final round of the competition. They switched over to the pitch to the right, which was used to last night's final, and congratulations to Central Sports, defeating Powergen by 27 runs in the finals last night to win the Premiership 1 T20 title. Premiership 2 went to the Marching Patriots. They would have completed victory by 7 runs over the Premier League under 19 teams. So congratulations to both those teams. Congratulations to all four for making it to the finals, first of all, but Marching Patriots, Premier 2 champions, winning their 3rd title for the season, and Central Sports, they're winning another one of these T20 titles, and another title for Central Sports. The defending champions, Queen's Park, knocked out in the semi-finals. If there is anything to be learned from those two games, the teams batting first both won their titles last night. So exclusive, they might see themselves as perhaps in a lucky position here, being asked to bat first on this one. Fyzabad Elite trusting their bowlers to take them through to victory in this match. Will there be any rain coming up? There was a fair amount of rain when we arrived here at midday today. The rain was falling up to the 1 o'clock start time. There is still a little bit of a drizzle on at the moment here. The umpires are out there at the moment. It's very, very light, and you might be able to discern it against the darker areas of your picture there. Just a little rain, very, very light drizzle, but it's not enough to bring a halt to the game at the moment. Exclusive will be out there in a couple of minutes for the start of this one. The umpires are waiting. Start was supposed to be at 1:16. So far, no sign of the teams heading out there at the moment, so might have even a further delayed start here. Meantime, as we bring you up to date with other news around this world in sport. Premier League action on today, and earlier today Arsenal bounced back with a 5-0 win over Wolves. Aston Villa defeating Brighton 2-1. Brentford, they also got a win over Manchester City. That was certainly unexpected. Manchester City fielding a weakened team as they have bigger fish to fry. They've won the Premier League title, losing 1-0. Chelsea drawing with Newcastle 1-1. Crystal Palace and Notts. In fact, that's that's the wrong. That is Sunday. Yeah, that is the correct amount. And I mentioned Arsenal winning 5-0. One or two of the Arsenal fans asking us to repeat that score. Crystal Palace and Nottingham Forest 1-1. Everton 1-0 over Bournemouth. And Tottenham winning against Leeds. They've already been relegated 4-1. And Leicester beating West Ham 2-1. Manchester United defeating Fulham 2-1. And there was a wild match involving Liverpool and Southampton. Final day of the Premier League. And Liverpool and Southampton drawing 4-4. So it has ended. Manchester City winning the title, 89 points ahead of Arsenal, 84 points. Manchester United in third place on 75, and Newcastle dropping down to fourth place on 71 points. Teams relegated, Leicester have gone down. Premier League champions a couple of years ago. Now they will be eliminated. They have gone down along with Leeds and Everton and Southampton. Everton just surviving at the end, and certainly their fans will be happy with that. So here we are, the Fyzabad elite team making their way out to start off. Kevin Amrao and Tulcharan Ramsaran, the two umpires here, as I mentioned today. There's the Fyzabad elite team, and we'll keep an eye on the amount of time allocated for the game. An hour and a half, we're told, will be allocated for the start of this match. For the duration of this first innings, I'm seeing. And the umpires quite cognizant there is a cutoff time because there is the final coming up later on. La Fortune will take on HYO in the finals. La Fortune already winning a title. We brought that game to you here on Cricket 360. They will take on Hermitage Youth Organization in the final. La Fortune beat Rochard Road by 35 runs in the final at Taruba earlier in May. And they would have topped Group B in this competition, as well as Hermitage getting into at the top in Group A, winning all three of their matches. So you can actually hear some of the conversation between the captain of the Fyzabad elite team and the umpires. Just trying to get the playing conditions right here. Miguel Hiraman, the wicketkeeper for the Fyzabad elite team. And the batsman just about heading out for the start of the competition here. This is the best of the rest final. Here put on by Southern Sports Premier League. Fyzabad elite versus exclusive. So the two batsmen heading out there, Satyam Ramlal, number 7 on his back, and Anil Budu, the number 14. They are the two batters who will be starting off here for exclusive. There are two number 7s, just to tell you in case you see a succession of numbers. Ramlal is a 7, and Sanjay Ramkisoon is 007. So I guess he must be a fan of the James Bond franchise. He has number 007 on his back. Fyzabad elite have 3 number 26s, believe it or not. Stefan Ramsingh, Sherwin Lachman, and Anderson Ramkisoon have all selected the number 26. Vijay Ramesar will start the bowling here for the Fyzabad Elite. Ramesar is a right-arm medium pacer. A couple of the officials of the Southern Sports. And an exciting part of this is that they're using the Zing stumps and bails here today. The company had a chance to see the stumps up close earlier today. It's I'm told it cost 10,000 TT dollars to ship the bails and stumps into TNT. And they will light up bright red if they are hit in any way by the bowlers or by a throw-in. So we're just about ready for the start here. The umpire has called the play, and we're just about ready for the first ball. Here's Ramesar to bowl the first ball to Anil Budu. Here we go. We're ready to start. Well, that looked like not a bad shot there. Maybe heading down the leg side. Ramesar not quite convinced. High. It was in front of that middle and leg stumps, but I guess the height certainly worked against the bowler. That's going to be a wide. First runs will be a wide. Comfortable call by umpire Amrao. Several of these players represent community teams, so they are enjoying themselves. An opportunity for them to engage in some recreational cricket. That's a good delivery from Ramesar. It's not the fastest of bowlers, but that was an accurate Yorker. And it looks like he's going to go full here. Certainly with the faster bowlers, there's something on offer here with those green patches on the pitch which is being used today. First runs off the bat. And the fielder just at that third man, that point position, just able to parry it away. But in fact what he's done is created the opportunity for the second run, because he pushed it away from Shazad Mansour, who was fielding in that short fine leg position, and they were able to get a couple. So Ramlal off the mark on 2. Straight to the fielder, and Lakshman takes the catch at mid-wicket, and that's the end of Ramlal. He's gone, caught by Lakshman. That's Shane Lakshman, and that is the wicket for Ramesar in the first over. So Exclusive have started poorly here. This really has to be classified as a soft dismissal. Yeah, one that he really should have put away, and there is the fielder at mid-wicket, and Lakshman took that pretty comfortably. So first wicket down, Exclusive are 3 for 1 inside the first over. Captain of the Exclusive team, Nicholas Premchand, is the man heading out there at the moment, and he will face up to the fifth delivery. There's the catcher, Shane Lakshman, in that mid-wicket position. Lakshman, the number 7 for the Fyzabad Elite. There are 2, as I mentioned, for Exclusive. And in case you're wondering what bail they're using, they've, in addition to the Zing stumps and bails, they also have more conventional bail. The wooden bail is back there for players who like to mark their guard, Shivnarine Chandapur-like. Premchand, the skipper, Just getting himself ready for the start of his competition. He'll certainly know that with that wicket falling early, the onus is on him to produce the goods today. Well, it's a wide, started immediately, but that's also going to be a bye. Well, the umpires call it as wide. So a couple of wides here for the exclusive team. Already 3 extras in the first over. Will bring Budu on to strike. He hasn't faced a delivery yet. And just like his captain, Prem Chand, also deciding to mark his guard with the bail. Budu has Lucky on his back. Well, let's see if he is, in fact, fortunate today to get some runs. Accurate bowling here by Ramesar. At least he's attempting to attack the stumps. 1 or 2 of his deliveries, one pushed down the leg side, the other 2 wide outside the offside. But in the main, he has tried to attack the stumps here of these exclusive batsmen. Straight to the fielder. Will they get the single now? Lachman is there, and they won't. End of the opening over. Successful over here from Ramesar. He's taken the wicket of Ramlal, who's gone for 2 in the first over. And at the end of the first over, the exclusive team are 5 for 1. Exclusive are from Clark Road and Penal. They are batting first. And a team that is made up of several players from that Clark Road Penal area. I think all of the players, if I'm correct, are from that area. And, of course, the landscape dominated by Clark Road United, one of the giants of South cricket. 1 or 2 of these players would have been involved in that team at some level. Clark Road, one of the innovative teams, among the first in Trinidad to bring in foreign-based players. Sherwin Lachman, the brother of the man who took the first catch, Shane Lachman, and he's another one of these seamers here. They have 3 seamers on the Fyzabad elite team. They also have the off-spin option of Andesh Devnarain and Anderson Ramkisoon. Lachman also can bowl some left-arm orthodox. That's his brother, Shane Lachman, the catcher. Very full. Should get a couple here. And Prem Chand has gotten back for 2. A lot of these players would not have played too many times on a field of this size. When you have the likes of Evan Lewis and Vikash Mohan and company, they make a field that looks like this look very small. There was a massive 6 last night in the final where Roshan Primus hit Ravi Rampal against the side screen. That takes some doing. Did it with the greatest of ease. Should get a single here. If anything, these are some of the Fyzabad players, not the fastest coming in. So perhaps they would want to cheat a little bit by not exactly staying on the 30-meter circle, but coming in. And that's what they've done now. All of the players on the offside who were on the 30-meter circle are now about 5 meters in from that position. 2 wide there from Lachman, and called as such. What they've also done is that the sweeper on the boundary, who was back all the way on the ropes, he's now been pulled in on the offside. As for the leg side, there's no one outside of the circle on the leg side. 2 men outside of the circle are at long off and a deep extra cover. Going down the leg side, turned down by umpire Ramsaran. Yeah, that, well, hit him a bit high also. Maybe about that middle and leg stump, but certainly would have cleared the stump by some way. Well, that's edge and past the keeper. That could run away for 4 here. Well, the fielder was after it in a flash, but once it took the edge and it went past the keeper, Hiroman, I don't think anybody was going to catch that. Oh, he really should have taken that. Hiroman, he was going to his left and then suddenly had to readjust. And by the time he readjusted, well, the chance was gone. Hiroman, a former Presentation College player. A couple of his teammates described him as a really fine batsman. Did have some major injuries in his career, which blighted his youth career. That's cut well. Finds the gap. Should get 1 here. Well, the sliding stop does not work well for one of the number 26s. I did mention there are 3 of them. Had to be bailed out by Andish Devnarain, who had joined him in the chase. Already 10 runs in the over here from Lachman. Oh, I should have put that one away. Enough width and certainly not full delivery there by any means. And Budu missing out on a chance to pick up a boundary. End of the second over. 10 runs in the over at the end of 2 overs. Exclusive of 15 for 1. Well, during the break, there's a lot of music, and as we see the return here of Ramisa. Another edge. This one will fly away down to the boundary, and that could go for 4. Well, an attempt there by Manshur to cut it off, but that was always going to beat him to the ropes. Another edge here. This off the bat of Premchand, and if there were a first slip, it would not have carried. But they might want to invest in a very fine third man here. Second shot that has gone in that direction. Well, they have decided, have they brought the slip in now? They've set the third man to the boundary, or actually Manshur is still making his way back from the boundary, but that's a 4 off the bat of Premchand to start off the over. Used his feet slightly there, Premchand, but couldn't beat the run of the man coming in at that position. That's Lachman, Sherwin Lachman, one of the 3 number 26s. Ramisa bowled a tidy first over, just conceded 5, but an edge that went for 4 off the bat of Premchand has spoiled his figures a little bit here. 1 for 9 so far for him. Cut away. There's a man at the cover position. That's a good stop. Nice diving stop in the outfield there by the Fyzabad exclusive team. Saved a couple of runs for his squad there. It certainly would have gone to the boundary. The scoring rate already over 8, and the projected score, as you can see, 168. That certainly would be, I would feel, a winning total here, but we're still very much in the power play overs, with more fielders allowed outside of the circle. Scoring rate will drop a little bit. Very good cricket there by Prem Chand. Saw the fielder was back on his heels. Just blocking and running here. If it's anything so far, this is where the Fyzabad elite team have not excelled. A lot of those runs should have been cut off. That fielder in the point region is almost back to the 30-meter circle. And he might be better advised just to come in about 10 paces or so to cut off those singles. He does have backup in a deep extra cover. Hit well, straight over the head of the fielder. And just over the man in that short extra cover position. Johnson has to bail him out. Prem Chand was interested in a second run, but it was never going to happen. The fielder, the man at the non-striker's end, Budu, was never interested in that second run. Just giving up some width here. This time Ramesar just over the head of the man fielding in that position. Satish Prasad, the captain there. He's the man, actually correction. Yeah, that is Satish Prasad. The man in the red cap pulling the strings out there for Fyzabad Elite. Good cricket again from Prem Chand. He has a good read of the situation here, the exclusive captain, and he's picking up the singles readily. End of the third over, another expensive over here for the exclusive team as they pick up 9 further runs in the over. It's 24 for 1 after 3 overs. Lutchman's going to continue here. Prem Chand just ensuring that his mark at the northern end is correct. And the dreadlocked figure of Nicholas Prem Chand looking to put the hurt on the Fyzabad elite team here. Well, the French Open has started, and one of the favorites, Stefanos Tsitsipas, has begun with victory over Jiri Vesely. Fifth seed, Tsitsipas. Runner-up at the Australian Open earlier this year. He will play Roberto Caraballas Baena late in the second round. Just past the bowler. And could that be out? Yes, that would have been gone. But just missing the stumps. 2 chances there to get another wicket, the Fyzabad Elite. That was the first one. Lutchman just unable to get across to it, to his weaker hand. And then the throw coming in, and look at this. Budu was miles away. He would have been run out. And why was he not trying to ground the bat? Another wide here turned up by Lutchman. He was in his second over. Might see a change at least at this end after the over from Lutchman. Expensive in his first over. Another wide from Lutchman. And he has an unusual delivery stride, and just tends to push it down the leg side. That is about the third wide he's bowled down the leg side so far. Just trying to get this right with this very straight run-up of his. Kept a little bit low. Some supporters of the Fyzabad elite team out there shouting their encouragement to Sherwin Lutchman. And every run, every boundary, every wicket is punctuated by loud music from the DJ away to all right. Could they get a second one here? No, they won't. In fact, if there were a road march declared at this venue, it would be that Anil Beam song, Sohani Raat. He did a version of that very popular song, which was from the 1949 film Dulari, originally sung by Muhammad Rafi, but Anil Beam singing that one just about a couple years before he tragically passed away earlier this year. Good delivery by Lachman. That's the best ball he's bowled so far and has kept Budu honest here. Budu is very much taking on the anchor role to stay and bat through the innings. Premchand has been the more adventurous of the two. Now close to that line, the umpire had a very close look at it, umpire Ramsaran. They decided that was fine. Straight to the fielder, and there won't be a run. Good fielding there by Deonarine, coming in quickly. And that'll end off for the second over from Lachman at the end of 2 overs, 27 for 1. Much better over here from Lachman, just 3 runs off it. Just about to see the start of over number 5. Ramesar, who's bowled tidily so far, 1 for 14 off his couple of overs. He will get a third over here. Well, Premchand has been adventurous. He's been moving laterally on the crease. He's also chanced his arm a couple of times coming down the track. There is a slip in place for him now. A couple of shots he played went in that direction. So they've now decided to go for the slip, but the horses bolted. Cut beautifully straight to the fielder. There could be a chance at a run out. That was excellent work there by Budu. He saw the opportunity for the single. The fielder had to move to his left to make the stop, and Budu was up there well before Premchand was halfway down the pitch. Good running by the exclusive batsman. Budu growing in confidence here in every shot. He's starting to play more expansive shots. Well, he just played himself in largely in the first couple of overs. Now you're starting to see him play more of those drives. A lot of forward defensive shots early. Now playing a couple of drives. And the cut shot has been pulled out a couple of times. Premchand should get the run here. Lachman just ambling across to make the stop. Well, they picked their fielder there. Not the fastest across the ground. Mr. Lachman, he's been faster in the past, he would tell you. Short third man. Well, the fielder did not attack the ball at all. Very much in a defensive crouch, trying to make sure it didn't get past him. And that allowed Premchand to get down to the other end comfortably. Good partnership so far. 28 they've picked up, Budu and Premchand. Projected score, which was in the region of 160 at one point, has now dropped to 128. Good work from Premchand again. And he's just playing with soft hands here and picking up those singles readily. And a Fyzabad exclusive, if anything, they have missed a trick here. They have not been able to cut off those singles. After 5 overs, exclusive of 32 for 1. Well, they will go back to Sherwin Lutchman for his third over here. So this is the last of the power play overs. They will have the option of pushing more fielders outside of the ropes. There isn't a huge need for it right now, to be honest, for the exclusive team. Fyzabad Elite, they have not been able to solve the problem of cutting out these singles. They have asked their fielders on the offside especially to come a few meters off the 30-meter circle to cut off those easy singles. Premchand flicked away for 4. Best of the shots so far on the leg side from Lutchman, and he hit that in front of square. The man on the 30-meter circle was behind square, and that was always going to run away for 4. Yeah, that's a good pickup shot there by Premchand, and once he hit it, he knew immediately that was going to be a boundary. So a nice way to start off the 6th over here. And Exclusive, who haven't really excelled in terms of getting a lot of boundaries in these power play overs, seizing the last opportunities here to maximize on the power play. And straight down to that short third man position. Ramesa has a shy of the stumps, but just going to be a single. Premchand better than a runner ball. Budu has started to catch up now. Can he continue here to this partnership will certainly expand. Yeah, those cut shots certainly one of his weaker areas of his game. He's had a couple of deliveries now outside the off stump there from Lutchman, and he's not been able to cut well at either. In fact, that front foot of his is going away to the left. So caught between the devil and the deep blue sea with that cut shot. Well, better this time. And they will get through for 1. That's good running by Premchand, coming through quickly. It's back to those French Open scores. Tsitsipas going through. Dan Evans was beaten by Australia's Tanasi Kokonakis in straight sets. Karen Khachanov, stunning fight back, winning in 5 sets. And Hubert Hurkacz is also through to the next round, as well as Sebastian Korda. Oh, that's given away. That's poor from Lutchman. The keeper had run past him, and he had a shy at the stumps when the batsman was clearly in, and has given away a single here. Yeah, unnecessarily given away there by the Fyzabad Elite team. And Exclusive have run them ragged in the early overs here. Last ball of the power play coming up. Both of the opening bowlers have an over apiece still to go. Remains to be seen what options. It should be spin coming next. They just have one more medium pacer. Well, actually a couple more. And again, stepping away as he's playing the cut shot. Budu, and misses out on another chance to pick up a boundary. At the end of the power play, Exclusive are 39 for 1. The umpire signals the end of the power play. It will be, looks like it will be Ramesar to continue here. He'll bowl his 4th over on the trot. And not a bad power play here for the Exclusive team, 39 for 1. Comparing it to some of the games in the recently concluded Trinidad T20 Festival, the Premier League under-19s got to 37 for 3 in their power play yesterday. So they are certainly in a better shape here, the Exclusive team. Good work so far by Prem Chand. 21 of 17 deliveries. The exclusive captain leading from the front here. Let's see where the fielders are outside of the 30-meter circle. They're at long on and long off. There's a deep mid-wicket in place. There's also a deep extra cover and backward point on the boundary. Well, there are so many spaces here. That one hit only about 10 meters from the stumps, and they still managed to get the single. And at that time, the captain of the Fyzabad Elite, Satish Prasad, was close by, but could not prevent the single. In fact, he's at a short extra cover position, and they pushed it straight to him and took the single quite comfortably. Again, Budu pulling away as he's playing the cut shot, but getting enough on it to pick up the single this time. He doesn't quite roll his wrist over the cut shot at all. That's hit uppishly. That's going to run away for a boundary here, bisecting the two fielders. Good attempt on the rope there, but that was hit powerfully. And to the ropes there by Prem Chand for a very good 4. There is a deep extra cover in place and a long off. And neither of those two fielders could get close enough. Well, you can see the boundary there. That's the longest part of the boundary. A very sharp angle created by the way the ropes have been laid. But not long enough for this man. Prem Chand, 26 of 19 deliveries. They're going to have to find a way to get rid of him. Oh, that's well stopped. Brilliantly stopped there by Ramisa. Always difficult to field on your follow through, but he did well to get something in the way of that. Well, Prem Chand, not only is he capable of playing those powerful drives and clips off his legs, but also reads the game very well and can pick up the singles readily here. Just like that, just turning it into the space. Only one fielder on the leg side inside the circle. At mid-wicket, there's also the short fine leg, correction. But huge spaces on the leg side. Clearly are asking Ramisa to bowl on one side of the wicket here, and so far he has done well. Just that brief blemish here, one on the leg side. Last ball of his spell. And so far, 1 for 26, that's a tidy return for Vijay Ramisa. Well, he's hit that one. Well, not the biggest shot that he would boast in his lifetime, but he will get a couple here. Another very good over for the exclusive team. At the end of the over, 47 for 1. They picked up 8 runs in the over, and Budu's on 11, and Prem Chand is on 27. So 7 overs gone, exclusive of 48 for 1. Let's keep you up to date with what's going on with the time. We were told an hour and a half was the cutoff time. So far we've been going for 33 minutes. So far, so good. They've completed 7 overs in 33 minutes. Just under 5 minutes and over. That's quite tidy. We may be able to get the 20 overs in that hour and a half. Lachman will bowl out his 4 overs here. And starting off well, 48 for 1. The exclusive team out of Clark Road and Pinal. Pulled away, straight to Lutchman. Two brothers there, Lutchman and Lutchman. Hiraman having a bit of a giggle. Lutchman hasn't played a lot of cricket this year for the Fyzabad elite team, but makes his way into the final 11 here for the best of the rest final. Well, should get one here. There's a fair amount of attrition from teams over the season. These are not professional players. They have commitments with their professional lives. And as a result, many times players are not able to play because of work commitments, family commitments, and other reasons, injuries. Most likely a lot of injuries also. So this is not quite maybe their best teams. And then the fact that they're not in the grand final, that would certainly not encourage a lot of players to come out. Don't tell that to Premchand, though. He is playing for all his life here. 29 now of 24 deliveries. 50 up for the exclusive team in the 8th over. A bit too wide that time, says the man at the other end. That's Tulcharan Ramsaran from Hard Bargain, a town that has produced the likes of Akil Campbell, the endurance rider for Trinidad and Tobago, and the outstanding female rider riding professionally these days, Tennille Campbell. Pulled away. There are two men out there. One carry to them. They should get, well, that should have been two. But Budu was content just to get the one. His captain, his captain, you might have just heard it there. His captain is reminding him, we are playing for runs, sir.
Come off!
They're going for the second run. This could be close. Premchand is diving in. And I think he's made his ground. And as you can see there, the stumps light up. But that was a good dive there by Premchand to preserve his wicket. Had he not put in the dive, he could have been in serious trouble. Look at this from Hiraman. Does well. The throw comes in. Oh, that is desperately close. Too close for the umpire to call, and he goes with the batsman there. That is extremely close. But to the naked eye, I would suggest that he just got in. Let's see here. We'll just pull it back a frame. And, well, the wicket is broken there, and he is on the line. There's no decision review here, and I think they would have gotten Premchand, but with the naked eye, you have to also remember that the umpire just sees it without the benefit of the replay. With the naked eye, that would have been impossible to give. So Premchand survives. He's 31 of 25, and he is surviving here. Well, there's going to be a bowling change. Both of the opening bowlers, Ramisa and Lutchman, have bowled out. So now there's going to be a change of bowling at the northern end, and it looks like it's going to be the left-arm orthodox spin of Shane Lutchman to bowl. Here's Lutchman just about ready to bowl, third vice president of the Secondary Schools Cricket League. And just about to start off his spell here. Oh, he's bowled him! First delivery! And Lutchman has done the trick here. He's gotten rid of Budu. That is a very full delivery, and Pudu went for the big wind-up and has been unseated here by the Yorker. What a start here from Shane Lutchman. Yeah, he just played all above that, and Lutchman, very muted celebration from him, but I know that he's going to enjoy that. He's gotten rid of Pudu, pulled for 15. So his brother at the other end didn't take a wicket, and Shane Lutchman will probably tell him later on, what you couldn't do in 24, I did in one delivery. Yeah, here's how it happened again here. It's a very full delivery. Shuffly start to his run-up, and that one just dipping and taking middle and leg. Well, here's the new batter for the exclusive team, and this is Devendra Dhanraj. Devendra Dhanraj was part of that Valley Line team that went to the finals of this competition last year. And they lost out to Lynx 11. So Dhanraj is just about ready to face up to the dangerous Lutchman, who's taken a wicket off his first delivery. Oh, he's forced a defensive shot here at the bat of Dhanraj. And just to remind you, last year, the Lynx 11 would have won the Southern Sport 30-over final. Pulls it away. That's a good stop. Nice stop. Diving attempt there by Ramesar, and does well to get his not inconsiderable frame behind it. Good bowling here from Lutchman. He's kept it very tight. That last delivery was perhaps in a position that the batter could have come down. He's bowling very slow through the air. Oh, that's a full toss that almost ended up in the hands of the man in the boundary. Just going to get one this time. Just the one run off the over so far from Lutchman. This has been a good start for him. Wicket off his first ball. Exclusive 56 for 2. Tries to go for the pulled shot, but straight back to Lutchman. And that is an inspired start by Shane Lutchman. A wicket off his first ball, getting rid of Anil Budu in the over. After 9 overs, exclusive of 56 for 2.
Bubble, boys, bubble, bubble, bubble. Yeah. That's too hard to go. You're going? You're going? Yeah, you gotta come backward. You gotta come backward.
So almost up to that halfway stage of the innings. There will be a break after the halfway stage. Almost up to the 45-minute mark. We are just at the halfway point. So they're slightly behind here, if anything, the Fyzabad elite team. They should have been just about completing the 10th over at this point. So the umpires will remind them that they need to hurry up slightly here. But with the spinners on, that's going to slow things up here for them. Shazad Mansour will bowl the next over.
Watch the extra one, gonna be him. The extra one, if you want, be him and take over.
Fielders outside of the circle are a deep cover, mid on, long off. There is a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg in place. Short fine leg and a wide third man. Yes, the wide third man coming into play. That is the figure of Ramesar.
shots. I like how that come out. I like how that come out. Keep looking there, boys. Keep looking there.
Well, the wicket keeper,
Just stop it there.
you can hear the chatter behind the stumps where our stump mic. Miguel Hiraman just liking what he sees so far from Mansour.
Ah!
Not a lot of timing in the shot. A grunt of dismay there from Prem Chand. And he's been stuck on 31 for a while, now getting off it with his 32nd run. Yeah, but he has slowed down. Budu was dominating the strike and not quite getting the runs. Let's see what Danraj has to offer. Certainly doesn't have the muscular development of his captain Prem Chand. More like Shivnarine Chandapal. When he hits that high into the air, could this go to the fielder? Yes, it does, and it's taken. Lachman takes the catch. That is 3 wickets down, and a Fyzabad elite have struck again here, and within 3 balls, a wicket here for Mansour. And Danraj, his stay is a short one. So more success here for the Fyzabad elite team. They picked up 3 wickets. Prem Chand kept off the strike for a long time. And this man coming in just a couple of deliveries, just tried to do a bit too much too early and has perished here. New batter for the exclusive team is Govind Sahadeo. 2 cousins on the exclusive team, Govind and Kailash Sahadeo.
No, watch. Just one come out there,
If they can get rid of Nicholas Prem Chand, the Fyzabad elite will feel that they've almost picked up a couple of wickets there because he's been very important to their run scoring. Prem Chand has 32 of the 58 runs already scored. None of the other batters have really shown the type of power and skill with the bat that he has evidenced so far. So his wicket will be a prized one here. Mansour. They brought in a slip. Satish Prasad, the captain, is at slip. They will get the single. That is just guided to the left of the backward point. And one of the number 26s is there. This time it's Stefan Ramsing. So the slip is out now and out to that short fine leg position for the in-form and the set Prem Chand.
Yes, boys.
Good stop. Nice stop there by Mansour. Showing great commitment here with the diving stop. End of his first over. At the end of 10 overs, the exclusive team of 59 for 3. Just 3 runs in the over. Don't forget, later on today, there is the grand final of the Southern Sports T20 tournament. It is La Fortune Sports Club. They're taking on Hermitage Youth Organization in the final. That's due to begin later on today at 5 p.m. The winner gets $20,000. That's the first prize, while the runner-up gets $7,000. There are some of the batters padded up there for exclusive, and there is the number 007, Sanjay Ramkisoon. His name is Ramkisoon, Sanjay Ramkisoon. Not far away from the fielder. off the bat there, Sahadio, that short extra cover fielder in the skipper. Passad just short of him. Lifted over the infield, just over the head of Ramisar. And David Ryan does the fielding for, that can be close. Premchand was thinking about a second run. Another tidy start to the over here from Lachman. Just one run so far. He does give it a lot of flight, Lachman. Not a lot of turn for him. There hasn't really been a lot of turn for any of the spinners on this pitch over the Trinidad T20. No sign of it here today. Once he gets it above the eye line of the batsman, a lot of these batters are struggling to deal with the dip at the end as that delivery comes screaming down to the earth. A bit faster, and that's pulled away for 6 runs. The first one he's trying to push through Lachman, and that's what Premchand likes. He loves the pace on the ball. And look at this, just pushing this one through with the arm. And it was a rank long hop, and that was pulled away for 6. And it's Lachman's brother who's out there. He's the man on the boundary entrusted with taking his brother's catches. One ball remaining in the 11th over. Good over so far for the exclusive team. Just going to be 1 this time. They're calling for 2. Just going to be 1. End of the over. At the end of 11, the exclusive team are 67 for 3.
Yeah, so inside. Yeah. No, wait, he on strike. Yeah. Nah, yeah. No, man. What's that? What's taking that? So I'm coming to about.
Long discussion between the bowler and his captain. Prasad just asking for the opinion of his bowler. Members of the La Fortune team, they would have won the title earlier in the season. Looking for their second title today. The La Fortune team, but they will have tough opposition in Hermitage Youth Organization, who have had a very good season themselves. Premchand cuts that away. That's good fielding. Bounced awkwardly in front of Ramsingh, but he did well to get his hands down to make the stop.
Start circle, start circle, start circle.
Small change in the field. Short extra cover has been pushed back towards the 30-meter circle.
Yeah.
So there's a deep extra cover in place. Huge gap. They're encouraging Premchand to drive. He's gone long. This could be caught on the boundary. It is caught. And it's Lachman again. Lachman takes the catch. Safe pair of hands is Sherwin Lachman, and he took that one very well. 4th wicket down for exclusive. It is 67 for 4, and that is the end of the dangerous Premchand. He's out for 39. Second wicket here for Mansour, and second in consecutive overs, and Premchand would be bitterly disappointed to go in that fashion. Took on the fielder, but Lachman was, he caught that maybe about 10 meters in from the boundary. So he is gone, and is this the opportunity here now for this Fyzabad elite team to run through this exclusive team? What else do they have to offer here? Here's Ryan Udit. He's the new batter. And there was the catch. Lachman taking it well.
Thank you.
Still 36 minutes to go here. The umpires will cut things off, so it appears we may not be getting the full 20 overs in. The game started an hour and 16 minutes late due to rain. The umpires trying to use as much of the time allotted to them as possible before the start of the final between La Fortune Sports Club and Hermitage Youth Organization. Mansure with his tail up here. That's good bowling. He's kept it very simple here, giving it a little bit of flight. He's attacked the stumps. And batsmen, if they are to go after him, they've tried the aerial route and both have perished. Similar dismissals. Well, Lutchman might be the third vice president of secondary schools cricket, but might have some work in football there. Nice stop with the left foot. End of the over at the end of it. Exclusive of 67 for 4 after 12 overs. Quite a hot afternoon, especially after the rain has subsided. It's just released all of that latent heat, and the manager of the team heading on to take on some refreshments for his colleagues. Lutchman looks like he's going to bowl his third over in succession here, possibly a fourth. That's the pattern so far for this Fyzabad elite team. Here's Shane Lutchman. Yeah, he's just asking the batsman to use their pace, and there was an awful mix-up between Sahadev and Udit. They were standing in the middle of the pitch just staring at each other, and if the fielder Ramesar had been able to pick that up at the first, he certainly would have had his choice of ends to run out one of those batsmen. Pulled away, and Lutchman is out there. That's the younger brother of Shane Lutchman, and straight to him. He seems to be a pretty good catcher and pretty competent in the field also. Yeah, he's coming a couple meters off the boundary, showing Lutchman. Ramesar does well to get behind that. Certainly prevented a run, a second run. They could have gotten two with that shot. But Ramesar has really put his body on the line for his team. A nice diving stop. Lutchman just wants an adjustment here. They've sent the captain has just gone back a couple of paces from short extra cover to the ropes, the 30-meter circle. And they can't get the single. You see, this is what Premchand was doing very well. A shot like that, he would have taken the pace off it and run and ambled a single. That one was trashed out towards extra cover for none. Well, he's paddled this one round. Should get a second run here. Udit has gotten the second quite comfortably. So far, the projected score at 111. It was as high as 160 at one point. But this is great credit here to Fyzabad Elite of pulling things back against this exclusive team. The keeper has to chase this one down, and that's not great running here from exclusive, because that one, the keeper had to track it down. The fielder coming in off the boundary was certainly slow onto it. They should have gotten a couple. All the same, 6 runs off the over after 13 overs. The exclusive team is 73 for 4. Not sure how many fans of the Everton Football Club there are, but Everton survived the drop today in the Premier League. 1-0 victory over AFC Bournemouth. Decore getting the goal in the 57th minute, and as a result of that, Everton stayed up. They are still in the Premiership. Leicester, however, lost today and they went down. League champions 5 years ago, FA Cup champions a couple, maybe last season or a couple seasons ago, and now relegated. That's well struck, just going to be one. FA Cup winners in 2021, Leicester City, just to correct that. Beat Chelsea 1-0 in the finals. Oh, was there an edge on that? He's been given! And there's the wicket. And Mansour struck again here. Third wicket in 3 overs for Mansour, and he has certainly turned this game around here for the Fyzabad exclusive. And that's the end of Govind Sahadeo. He's out LBW for 4. So a good wicket here for the Fyzabad elite, and they continue to chip away. That'll bring a new batter to the crease, and unfortunately that's the end of Sahadeo. There is a new batter, and you can see 007 on his back. His name's Ramkisoon, Sanjay Ramkisoon. Well, he might be a secret agent, but is he going to be the secret weapon here for the exclusive team? 5 down already for 74. Their captain back in the pavilion, Premchand, for 34. Outside of Premchand's 34, the next highest score is 15 for Budu. This man has been very good today. Mansour 3 for 4, and he's bowled 14 deliveries. This has been special bowling here from him. Doesn't overcomplicate things. Bowls wicket to wicket, takes the pace off the deliveries, and forces the batsman to do things that sometimes they're not comfortable to do. There's a slip in place for Mansour. He's coming around the wicket here. Well, they're asking the mid-wicket Lachman to go across to the other side of the pitch. Wide changes, so they're trying to strengthen up the offside. Just asking the off spinner to see if he can get any turn, drop it in outside the off stump here. It's a bit faster, straight to the extra cover fielder. Ramisa is there to make the stop. So the 2 opening bowlers, Ramisa and Lachman, bowling their 4 overs on the trot. Lachman looks like he will be doing the same here. That's the other Lachman, Shane Lachman. They're going for 1, and that's all there'll be. Good work in the outfield, and that's by Ramkisoon. So the 40th over, just to keep an eye on the time. Still 26 minutes to go in the hour and a half, so maybe, possibly, just about, we'll get in about 17 or 18 overs, if not a 19th over. Pulled away. 2 fielders in the outfield. In the deep, at least. And just 1. That's a good, powerful throw coming in. So they will stay alive here. Ramkisoon on 1 is back on strike. Udit 6 of 9. And they have shown the propensity already to go for the big shots. There is still a lot of, in terms of deliveries, to go here for the exclusive team. 6 overs and a ball still to go. That's going to be the end of the over. At the end of the over, 76 now for 5. Mansur has taken a wicket in each of his 3 overs, and and only giving up 3 runs in the over. And look at those figures: 3 for 6 in his 3 overs. Ramesar 1 for 28, and Lachman has picked up the other wicket to fall. The exclusive team, they're looking at a score in the region of 109. Is that going to be enough here? Well, only time will tell. And Lachman is going to bowl out his 4th over on the trot. Well, they definitely have to find 2 more bowlers to bowl the remaining 5 overs with Lachman and Mansur. They're gambling here, the Fyzabad elite team, on their 4 best bowlers to do as much damage as possible before they bring on the remaining 2 bowlers to bowl out to share up that last 5. It has worked very well for him, this tactic of giving a lot of air. Usually don't see this a lot in T20 cricket. Field change coming here. Used his feet, and with the ball being given a lot of air, that's a legitimate tactic. Once you get to the pitch of the delivery, well, it doesn't matter how much he's how many revolutions he's putting on the ball. Good, can be caught, yes! Sensational catch by Ramesar! Diving away to his left, and the big man showing how it's done. 6 down, Lachman has his 2nd wicket. This is how it went. Look at this. Sensational stuff. Hit very hard by Ramkisoon, and that was dying on him. Very good catch there by Ramesar. He's shown that he is a fine fielder, and now showing that he can do the business with the catching. Hung up just outside the off stump, and that was hammered there by Ramkisoon. What a good catch that was. Highlight of the match so far, and Ramkisoon has to go for 1. So Lachman's figures 2 for 16 now. He'll be happy with that. And that'll bring Christian Mahabir to the wicket, one of the pace bowlers for the exclusive team. He'll have his chance with the ball right now. Has to do the business with the bat. So Lachman has 3 more deliveries to go here. And certainly the weather has improved tremendously here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Earlier it looked like we may not have any cricket at all with all the rains coming down. All of a sudden the clouds disappeared and it became a wonderful day. Gets off the mark here immediately, Mahabir, and there's the man who took that sensational catch. And I'm sure that he will love to know. Well, he does know that the game is being televised. That's a clip that he can keep on his phone, post it on his Facebook account. Might take another one. Oh, he drops this one. Well, that was the easier of the 2 catches this time. Couldn't hold on to it, but that one was hit powerfully again by Ryan Udit. Teammate just having a little laugh with him. You took the hard one, and the one that comes straight to you, well, just grasped it. To be fair, that one was dying on him again, this time to his right side. And I think he got it maybe on the left wrist. He is holding the wrist a bit gingerly. I think he might come off here, Ramisa. I think he's asking if he can, in fact, head off. There's something definitely wrong with his hands here. He is going to go off, Ramisa. Unfortunately for them. But Ramisa is going to have to head off here because he has picked up an injury. Yeah, it is the thumb. He didn't quite get it in the middle of the hands, and it is the right hand. The thumb seems to have been pushed back here. And hopefully it's not fractured in any way. There he is, still holding on. It's actually maybe the fourth finger, just after the ring finger there. I think that's what the problem is. So unfortunately for him, that might be the end of his game in the field. This one's looped up to Lachman, who takes the catch. And the big man has taken a third wicket with his last ball, and his figures looking very good at the moment. A 3 for 18. Yeah, not the easiest of catches. He had to backpedal quickly and took it over his head. Lachman celebrating his third wicket, takes a wicket with his first ball and with the last ball of his spell. Nice bookend to it, a match there for Lachman, and that is another wicket down. So 7 now down for 79. Now that is the end of that's the end of Mahabir. Gone cheaply here. And this is how it happened. The lack of pace, looking to play and played it a bit too early. And a good catch there by the bowler. Doesn't celebrate a lot, Shane Lachman, but he should. And that's a fine spell, 3 for 18. And now the man, the danger man at the other end, he looks to finish off his spell strong. Mansour has 3 wickets already for 6 runs. Can he take up another one here? Suresh Ramsaran is the new man in.
Alex, stop them. Nah. Not yet.
Ramsaran is off the mark, just swatted down to that mid-off position for 1. Conspicuous absence of partnerships here for this exclusive team. Well, he almost played that one on, didn't he? Just jabbed the bat down on it, Udit. Luckily to keep that one out of his stumps. Should be 1. Udit gets through comfortably, can actually walk the single. So far they've kept the dangerous Mansour at bay. The big number 147 for the Fyzabad elite team. That could go to the fielder, just short of him. They get 1. Certainly at the lower levels, you're not going to see a lot of power hitters here. The only one close to that was Premchand, who was clearing the boundary quite with some ease. 34 he got, 15 for Budu, but altogether I don't think Exclusive will be very happy with this effort with the bat. It's going to be an easy run there for Udit, just trotting down to the other end. So 7 wickets down. That's the end of a good spell here by Shahzad Mansour. 3 wickets for 11 runs at the end of his spell. And he and Lachman, certainly the men have done the damage already today. One of the supporters of the Fyzabad team. Or is that the La Fortune team? In fact, they have the lighter green uniforms. They will be involved later on. The La Fortune team winning the toss and batting in that T20 final on the 12th of May. They got 137 for 7 and then restricted Rochard Road to 102 for 9, winning that game in the end by 35 runs. And that team featured the former Naparima College star in cricket and football, Javed Mohammed. And certainly still looks in pretty good form, Javed Mohammed, opening the bowling and the batting for the La Fortune team. Hopefully he will find his best form again later on for them as they take on HYO in the finals. Well, he got something on that. Maybe not the paddle shot he intended, but will accept the single all the same. Udit quietly has gone up to 12 here of 17 deliveries. Outside of Budu and Premchand, he's the only one to get into double figures. Full toss, that's high up into the air. There's a fielder getting across to it. Not even Lutchman can locate that one. And the batters have completed 2. So Ramsaran picking up another double here. Well, looks like that target of 100, certainly they should get to 100. The projected score at the moment is 107. They'd love to get to at least 120 here. Well, the way Ramcharan is swinging at everything there, it could be a very interesting time as he gets another couple. Well, the umpire had his back turned at the striker's end, and that wasn't far away from him there. Tulcharan Ramsaran could have found himself in some difficulty. Umpiring for 35 years, he told me. That is a long time to devote to the game. Well, that's hit well. This could carry to the fielder. Yes, he's taken the catch. And Ramsaran's attempt to lift the scoring rate has led to his downfall, and Devnarayan takes the catch. Full toss and straight down the throat of Devnarayan, who's took that very well. And Dylan Devnarayan, of course, the new bowler. And that is caught Andesh Devnarayan, bowled Dylan Devnarayan. So the unrelated Devnarayans getting into the act there. Here's how it happened. A full toss here by Dylan Devnarayan, and that was hammered down straight to the fielder. Didn't have to do too much except to hold on. So 8 wickets down now for 89 runs, and they're in real danger of being bowled out here for under 100. Kailash Sahadeo is the new man at the crease. So they're not going along at a rapid pace here, but I know who does. Earlier today, the Red Bulls' Max Verstappen. Good delivery. Max Verstappen went on to win the Monaco Grand Prix from Aston Martin's Fernando Alonso. He was cruising at the front of the race, but when the rains came down, made it very difficult. Good delivery. Very good delivery here by Devnarayan. And end of the over, successful over here for the Fyzabad elite team after 17 overs, 89 for 8. So 3 overs still to go. That's 3 overs to be bowled. And where are we at in terms of the time? 11 minutes still to go in the innings. So there's a real possibility we could actually get the 20 overs in. Great credit to the ground staff here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for getting things doing. Certainly did look like this game would have been reduced to less than 20 overs aside, but that has not happened.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. We got drift here.
There's a change, and this is the catcher, Andesh Deonarain to bowl.
Layu.
So Deonarain in here.
No. Angle here, but a little bit.
So they're not related, the two Deonarains, as I pointed out. Dylan was the man to take the wicket in the last over with the help of Andesh. Well, that wasn't far away, and there may have been a chance at a possible stumping, but the ball not in the keeper's gloves. Deonarain, off spinner by trade. Swept away behind square. This can run away for 4. We haven't had a boundary for quite a while. But finally the pressure, the shackles being broken here a little bit by the exclusive team. And that was swept away nicely for 4 runs. And it is Udit who picked up that boundary.
Keep working, right? Not so much, sir. Not so much.
There he is, Ryan Udit. Went for another one, but tried to take that one from way outside the off stump. Certainly would have been better advised to try to drive that one through the offside. There are a fair amount of gaps here. Yeah, that's the region he really should try to get it through. Lutchman puts in the dive, and they will get 2 comfortably. That was the area I was referring to. There is a deep extra cover in place, but once he gets it in between Lutchman and that fielder with any kind of power, could also pick up the boundary. Almost played that on there. Udit, and a chance at a run out, and the batsman unusually was trying to leap over the ball. Hadn't grounded just yet. If that had hit the stumps, he could have been out by a long way.
Bubble, boys, bubble.
Right, here's how it happened there. That has brought an end to the over, but here's how it happened. Big swing. Udit decides to set off for the single, and look at this. He would have been out by a long, long way. He was not even anywhere close to the crease. Yeah, that's why he jumped over the ball. There was no chance of him getting back in anyway. The ball was actually between him and the stumps when he jumped. So just a couple runs away from the 100 mark. We're in the 18th over, and there still are 7 minutes to go. So we should be able to get in those overs. That's a nice tumbling catch, and that's sensationally done. Hit well, and that is a diving effort on the boundary, and that is the end of the 9th wicket is down here, and that's the end of Udit, who has put in a good fight at the end for his team. He's out for 20, and look at this. Diving effort to take the catch. They have been very good in the field here, Fyzabad Elite. One blemish, and that was by the man Ramesa, who actually had taken a really good catch, the best of the lot earlier. But nothing wrong with that catch there in the outfield. Diving catch that has given Dylan Deonarain his 2nd wicket. Well, Varun Ramjit Singh is the next man in. He's the last man in here for the exclusive. Well, you can see on the you could have seen on the back of him. Hits him on the pad, and that's turned down, maybe going down the leg side. Well, he will stay for 1 here, Ramjit Singh. And you possibly can see on his back, his nickname is Bush. Not sure why. If he's a supporter of the Republican Party, that might be it. They could have had 2 there, but decided not to force the issue. Very good figures here so far for Dylan Deonarine. 2 for 6. Not a lot of pace, but he's attacked the stumps here and may feel he has a chance to get a 3rd wicket. Ramjit Singh, the number 11 batter. This is going to be enough, though, for exclusive. 100 for 9, and still they have 8 balls to go. At least they'd want to make sure they survive the 120 deliveries that makes up the innings. Gets the single. Good start to the over here. High up into the air. This could be the end of the innings. Yes, it is. The catch has been taken. And they've been bowled out for 101 here. The exclusive team of 18.5 overs. And that's all she wrote for the innings. So that is the end of Sahadeo. He's out court for 2. And that's 3 wickets for Dylan Deonarine. So there it is, the end of the innings, and just an adjustment in the score will confirm that for you. 99 for 9, Premchand 39, Udit 19, and Budu 15. 3 main scorers for the exclusive, 3 wickets apiece for Lachman and also Ramisa, Manshur, Lachman, and now Deonarine picking up 3 wickets apiece. And the 1 wicket for Ramisa. So that is a very good performance here for the Fyzabad elite team. They have bowled out exclusive for 99, so they will chase down 100 in their 20 overs. So that is the situation here. We'll take a break now, and don't forget, coming up in just about 8 minutes or so, there'll be the run chase, where Fyzabad elite will need a century to get the win and the award for the best of the rest finals. Join us then. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the continuation of this best of the rest finals, where it is the Fyzabad Elite. They will be chasing down 100 for victory. They were able to restrict the exclusive team to 99, bowl out the exclusive team for 99 with an over and a ball still remaining. Now it's up to the exclusive team. They have their time with the ball. Can they now keep this Fyzabad Elite team down and to go on to win the best of the rest finals? Two batsmen out there for the Fyzabad Elite team. Shahzad Mansoor, and he would have been very good with the ball. Mansoor taking 3 wickets for 11 runs. And he will be opening the batting with Satish Prasad, the captain of the Fyzabad Elite team. Certainly Exclusive will be a bit unhappy with their performance with the bat. They were in a very good position at 74 for 4, and to be bowled out for 99, losing their last 6 wickets for 25 runs. I don't think they will be pleased with that effort at all. But they really fell apart after the introduction of Shane Lachman and Shahzad Mansoor. And those two were able to plug away and pick up the wickets readily. Devanarayan also getting 3 for 7 at the end in his 2 overs. And that certainly has put the brakes on their scoring. Kailash Sahadev will open the bowling here. One of the right-arm medium pacers, and he started off with a good delivery. Bowling options for the exclusive team. They have Sahadev. Govind Sahadev is the... There's Kailash Sahadev. There's also Govind Sahadev. Both of them are medium pacers. The Sahadev boys, as I mentioned earlier, are cousins, so they are in position to bowl. The other medium pacer that they can turn to is Satyam Ramlal. He's the man who's done all the damage for them this season. 36 wickets, just 2 shy of the record. Flicked away, straight to the fielder. Ramjit Singh is there to make the stop. They can also call on the captain, Nicholas Premchand. I think he will be opening the bowling for Exclusive. Christian Mahabir also another one of the medium pacers. Sanjay Ramkisoon, left arm orthodox, and they also have the off spin of Ryan Udit. Driven away and out towards the secret agent, I'm calling him, the left armer Ryan Udit, I'm sure, who will be on later on. And they're chasing 100 for victory. Good time to say hello and welcome to Vinod Mamchan. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Vidya. Always good to be in your company.
You're behaving yourself well, as usual?
Well, I am, but it seems as if our good friend Anil Lakan isn't.
Well, he certainly enjoyed himself last night. Anil coaching Central Sports to victory in the Premiership 1 final last night.
He's supposed to be here, but he's probably still celebrating.
Well, yes, and as this game starts here with just 1 run so far in the first over, I don't think anybody jumped higher with that trophy last night than our colleague Anil Lakan.
Yeah, I think he's still dreaming. And he doesn't think that they actually won. But I'm very happy for him. So it's Kailash. I noticed the last delivery, he brought it back in very sharply there, Vidya.
Yeah, and, that's something we didn't see in the Trinidad T10 Festival. A lot of sideways movement, but certainly that one came back in. 1 without loss at the end of the first over. Exclusive actually lost a wicket in their first over, so a good start for the Fyzabad Elite. They're just chasing 99, just to bring those who just joining us. 39 for Nicholas Premchand, 19 for Ryan Udit, and also 15 for Budu, who opened the innings.
And if it's this, you remember this track was used a lot, extensively, for 5 consecutive days of the TTCB T20 Festival. I noticed on day 4, going into day 5 as well, it kept a bit low. And from judging from the few deliveries I've just noticed, it seems as if it's playing that way. You were here for the entire day, you would know better.
Yeah, it is, and certainly not the same pace that you would see at the higher levels where the bowlers bang it in and get that lifter. not a lot here. Perhaps the best cricketer on display so far has been this man with the ball, Premchand, who hit some brilliant boundaries, hit the ball very hard, but then just mistimed one and was caught on the boundary. Let's see what he can do with the ball. Oh, well, that ended up in the hands of first slip. Not often. That was Steve Harmison-like.
Yeah, not often you see that. Probably because wicket-keepers at the higher level would normally guard that. Or try to at least.
Well, the keeper was having none of it. I'm just going to leave that one alone, he says.
He's smiling. I think they're seeing the funny side of it.
Yeah, that was Anil Budu is the keeper. And I remember that Steve Harmison, first ball in the Ashes, ending up maybe about second slip. And England predictably went on to lose the Ashes 5-0 that year.
That was a sign.
It certainly was. Whoa. Oh, well, that was a bit better from him. Very full delivery. And certainly not an auspicious start here from the exclusive captain, Premchand.
Yeah, but you look at Mansoor batting there. That was outside the off stump. He was trying to target somewhere on the on. Everyone on the on side is in the 30-yard circle. I think he would have been better served trying to drive that just past short extra cover because there's a huge gap between the sweeper and long off. Much better.
Yeah, that's a shot you were calling for. Gets it out to that deep cover position. We'll just get one. Fielders on the leg side. There is the short fine leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. And certainly that'll bring the right-hander back on strike. At least Passad is going to be facing up, the captain of the Fyzabad elite team. And I was making the point that these are players who would have represented the likes of Irie High School, Fyzabad Intermediate, Fyzabad Composite, and one ex-Naparima College man out there. And Shane Lachman, who's taken those 3 wickets. So what can they do here? They'll need Ufield to bowl out. They'll need to bowl out Fyzabad Elite to win this game exclusive. These are the teams finishing in 16th and 17th place in the table. The best of the rest final, they call it. Full toss, didn't quite get all of that Passad, but will get at least one.
Back up!
At these lower levels in the game, Vinod, you tend to see spinners use a lot of air, something that you don't see a lot at the higher levels. And some of the bowlers who actually tossed it up, Shane Lachman and Mansoor, they were able to get 6 wickets between them, and then you add the other 3 for Dave Narayan. So 9 wickets for the spinners earlier today. Well, that's pulled away. That should run away for 4. In fact, it's slowing up here. The fieldsman should be able to get there. Well, Danraj seemed to be slipping as he was running after that one. Ball almost getting to the ropes. So Premchand unable to stem the tide of runs in his first over. Well, they're calling for wide, but that was not far outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think this died on him more than anything else, and this is why he couldn't reach it. So it's a pretty decent crowd on your favorite stand video, the Northwestern stand here.
That's where everybody loves to go.
Yeah. Kudos to Krishna Bidesi, the president of this league. He has done a really remarkable job. It's the most popular league in South Trinidad, minor league that is.
Yeah, that's certainly right. Close to 90 teams involved in the league. And some of these teams, in fact, the Fyzabad team, many of these players would have been involved in Fyzabad League cricket. I'm sure you remember that league. You may have covered that during your time as a newspaper writer.
Mm-hmm.
And that league, when it collapsed, I think I was talking about the organizers, the former organizers. They were saying that because many of the teams played in residential areas, people were complaining that there were too many balls hitting their roofs and into their homes. And they decided to shut down a lot of those grounds.
Yes. That's a good delivery. Forced away on the onside, though. And the fielder making a meal of it, and now he redeems himself with a direct hit. It's a loud appeal, and they could have taken another.
Yeah, they should have. In fact, I'm sure they're deciding he was going to go after that, but his skipper was rooted to the spot. Yeah, so a lot of those, the teams and those grounds, the community grounds, were closed down. There were signs put up also as the over comes to an end here. 9 without loss at the end of those 2 overs.
Yeah, but I think some of these guys probably from Fyzabad, I don't know if you would have played with them during your time in St. John's Street, but just to let the people of Fyzabad know, and also those involved with this club who are on at this point in time looking at this game. Later on in the year, there's a Cricket 360 initiative that will take place at the Vijay Sports Ground. Vijay Sports Ground, is it? The
Vijay Sports Ground, yeah.
In St. John's Street. And of course,
that was my home ground.
Well, you will be integrally involved in that, but not as a player. Let me underline that.
Well, that struck him on the pad outside the off stump. Yeah, my involvement will certainly not improve the quality of the cricket.
I remember just before COVID, we did one. It's in collaboration with the Member of Parliament for Fyzabad, Dr. Lakram Bodo, and we did one just before COVID. It was very, very popular. I remember on that occasion, trying to be on the 15 team, or they would have been on the 17 by that time, took part, and Vijay Sports, a club you would have played for, came up against them in an eliminator. 8 runs were required of 1 delivery, and Andrew Rambaran was struck for 9.
How did that happen?
Well, he bowled a waist height no ball that was struck for 6. And that was the end of that.
Well, that came off something and is running away. That should go to the boundary for 4. Was that pad involved? It's 4 runs. Well, actually, he got the bat on it. It was very close there.
The umpire did signal in the reverse there, Vidya. If you look at him, he signaled 4, and then he tapped his left leg. So it's leg byes.
Yeah, that's umpire Amrao, man from Princestown, the former Irie Village Sports Club player. Yeah, certainly I'll be looking forward to that one, to go back to the home ground, and that's where my commentary career actually started, if you know the story, Vinod.
Well, I don't know the story. I'll be very interested in hearing it, though.
Well,
yes.
When I was playing, yes, you were told that story.
Yes, I was told by Dr. Chan Bodo that whilst you played sport down there, you normally commentated.
But that was a bit of a stretch. I was actually, when I was not playing, we would set up our own little commentary booth at the back and do commentary.
Well, I was told that whilst you were playing, so I don't know. Probably they were probably right to an extent because you were playing, but not in that actual game. But that was your playing era.
Yeah, that's
because
right.
Then my mind went to Carlisle Best.
Yes, of course.
Who normally commentated when he batted, and now in the commentary box, when he commentates, he bats.
Plays shots.
Yes, I've been fortunate to commentate with him as an analyst. He was the analyst at Kensington Oval. And I was just sitting next to him, and all of a sudden he got up and played an extravagant cover drive while describing a shot. So he's doing it in the reverse.
Great story. Driven away just past Prem Chand, and that could run away for 4. Brave effort on the boundary, a nice tumbling effort there by Dan Raj trying to get that one off the rope, but didn't succeed. And that's a nice looking shot, but that's why Prem Chand put himself there for that exact shot. Prasad actually gets away with that.
Well, the fielder is injured, and they're running to his assistance. And it seems very serious.
Wow.
Yeah, it seems very, very serious indeed.
Yeah, it just seemed maybe he hit his head on the ground. But a bit of a hold up in the game here. Let's see what's...
a beautiful shot, though. It was an over pitch. It would be a bit uppish because he came half forward and not fully forward, but he got it into the gap and it went for 4. Let's hope that this fielder is okay. They are attending to him at this point in time. It's difficult to see from up here, but let's have a look here, Vids.
That's Ramlal. Now he goes down. Let's see if there's a contact with his head. He goes down there. He rolls over. Okay, it wasn't the ball hitting his head. but maybe head hitting ground or so.
Well, I actually didn't see his head hit the ground, so I don't know if it's his knee, because the knee apparently rolled on the ropes. Yeah, it's a left knee.
Yeah, it is. There it is. Well, he seems to be okay now. Oh, the other thing that entered my mind is whether he lost a contact, because he was holding his head at some point, and that does tend to happen. Yeah, he seems to be all right. He's shaking it off here, Satyam Ramlal.
I was told by Ruskin Mark that whilst playing a football game, a school's football game against Russell Teixeira lost his contact going for a header. And the game stopped at that point, and all 22 players were looking for his contact. They never found it.
Well, in those days, it wasn't the disposable contacts. If you lost it, well, then you lost a lot of money to go with it.
What about David Mohammed?
Yeah.
Mohammed lost his contact in the Geddes Grand Finals in 1990 at the Queen's Park Oval and batted with one contact. He actually went to Richard Smith to borrow a contact, but David probably didn't know that it was a prescribed contact and everyone has a different strength. So it didn't work. He batted with one contact, opened the batting with Phil Simmons, ended up scoring about 70 odd, and Trinidad and Tobago won the title. And he faced Malcolm Marshall in that game.
Yeah.
That shows the power of the mind.
Yep, it certainly does. Didn't need the contact, did he? 18 without loss after 2.5 overs. Just a word on the fielder who went down. That's Satyam Ramlal, 36 wickets for the season. And I understand that he needs 1 to tie the record for the season tally and 2 to beat it. So he certainly will not want to get injured today, because he was very proud of his record, and he certainly is hoping to break the record in this game. So the keeper just getting back in his gloves back on, because he was one of those who ran down to help Ramlal. Another nice looking shot that hits. How's that? He says he got a hand on it. Well, he doesn't seem very happy at all here. Kailash Sahadeo. Let's see, did he get a touch onto this? Because the batsman is clearly out of the crease. Well, it does hit the stumps, but did he get a touch onto it? Certainly seemed to hit the stumps while the batsman is outside of the crease. But I think the umpire wasn't quite sure if he did, in fact, get that finger. Kailash Sahadeo, he obviously thinks that he did, but it will end up as not out. 9 runs in the over all the same. So Nicholas Premchand is going to continue from the southern end of the ground here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Fyzabad Elite need 100 for victory, and they've started well, going along already at 6 runs and over. They just need 5 runs and over, basically. So that required run rate has now dipped down to 4.82. Not the start that Exclusive would have wanted. An injury perhaps to their main bowler, and they're leaking runs here early in the piece. There's a fielder going across. Can he get across to it to take the catch? No, it's in no man's land. And they will cross for 2. Mansour is taking his life into his own hands here. He's smacking everything. Once there's some width on offer, he's trying to exploit those big spaces on the offside. For those of you all who are fans of the IPL, the Gujarat Titans and the Super Kings, that game will go to the reserve day. Rain washed out the match today.
Everyone in Trinidad and Tobago, a lot of people were actually gathering at the bars.
Well, that's hit straight. There could be a catch on. Oh, it's gone past the fielder, 4 runs.
As the fielder ran across there every day, he never inspired confidence. I never thought that he was going to take that catch.
Yeah, he never got himself in any position to take that one. Just a token hand being flung at the ball here. Yeah, even at this point, he doesn't look like he's going to get there. And that was always going to be 4.
I think that was done the more in optimism than in conviction as to whether he could have taken that. Probably for the captain to see that he's making an effort as well. But at the moment, Fyzabad Elite, I dare say they are on top.
Well, the captain might agree with your word that he should have been convicted for that. Mansour will get another single here, and he's putting himself in line for a Player of the Match award. It was his spell that really turned things around. 3 for 11. Took wickets off his first 3 overs. And that was, he came on in the 9th over, and then the wickets started to tumble. He and Lachman started to pick up wickets readily, and that's where the slide started. The last 25 runs came at the expense of 6 wickets. Just going to be 1. And Prasad has been a mere spectator so far. Mansour has done the bulk of the work. 12 of 13 deliveries. 7 4s and 1 6 in the match. Certainly at this level, that's as good as it gets, because at the higher levels, of course, we saw close to 400 4s in that T20 festival that concluded last night. And close to 200 6s, if I remember correctly. That's better there from Prem Chand, just taking the pace off it. And trying to induce a false shot here from Mansour. Trying to get him to drive expansively of 1. Need to get a breakthrough here. The exclusive team out of Clark Road in Pinal. And they're looking to the captain to do it for them now. Oh, that's hit straight. That could go all the way. Oh, that's brilliant. Brilliant stuff there for Mansour. And that is the first 6 of the innings for Fyzabad Elite. And the score has raced on to 32 without loss. Look at this. Yeah, he took the pace off it again, but Mansour was not fooled at all. Drove through the line of the delivery, and that cleared the boundary by a long way. There was just 1 6 in the previous innings. That was hit by Prem Chand himself. Now he's given up the only one so far in the Fyzabad Elite innings. End of the over, 32 without loss after 4. They are running away with it right now, the Fyzabad Elite. 14 runs in that over by the captain, Prem Chand. I know his family is here watching on. They will share his concern about the way things have gone so far. Well, a change in tack here for the exclusive team. The left-arm orthodox spin bowler, Sanjay Ramkisoon, is on. And Vinod, he has number 007 on his back. The secret agent is about to do his thing.
I noticed you were calling him that earlier on, and I was about to ask you why. Now I understand.
Well, I've been introducing him as Ramkisoon, Sanjay Ramkisoon. Maybe that's how he introduces himself. Who knows?
The 007. Here he goes. And he starts with a delivery down the leg side, and the captain, Prasad, was not aware. I think he was late to respond. Prasad, if I may be critical of him, in this short spell that I've seen him video, he doesn't seem to be very aware of. He's not at the. What I'm trying to say, he's not in the present. On many occasions, I've noticed that even with the extra run that they could have gotten with the overthrow, he was just not in there with Mansour. Even then, you know, he just stood there.
Yeah, there were several instances so far that his presence of mind could be questioned.
Mansour, though, has been sharp.
Nice looking late cut, but straight to the fielder, who had to readjust quickly. He just seemed to lose his footing. Not a lot of these players are wearing spikes. I noticed that. Usually when we start a match and the players are going out, we hear the march of spikes coming out. Didn't hear that at all with, these are, of course, part-time players. Oh, that's good.
Yep. That went right across him. That was the arm ball. And lucky to still be there. They need wickets. So they have to look around their ranks. Get the guys who normally strike, even those with the golden arm. Get them in. Because if things continue like this, you could never restrict a team in a T20. Well, very rare. To less than 100 with wickets in hand. You need to bowl them out.
Yeah, certainly will have to. And Mansour, sure he's one of those who's happy that the IPL final was rained out. Now he gets a chance to see it tomorrow. He doesn't have to play. Cut away. And just a one. And CSK facing the defending champions, the Gujarat Titans. And they've been billing it as the dominant team in the IPL against one that could be showing us that there is going to be a new era of dominance in the IPL. That kept very low. This time he has responded well here. I think he's been listening to you, Prasad. That time he was the aggressor in the running. I had a close look at the zing bales and the stumps as you saw them light up there. $10,000 I was told to bring them in.
Wow. Well, it helps commentators though. Anything to help commentators.
Well, that's pulled away, and this is going to take some stopping, and that's good. This time it is Sahadeo who's out there to make the stop, and has a tumbling effort that goes well for him.
Yeah, good stop there by Sahadeo. Weak return, but a good stop.
Yeah, it does help commentators. I don't know if it helps bowlers a lot, because we've seen several instances where bowlers have clipped the stumps. The bails light up, and then it just drops back in place, because it is heavier than the normal bail.
Yeah, it is. Do you think that the regulation should change with that? Once it lights up, you're out?
It's high up into the air. The fielder's coming around. Will he take the catch? Yes, he has. That is Sahadeo taking the catch, and that is the end of Mansour. So he was hitting out, and he's gone here for 20.
Yeah, down the ground, he was looking. You can't fault him. He was. He saw a bad delivery, and he was looking to pounce. Sahadeo, though, beautiful position to take the catch using the reverse cup, and he took it high. So that's a lovely attempt there by him, Kyle Sahadeo. So he takes the catch, and they've taken a wicket. Could this open the door slightly here, Vidya?
Yeah, hopefully for them it will. And Kailash Sahadeo taking the catch off the bowling of the other Sahadeo. Is that Govind, in fact, was on the attack there. So they're cousins, I'm told. No, it's actually, correction, that was Ramkisoon, the bowler. Yeah, but that was a good catch. It hung in the air a long time, and certainly it does give you opportunities to think yourself out of the catch. Didn't happen that time. He took it well. Now the new batter to the crease. I'm seeing number 87 on the back of the fielder, of the batter. Unfortunately, we were not given a number 87. Well, so we'll just confirm who that is for you. Miguel Hiraman, just a correction there. We were given that one. Just an oversight on my part. Miguel Hiraman is the man coming in. And I'm told he's a former Presentation College player, very promising at youth level.
So you can look at the summary again. It was Nicholas Premchand, who gave them at least something to bowl at. And he scored 39. Shane Lutchman being the star of the show, 3 for 18.
So it is Ramlal, and this is the man who is looking to break the record today. And you feel that he's going to have to break the record and do a bit more if he is to get his team back into this game exclusive. And Ramlal is a right-arm medium pacer. So just off a short run. Very confident youngster. Also from the Clark Road area. Well, that's a good start from him. And Hero Man out there with Satish Prasad. They should get 2 here. Speed in the field, and once you beat the infield, they should get a couple of runs. Yeah, so that's a couple there for Prasad, who's batting in those white pads. Not sure if that is allowed, because that's going to be very difficult for the umpire to spot the LBW decisions with the use of the white ball here.
Yeah, and I think that's something that they need to look at. The pad covers now readily available for sale. I know in Trinidad. Big Raj is the man bringing them.
Oh, he's pulled him.
Yeah. No need for that. No need for the umpire to get himself involved there. The middle stump knocked back. So, both openers back now in the hut. Could this lead to a revival?
Well, it certainly should, and that was a wild swipe across the line of the delivery, and he has gone for 9 runs. So the wickets are starting to tumble now, 38 for 2.
Yeah, I'd like to see that again.
Yeah, it's not a shot that was on the cards here, and this is the wicket here for Ramlal that maybe just coming in, and that's the wicket that has tied him with the record. So he's now tied with the record for most wickets in the competition. Congratulations to Satyam Ramlal. That is his 37th wicket of the competition.
Well, he will need a lot more. And congratulations to him, as you said, but he will need a lot more for his team to win here. At least he has started. So at the moment, 38 for 2. Kept a bit low, though, that delivery that crashed into the timbers.
Let's go, brother. Let's go.
So just 3 deliveries to go in the power
Bowling
play.
well here.
This time it rolls back and nearly got the bails there. Well, we could have gotten the stumps. We could have gotten the light. Look at that. Just got it with the back leg.
Yeah, that was close, and he could have actually just broken the record there within the space of a couple of balls.
That delivery had absolutely no spin on it. It was just a very quick delivery. Just edged down to third man. I feel like giving chase. He's laboring after that, but it'll go for 4.
I don't think that qualifies as giving chase at all. He had given up on it but as it got past him.
Full and wide delivery there, just the edge squeezed out. They'll take it anyhow they get it here, Fyzabad elite.
Yeah, even if it's ushered to the rope.
As it was there.
As it was. These aren't hardened professionals here, so always very difficult for captains to keep their minds focused on the job. Yes, they've been bowled out for 99. Some may have seen that this game is over already.
Short and again. Coming across, playing a defensive shot, Dylan Narayan, and the ball going to the back of him again. So he's probably bowling at a good clip there, Vidya.
Yeah, he is. Yes.
So, Ramkisoon 1 for 4, Ramlal 1 for 6. They're leading a bit of a fight back.
Exclusive with 39 for 1 at the same stage. Fyzabad Elite 42 for 2. So while they are ahead on the scoring charts, they've lost 1 more wicket here. And 99, that 99 is looking a little bit further away now.
Yeah, imagine if they can get another wicket now. This will really lift their spirits. Miguel Hiraman and Dylan Ryan, they need to just rebuild. The good thing for Dylan Ryan and Hiraman is that they don't have a required rate that's taxing. It's just 4.14. So they could take their time and just rebuild, put some runs on the board, look for the singles. Just take it easy. There's no need to panic. Short, pulled away. Tumbling stop behind square. So that's one more.
Yeah, good stop. We've seen some pretty good fielding here. The catch by Ramisa earlier on going to his left side, away from his stronger side, diving and taking the catch. And also a pretty good catch by Mansour to end off the innings.
Good delivery. Good line. Good bank.
Oh,
Down the leg side. That'll go.
yeah, it's not very good keeping there. The keeper never really looked like he was getting across the line. And that first ball, the one that went to the first slip, he never got across to it. And look at this. He's just camped outside the off stump. Never really looked like he was getting across to it. But a really poor delivery there by Ramkisoon. Faster one down the leg side. Just dragged it down.
5 the result. And the way Arun signals, he was actually questioned by Hiraman on that occasion whether or not that was wide, because he signaled 4. Then after he signaled wide.
It is his first year of umpiring, umpire Kelvin Amrao. Ended his career as a player last year, I understand. He was still playing up to last year and then decided, I'm going to take up my hand as an umpire this year.
Oh, that's a very good delivery. Spinning right across the right-hander.
Oh, the ideal delivery for the left-arm orthodox spinner. Look at that. Pitching maybe, oh, that was a ripper. That one turned across the 3 stumps there.
Definitely too good. Too good for Hiraman to edge.
Well, he's looking at that. He's possibly saying maybe that one turned about 45 degrees. That was a lot of turn there for the bowler.
Wait.
There was some turn again on offer there, but this time it was a bit shorter, so Hiraman was able to, Dylan Ryan, correction, was able to work that away for a single, for a double in fact they got. But the amount of turn on that previous delivery from Ramkisoon would encourage the bowler once he can get the right length here after these two. Oh, that's good. That is good. Not as much turn as the previous one, but enough to beat the edge and beat the batter. End of 7 overs. Fyzabad Elite bringing up their 50 in that over. It's now 50-4-2, and they picked up 8 runs in that over. So 50 for 2 after 7 overs. And that's the situation here. Fyzabad Elite need a further 50 runs in 13 overs. So the run rate is not a problem. They have 78 balls still to go here. The problem would be wickets. Only lost 2 so far. They were in a very good condition, a very good situation here to go on to win this one. This man is going to stand in their way. Record wicket taker for the competition, Satyam Ramlal, looking to break the record today. Now left alone by Hiraman.
So the 50's up. Hiraman, no pressure really. Another 50 and they're good to go here, Vidya. What these two need to do, is just set small targets. Look to get up to 60, then look to get to 75, and all of a sudden, at 15, 20 required, the fielding side, their shoulders will drop, and then you just bounce and take the game.
Yeah, once you get past that 75 mark, it's just all downhill from there.
Well, he's trying to pull that from point 14 to Toko.
And the ball was in Rio Claro.
Yeah. Swiveling and pulling this away. That's 4. So he found a gap down a deep backward square, and that will give him a lot of confidence. Bad delivery, though. Again, you can see Ramla going for pace.
Yeah, just spirit, just hitting that one behind square that was pounded into the turf, but badly lined, and that's a boundary.
Southern Sports, 90 clubs. Imagine that. 90 clubs taking part in your tournament. I think Southern Sports, they're really doing social service more than anything else. Giving these guys an opportunity to come out, to play, to do something that is healthy, to occupy themselves with something that is meaningful. 90, let's say, Vidya, that's over 1,000 players.
Yeah, that's right. Occupying 1,000 players. It's 1,000 less players involved in crime.
Yep. And of course, let's say each club takes around about 50 people with them. That's another 500.
Yep.
Or so.
Yeah, and it has built very well over the past decade and a half or so, the Southern Sports Premier League. And I was making the point as the over comes to an end here. 8 overs gone, 54 for 2. Just 4 runs in the over. I was making the point about like the collapse of the Fyzabad League. A lot of those teams disappeared, but there's still a huge amount of interest in cricket. And this is where leagues like the Southern Sports Premier League came in. There are some players. A lot of those clubs would have been absorbed into Southwest Division. But there are players who are more interested in recreational play. They don't see themselves as perhaps going on to represent Southwest or so. And this is where leagues like these have been able to capture those recreational needs of so many players in the Southwest and Central area.
And there's value in that. Obviously, sometimes you look at a crowd that comes out to support these leagues. It's bigger than when the national team is playing here.
And that is very true. I can tell you that because the national team was here and there was barely anybody here watching it.
That delivery pitched outside the leg stump. Pulling out of the appeal quickly there was Ramkisoon. Yes, Vidya, you would have commentated in those games and you would look to the right and see 4 people, 5 people.
And those are my colleagues.
Yeah, look at that. The press box was the most populated stand, so to speak. So doing right, just allowing that on the come on team, playing it very late, getting it away from mid wicket, so he was able to access backward square.
Well, that throw came in and the umpire actually stopped the ball with his left foot. Could have been overthrows.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah.
And he's gone. So the 3rd wicket has fallen. And the hero man who loves playing on the onside, it leads to his demise this time. Let's have a look at this, Vids.
Yeah, that looked pretty good the first time round. That is very full. That's not turning a lot. That would have crashed into midway up the off stump. And they're still very much in this year, the exclusive team. And Ramkisoon, who is turning the ball a long way that time, going on with the arm, and that would have hit off stump.
I'll borrow a description from Anil Lakan. He said that was as plumb as a mango.
I think he'd love to explain that one to us.
Yeah, when you see him, you can probably ask him. Good delivery, though. Yeah, just pitching, striking him in front of middle and going on. As you said, rightly so, there was no big turn on that. It was just going on. 55 for 3. I don't think that they're ready to give up yet, exclusive.
Oh, they certainly aren't. Andesh Denarine is the new batsman. So the two Denarines out there, and they are unrelated. They actually were involved in a dismissal, caught Denarine, bowled Denarine earlier in the innings, in the match itself. So the two Denarines, what else can they combine to here for the Fyzabad elite? Mansour, the all-rounder, already gone for 20, but so far, nothing much. There aren't a lot of power hitters in this form of cricket. The only one who looked like he could have done that was Premchand, who hit some lusty blows for 39. But since then, a lot of nudging and nurdling going on.
Now, if you visit this league during the preliminary phase and during the home and away and these sort of in the different villages, you will think, oh my, these guys are some awesome ball beaters. But you bring them in an arena that is as big as this, you realize that they struggle.
Yeah, we did see that last year also. And then that's the other effect of playing in front of your home crowd. They would scream and shout, and everybody, there's that recognition from your community. Certainly does fire you up.
That's good bowling here from Ramki soon. I've been impressed with him. This is his third over. What he needs to understand is if he's bowling well, you respect him. You don't give your wicket away as he remanded.
And every now and again, some of these teams, you spot some talent, and televising these as we are right now does give some of these players the opportunity to attract maybe even bigger teams.
Yeah, to be seen.
Yeah.
I remember there was a guy called Ramdat who scored a rapid 49 of about 14 or 15 deliveries a couple of weeks ago in Navet. We were doing the Southeastern League final, and that's run by Neil Ramdat and the MP for Myro Rushton Paree. And it was just before the draft for the Dream 11. We broadcasted the match, and I remember attending the draft, and I was asked by a couple guys about this guy. Now, unfortunately, the guy did not register for the draft, so he could not have been chosen.
Yeah, and I'm sure he will the next time round, though, if he keeps his form.
Yep. So look at that. No one would have known of him had we not broadcasted that match video.
Yeah, certainly.
So players need to understand the platform that they are getting and make full use of it.
Yeah, even this man who's bowling right now, it's not, maybe you would think about the level of the league here, but to break the record in the league, in any league, certainly is a difficult task here. And we've seen enough of Ramlal to know that he could attract some attention also at the high levels.
Wickets are wickets at the end of the day.
He doesn't complicate things, does he, Ramlal?
Very simple action. Mixes it up a bit. All of a sudden you get a delivery that is just about medium pace from him. Now 60 for 3, I'll still put the elite above at this point in time here, video, because as you said, if once they get to 75 wickets in hand, that's that. Cut away nicely, runs here, it's going to run away very close to the boundary, and it's going to get there.
Yeah, Ramkisoon just tumbling at the end there, trying to pull it back, but unable to do so. So unfortunately for him, that's gone to the boundary. And the main bowler so far for the exclusive has had a long chase here. Yeah, he's bowled very well. I'm sure that his ground fielding will be one of the areas that he could certainly work on. But you can't fault his effort there. Really tried his best to pull that back and unable to do so. 64 for 3. And once they get those remaining 10 runs to get up, 11 runs to get to that 75 mark, the heads of the exclusive players might start to drop. So Hiraman going in the last over for 6. LBW trying to play those cross-batted shots one too many. Certainly not the delivery for it, and he had to go. Ramlal just pushing it through here, and the batsman pretty late on it, still managing to get the single. A lot of work here for the captain of the exclusive team, Prem Chand, to do. How can he change the tide here? Right now, everything is flowing the way of the Fyzabad elite.
Yeah, once they get to 10, 15 runs again, that's it. Oh, they're going to get a lot here. That's a wide, and they should come back for 2. The rank seems to be fit enough, so that's 3 runs. Well, it's a no ball. It was actually, and 1 shot. The umpire is busy. He's been kept very busy.
Okay, let's do that calculation, shall we?
so it's a no ball because it landed off the pitch. They took 2. 1 was short. So the result is 2 runs. And a free hit should be coming up.
Yep. That might be one of the most complicated calculations we've had to do in quite a while. Well, it hasn't cost them a lot, has it? Just
chance to run out and not out, says the umpire. Yeah, that was complicated for the umpire.
Yeah, I did see a situation as the over comes to an end here, 68 for 3. Saw this once in under 15 match at Honeymoon Park in Tunapuna, where the 2 young batters who I think were from Southwest Zone, they ran 2, and then a look to the square leg umpire, he was signaling 1 short, and then the umpire, the presiding umpire, also signaled 1 short. So we'll let.
So did they? Well, Vids that amounts to 0.
That's right, and that was the decision. No run was scored, even though they both ran to the other end and returned. Because both batsmen failed to make their creases, there was no run scored. And the correct decision by the umpires.
Wow. But
that's one you will never see again. I was lucky
so.
enough to see that.
Any team will struggle to better that.
Well, they are the finalists, La Fortune, getting warmed up there. And they'll be playing against HYO.
One wonders if there is some sort of relation between the Fyzabad Elite and La Fortune, because the uniform seems similar.
Yeah, I think they call them the sublimated uniforms, don't they?
They're sublimated. Of course, that's the new uniforms. I've been around Trinidad for probably the last 10 years or so. So Ramki Soon, who has been impressive. 2 for 16. They'll just want to play him off here. There's so many overs to go, just play him out.
Yeah, just 5 more deliveries from him. And then, and look at that, 31 needed of 59 deliveries. That should be a walk in the park here for Fyzabad Elite.
Giving that generous air. And your good friend should have held that. That's 4, it seems. Yes, it is.
Yeah, the captain really should have done better there to get across to that one. And that was well struck. Yeah, didn't get maybe the left foot across to the pitch of the delivery, but the captain, maybe he has been affected by the same malaise that is affecting the rest of his team. They've sort of given up. You've seen the body, the signs of it in the body language of this exclusive team.
Yeah.
And I've seen it from a couple of the fielders also. Udit now has twice ushered deliveries past him. I'm not sure if he's carrying an injury and playing injured, but he certainly hasn't attempted to field those 2 deliveries in any way.
Too much bottom hand in that shot there from Andesh. And as always, the batsman rehearses the proper stroke.
So 007 bowling and 7 fielding.
Now he's doing the right thing here, Ramki Soon. He's looking to pitch the ball up. He's looking to attack, to get a wicket. He needs support though from the fielders.
Yeah,
he understands that you can't defend this by just being economical.
And both of those really should have been cut out by Prem Chand there. That's why he's in that position, to stop the ball from getting past him, keep the pressure on.
I think for starters, he is too straight. So it's the end of the over, the end of 11. It's 74 for 3.
And as we mentioned just maybe a couple overs ago, once they get to this stage, 74, 75, the heads start to drop. And you could have seen some evidence of that already from the exclusive players. And you look at them right now out there. The captain's having a talk with the wicketkeeper, but the rest just seem disinterested at the moment. They're just going to their fielding positions. There's barely any clapping, any encouragement to the bowlers. It seems that they are broken side at the minute here.
Yeah. And it's going to be from the far end. I think this is the last throw of the dance. And Ramki soon ending his 2 for 21. Good effort from him.
Well, there's Ramlal to continue here. He has...
This one comes in. Kept low though, in the inner half of the bat.
Well, there is still something in the game for Satyam Ramlal. Remember, he is tied now on the record. He just needs that one wicket to break it. So, at least for a personal milestone, that's in it for him. But if he can achieve that now, might make it a very interesting end here. Let's put a few shivers through the collective spines of the Fyzabad elite.
Driving right back to him, a brilliant catch. What a way to break the record. You called it, Video Ramphal.
Yeah, he's gotten it, and that is a superb catch. We really have seen some brilliant catching in this game, but that is perhaps one of the best of them. It's one of the most difficult ones. This was hit very powerfully. And look at that with the left hand. He's right-handed, takes that with the left hand, and how do you like it? That is the record-breaking wicket for him. 38 for the season for Satyam Ramlal. Congratulations to you. You're the new record holder in Southern Sports Premier League history.
Yeah, so that's an excellent effort by him. Wicket number 38, is it, Vidya?
Yeah, that's right. 38 he got. And look at this again. This deserves... You can watch this over and over. Every time you look at it, it looks even better. He's true his delivery strike. Look at that. That ball, I think, was past him when he got his hand across to take the catch.
Definitely past him, and he stuck that left hand out, cushioned it with the left hand, and actually parried it with the left hand a bit. But before it got away from him, the right hand came just to close the deal, and a lovely, lovely attempt. 75 for 4. Another quick wicket here. Who knows?
Yeah, that could make it very, very interesting indeed. A 20-run partnership there between Dave Narine and Dave Narine. Well, interestingly, here's Neil Johnson coming in. Not the Neil Johnson who played for Zimbabwe at the World Cup. Not that one. That would have been something. He was a great player.
Yes, he was. Top all-rounder. So let's see what happened here now. Should be attacking. He's going to strengthen the offside for the left-hander. So there's a backward point in place, squarish cover, extra cover. Long off goes right back, and he has now brought fine leg down to a short third man. 5 on the off. So let's see how he goes. Down the leg side, should be signal wide. And the keeper is standing back.
Yeah, he seems to approach the wicket like an off spinner, but then suddenly it's a very fast arm action. He's really classified himself as a medium pacer. Yeah, he just keeps it simple, just attacks the wicket, and lets the batsman make the mistake. Premchand does well to get in the way of that one this time.
Premchand, very recognizable out there. The Rastafarian Premchand with a red shoe. That's a sensible batting by Johnson. He's off and running. They're looking for the extra. It's not there.
Neil Johnson would have been, I think he was born in South Africa, wasn't he? And went on to play for Zimbabwe.
So many of their cricketers are from South Africa. Now, remember Zimbabwe back in the day was called Rhodesia. And they did produce some good cricketers even back then. Derek Pringle, who ended up playing for England, was from there.
Tony Greig, I think, was born in Rhodesia. When when it was called Rhodesia, that is. Yeah, just to confirm, Neil Johnson was actually, correction there, he was born in Harare. It was called Salisbury back then.
Similar to what you see happening in India at the moment. They haven't renamed the nation, but they've renamed every major city. Chennai, who would have been in the finals today, and had it not been rained off, they will play tomorrow, as you said before. It was actually Madras.
Yeah, that's right. And had a lecturer at the University of the West Indies when those name changes happened around 1996 or so. And his response to it was, well, when a government is doing nothing for its people, changing a name does make it look at it as if it is.
Yes.
He felt it was just cosmetic.
Yeah, I couldn't understand it. I couldn't really understand the name. It would have been costly as well, Vidya.
Yeah, it's certainly, because you have to change all those government documents. But I think the reason was nationalistic spirit, changing from the old colonial names back to the original names of the cities. And that was the thinking behind it.
So the Mumbai Indians would have been the Bombay Indians. So Bangalore, as it is now, would have been Bangalore. That has stayed.
Well, Royal Challengers Bengaluru doesn't sound quite as impressive, does it?
So they've kept that.
Yeah. What's in the name, said the great bard. A rose by any other name would still smell as sweet.
Yes.
He once wrote.
I'm sure you were told that by Anil Akan.
Yes, of course.
So 79 for 4, just 21 away from victory. Make that 20.
Yeah, chipping away well here, and you haven't seen the level of fight from the exclusive as we hope to have seen. The wickets have fallen fairly regularly here, but not enough pressure from the fielders. Well, this one's going to run close to the boundary here. They will get a couple, and just two. The quality of the fielding from both sides has not been exceptional. But I have to say, the quality of the catching has been very, very good. Only one catch has actually gone down for the day. And that one was a very difficult one. And what was interesting about it, Ramisau took that catch, dived to his left full length to take one, and then to his stronger right hand, dived to his right and dropped that one. But he had to come off the field immediately. Seemed to have done some damage to his finger. He never came back on.
So here's Ryan Udit bowling, and he's hasn't done a bad job, but he's bowling very, very, very slow, and it's hard to get him away when he bowls like that. Soft hands, gets one.
Yeah, I really do think that Udit is playing with an injury. Every now and again he just seems to touch that hamstring, and we see him decline to dive at a couple of deliveries already. So I really feel that these sides don't have an enormous number of reserves. So some of these guys have to play no matter what, even though they are injured. That's cut away well. Just going to be one. Well, they go back for the second run, chancing the arm. And that could be out. No. Gets back in safely, says umpire Ramsaran. And the man from Hard Bargain, Sisters Road Hard Bargain. I'm sure you've been there, Vinod.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has said that is not out. And another one of those umpires who would he actually worked at the NSL League. I'm sure you're familiar with that, Vinod.
Yep.
Worked at the NL League for 17 years before coming across to this league, and I think he's already racked up another 17 years here.
Wow. Nationwide Sports League. It's President Lincoln Passad.
That's right.
Yes.
Also involved in all fours, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Lincoln Passad.
Yes.
Had a few conversations with him. Quite an affable gentleman.
Yes, of course.
Just 15 away now, the Fyzabad Elite after 13 overs here. And this should be the victory celebration, I'm sure, will be starting already in the stands. Well, maybe the last roll of the dice here perhaps were the exclusive. They brought their captain back on. Didn't have an exceptional time with the ball earlier. What can he do? Can he prize out a couple of wickets? Send some alarms through this Fyzabad Elite team. Well, they will be celebrating at Sanderson Park tonight, I'm sure. So you're familiar with Sanderson Park in Fyzabad?
Is that named after Arthur Sanderson?
That's right. That's right.
Right.
Former representative of that area during the NER time, if I remember correctly. Daniel Ryan has done a good job here, keeping things ticking along nicely. 14 off 11 deliveries.
So it's Prem Chand is going to come back. He'll have to do something extraordinary here.
I'm sure he's taken a long time to grow those dreads. So let's see what he's going to do here. Maybe a few slower ones in to mess up the timing of Daniel Ryan and Johnson. Yeah, he has switched across to the for the off spin. Oh, Rapkison took that one flush on the left foot. Yep.
Funny thing is that when Prem Chand focuses and gets ready to bowl, he flips the ball as if he's coming with a leg spinner. Look at him. And then when he approaches, he bowls off spin.
Yeah.
So that's his thing.
Yeah, he does flick it like a leg spinner. Well, we have seen a couple of off spinners throw in a leg break every now and again. They don't exactly stick to the script, do they? Well, the devil's number is up, as they call it in Australia. 87 now for 4. Just 13 away from victory here for the Fyzabad Elite. Oh, that was close. That was close. Off the boot of the keeper. And that was as close as he has come so far. Prem Chand to taking a wicket. Oh, that one. Just passing the edge of that zing stump. Ramkissoon has a chase on here. They should get a couple. They could get 3 here.
Who's going to run that? It's pretty humid today. So I think they're probably starting to gather around the Butler statue in Fyzabad in preparations for this victory video.
Yeah, they certainly will celebrate here, the Fyzabad Elite. Yeah, that should be 1 at least. They won't go for the second run. Well, that's why, because he has a very good throw from the outfield. That is Passad. Correction. Is that Passad? That is Budu, in fact, is out there. Oh, that could be caught, yes. Flicks that away straight to the fielder, and Prem Chand has broken through, but it's 9 runs still needed, and the horse has already bolted here. Johnson's gone, caught 4-5.
Yeah, just a consolation wicket if you ask me. Prem Chand has been costly before. Yeah, just tying his bootlaces there on that occasion, taking the wicket. So it's 5 down. They'll need to get another 5 before they can get 9 runs. I can't see that happening.
Yeah, so just 9 runs to go here, and with the 5 wickets in, well, this should be fairly easy here for the Fyzabad exclusive. They've now brought in Stefan Ramsing, who is in. And I'm not sure if you were, I know you were on your way during this time, but there are actually 3 number 26s for the Fyzabad Elite. No exaggeration. Stefan Ramsing, Sherwin Lachman, and Anderson Ramkisoon all have the number 26.
I think they've missed the point of why numbers are on their clothing. It's there so that they could be recognized. It's there for the commentators to recognize them easily. It's even there for spectators who are sitting far away to probably recognize them as well.
Yeah. Well, I suspect foul play, if you catch my drift, if you're a
Yes.
playway
Yes.
punter.
So it's going to be Ramsing to have strike. In fact, it's Deonarai. He's on 19. He's batted well.
Yeah, he certainly has, Darren Ryan. He's just one short of the top score of Mansour. And Darren Ryan, this is A. Darren Ryan and Desh Darren Ryan. Didn't pick up any wickets. But it's going to be a tough ask here to see who really gets this Player of the Match award. But right now, Mansour is the man who should get it. We'll get one. Yeah, Mansour 3 for 11 and he took his wickets at a critical time. Then came out and gave Fyzabad Elite a very bright start with his 20. So right now, that's the man who really could go on to win this one.
Judging from what we've seen, I think he will definitely get that Player of the Match award. I remember this league in its early stages being played at Guagara Park. And I think the player of the series got a car.
Wow.
A Nissan Tida.
I take it. Ramsing still not off the mark here. 92 for 5. Darren Ryan on 20s. Now equal with the top score of the innings here. Udit has done a tidy job so far. Ooh. Well, he almost got the batsman coming down the track to try to attack him here. But there really is no need for that for the Fyzabad Elite. They're just 8 runs away from victory. Oh, he's bowled them. Udit has a wicket. 6 down now, the Fyzabad Elite. And they've now lost 2 wickets in the space of 1 run being added. Well, is there a sting in the tail here? And Udit is the man. Look at this. Just played all round that and lost his middle stump.
Yeah, exaggerated forward defense, but for what? Well. Are we about to see something very, very special and not VVS Lachman?
Well, it could happen. That's 2 wickets down now. They were 91 for 4. They're now 92 for 6. So as the old saying goes, add a couple of wickets to the score and then you see where you really are.
You add 2 to this and there's still a chance.
Oh, that's played all round it. And you can see that they don't believe they can win this. Look, there's no reaction from Udit. It's almost as though he's walking back to the top of this mark, just ready to bowl the next one. Well, that was one number 26 out. This is the other number 26. But this is Stefan. This is Stefan Ramsing. Who was the last one? It was, in fact...
See, and this is my point. It creates confusion.
All sorts of confusion now.
Yep.
So that, I believe, was Ramkisoon, Anderson Ramkisoon. Correction there.
So when you play a lovely cover shot, a cover drive, and the commentators describe it and praise someone else, but it was you, then you understand the value of playing the fool with numbers.
Yeah, it does. That actually happened to me in a game, Trinidad and Tobago vs. Guyana, 2008. A very young Darren Bravo was batting with a guy called Brian Charles Lara. And Bravo hit a cover drive for 4, and I thought it was Lara. And I mean, you could excuse me, because Bravo looked like the carbon copy of Lara.
Yes.
In those days. Now you see him now, he's Darren Bravo.
Yes.
But he was a carbon copy of Lara in those days. I couldn't tell the difference. Cut away. This might go for 4. There's a long chase on here. This could take them within a couple runs. Oh, he can't get it. That's 4. Yeah, a boundary there for the Fyzabad Elite. And they're just one hit away from victory now, Mr. Mamchan.
Yeah, that was always going to be very difficult to come back from that position. But that was a bad delivery, though, from Premchand. It was short and wide. I think anyone could have played a cut shot for 4. Even Jason Passado, the director, could have struck that for 4. He might have struck it for 6.
Bit wide. Umpire had decided not to play that one away. In fact, I'll tell you, that situation with Lara and Brian and Darren Bravo. Darren Bravo was looking more like Brian Lara than Brian Lara was that day, I'll tell you. Because he was looking like Lara in his prime. But Brian Lara was a 30-something-year-old Lara at that point. He was about 36 or 37. Also, he was suffering from a shoulder injury. There was a strapping. There was a picture I took of him. I remember. This one flicked away. This could be the winning runs here. Will that get to the boundary? Yes, it is. There is victory for the Fyzabad Elite. And they've won this match by 4 wickets. Congratulations to the Fyzabad Elite. And they have finished winners here in the best of the rest final. Congratulations to them. And it's that man, Andesh Devnarayan, that brings the game home. And the Fyzabad Elite have won it here.
Yeah, 2 boundaries. And Premchand would not be happy with his bowling today. 1 for 35 in a target of 100, where they even took 3 wickets. So, as you said, Vidya Mansoor, our system generates it, but we don't have the final say. But Mansoor is the man of the match, according to what we have here. 3 for 11, and he had 20 of 20 deliveries.
Yeah, a good performance from him, and his wickets, even his wickets alone would have won him that Player of the Match award, because they came at a critical time. And when he took those 3 wickets, the exclusive team was 74 for 4. They collapsed during that period to 79 for 7. So 3 wickets going down for 5 runs during his spell. So he certainly would deserve that award. Of course, that is up to the adjudicators.
But congratulations to Fyzabad Elite. It shows that Fyzabad is an elite place. They've won this title, and they are the best of the rest champions, winning by 4 wickets.
So congratulations to Fyzabad Elite. Just to run through how the game would have progressed. Exclusive made 99 all out in 18.5 overs. Top score of Nicholas Premchand 39. 3 bowlers taking 3 wickets apiece. Devnarayan 3 for 7, Mansoor 3 for 11, and Shane Lachman 3 for 18. Fyzabad Elite getting home with Andesh Devnarayan scoring 28 and Mansoor getting 20. So congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations to Fyzabad, and of course, stay with us. We will be back shortly for the other finals, and after today, we still have 2 finals in the Southern League to bring to you. So stay with us. Thanks for being with us. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
want to do better? Well, say passa easy person. Easy person. Letak.
Welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for coverage of the T20 final here put on by the Southern Sports Premier League. It's HYO versus La Fortune. I'm Vidya Ramphal with the commentary for this one. Special welcome to you. Hope you were with us earlier. If you weren't, well, exclusive and Fyzabad Elite clashing in the best of the rest final. Fyzabad Elite winning that one by 4 wickets in the end and celebrating victory there. As for the HYO team, they've beaten La Fortune in their most recent match, but La Fortune beat them in the first match of the season, so they are tied at 1-1, so to speak, and they will be looking to exact some revenge here. HYO, just a one defeat for the season, and it is going to be the HYO team that will be batting first. La Fortune won the toss, and their captain, the celebrated cricketer and footballer for Naparima College, Javed Mohammed, he decided to put them into bat. So here we are with the start of the game, and it will be Javed Mohammed. He'll be opening the bowling, and he'll be bowling to Avin Bisundat. Bisundat, the left-hander, facing up to Mohammed, who had a pretty good time in the final. The team from La Fortune, which is from the Woodland area, they defeated Rochard Road in the 30-over final, winning that game a couple weeks ago. And a big victory for them. They won that game pretty comfortably in the end by 35 runs. So Mohammed, as he likes to, will start from the southern end of the ground. And as you can see on his back, 5 squared. He said he didn't want an ordinary number. He played football. He doesn't like the number 10s or the number 20s or those famous numbers. So he's decided to go for something a little different. 5 squared, he says. So it's going to be Bisundat to face up to Mohammed to start off here. That's going to go wide off the man at short third man, and that races away for a boundary to start off here. Just a bit of width there for Mohammed, and the third man very, very fine, and it defeated him away to his left, maybe a couple of meters to his left, and that would have come straight to him. Just playing away from his body, would have carried to perhaps a third slip or so. Once it got away from the man at short third man, it was always going to be a boundary of the first ball here. So good start for Avin Bisundat. And at the other end, Ravindra Rampasad is at the other end with him. Nice drive, good stop. They will get the single, and that's all there will be. So Bisundat up to 5 of his 2 deliveries. And Ravindra Rampasad is the man at the other end. So if there's anything to judge, well, the pitch conditions, let's just tell you a little bit about that. This pitch was the one used for the first week of the Trinidad T20 Festival, which concluded last night. Exciting fashion. Central Sports defeating Powergen in the finals, and the Marching Patriots beating the Premier League Under-19 team, and both of them winning their titles in Premier 1 and Premier 2 respectively. Mohammed now looking to get a wicket early here to put the HYO team under some pressure. Oh, that's driven nicely, but there's a man at, not sweeping, but he's behind square and deep, so they will get 2 here. And pretty comfortably. There is a backward point and an extra cover in place, but that man was actually behind square on the offside, and certainly if he were in a cover position, that would have only been 1 run. They have made the adjustment now. The cover point has been pushed across to a backward point, so there are 2 backward points in place now as short third man. Right-handed Rampasad gets in behind that one nicely. So good start already for HYO, the name of the team, HYO, Hermitage Youth Organization. And if you are not from the south of Trinidad and you're struggling to figure out where that is, I'll tell you where Hermitage is in a moment. Good delivery, very good delivery by Javed Mohammed. And just getting that one outside the off stump. Also just away from the edge of Rampasad's bat. See how close he was to getting a touch on this. Oh, that was a brilliant delivery by Mohammed. That one straightened up on him. Didn't take the edge, didn't clip the stumps. That was as close as it was. Driven nicely. Now the man is in front of square, and is only going to get 1. Now, if the the sweeper on the boundary had been in the original position, which was at a deep backward point, that would have been 4. So the adjustment has saved them 3 runs in this over. 8 without loss at the end of the first over. HYO after being asked to bat. So just in case you're wondering where Hermitage is, if you're coming from North Trinidad, after you pass the flyover at Claxton Bay, I'm assuming you know where Claxton Bay is, it's the next village across on the right-hand side. You'll see some houses. If you look to your right, coming down the highway at that point, it's just, there's not exactly a flyover, there's a bridge there, and you will see away to your right, there's a cricket ground. That's the Hermitage Cricket Ground. That's where this team is based. At least I'm told that's where I think it is, but the Hermitage Youth Organization, I'm being told, is different, slightly different. Jason Passad, who knows all, has told me he will relate to me the exact thing. So let's put a hold on that. But that's where Macaulay actually is. Correction, that's where Macaulay is. Hermitage is slightly different. So I'll get you the correct one. So here's the trump card for the team in the field, the Fortune. And Alvin Ramlogan, who had a brilliant game in that final, in that win. Ramlogan was the man who did all the business for them. Ramlogan taking 2 wickets and a brilliant catch in that final. Here he is, left arm orthodox. Cut away, just going to be 1. So it turns out that if you're not the only one who doesn't know where Hermitage is, well, I will join you there. So I've been told that's Macaulay, I was thinking. Or Macaulay, if you want to put it the way it is pronounced locally. And that's the place I think I was in fact describing. Hermitage Youth Organization was established in 1958, and it's a registered TTCB cricket club. Its focus is on the youth, as the name would suggest. So they are batting now. And boy, they have a very vibrant Facebook page. If you get a chance to check it out, they keep their fans up to date with everything that's happening. Here's Ramlogan to continue. Yeah, he is certainly going to test the ability of these batsmen. There's a sign of turn here for Ramlogan already. The finger spinner Ramlogan just getting a little bit of turn. That one straightened on the batsman. And that was a rather wild-looking swipe there by Bisundath, who's trying to get on top of the bowling early here. Oh, that's pulled away. That was a badly lined delivery, and that is hit over the square leg region for 6 runs. This one certainly is looking for that channel outside the off stump. Didn't get it there, and look where this one goes. It's just about pitching on the off stump, straightening, but it was too short, and that was the huge problem for him. And Bisundat needed no second invitation to smash that one away for 6 runs. So exactly the start that HYO would want. They're getting away to a good start already. Well, that one's played straight to the fielder. There's a chance of a run out. Mohammed took his time and took aim. Couldn't find the stumps. And Bisundat, who has started frenetically here, 11 off 6, almost was run out there. That one certainly stung the hands of the wicketkeeper for the HYO, for the La Fortune team. That one's high up into the air. There's a fielder coming in. Will he get there? He's just short.
No.
And again, they have to almost a chance at a run out there. Well, the umpire having a decision to make. He says not out. That's David Nansing, who we saw in the T20 festival over the last couple of weeks. That was an easy decision for him. 16 without loss after 2 overs. So David Nansing and Balkaran Budram, your 2 umpires today. Mr. Budram standing at the position square of the wicket at the moment. And that will be Bisundat, who has done the bulwark so far for HYO, 12 of 5 deliveries. Let's see how he's going to go here. Mohammed, who would have played cricket and football for Naparima College, also played some college football. Player of the year, if I remember correctly, for the secondary schools football league, an outstanding player in his day. And a pretty good cricketer, as you possibly would have detected already if you hadn't seen him in that win full of fortune. Got 27 in their match, and also took a couple of wickets in that win over Rochard Road. So he possibly winning the man of the match. He deserved it indeed, and there was a nice bat on display for the man of the match award. And as that player of the match, Javed Mohammed would have, I'm sure he's started knocking in that bat already. He's had some time. Well, that's driven beautifully. That could be 4. Oh, that's a lovely diving stop. Oh, he just pulled it back onto the ropes, and that's 4 runs. Well, it was initially looked like an exceptional stop there by Ramkisoon on the boundary, but I think his trailing hand may have pulled it back over the rope, unless there was actually some backspin on it. There's the ball flying away to the boundary, and yeah, he wasn't quite able to stop the forward motion of the ball. Got a good left hand on it, but it just continued its momentum and got over the line. Unfortunately there for Kiran Kisundat, Ramkisoon, correction, that one is 4. So Ramprasad and Bisundat already chalking up 20 runs off the first 18 deliveries. Nothing wrong with that at all. It is a good start. These 2 teams are, as I mentioned, they've won 1 match against each other for the season. So this is very much a decider in so many ways. A lot of bragging rights will be decided today. Both captains have great respect for each other's team, Javed Mohammed and Keegan Jagisar. Both of them talking up the chances of the opposition and saying if this is minor league cricket, standard is very high. Certainly in that last game, exclusive visit Fyzabad Elite, team 16 and 17, the standard of catching was pretty good. They get the single eventually. Scurrying away, there was Ramprasad to get his 9th run. Bisundat is on 12. So the start of what could be an exciting partnership between these 2 HYO batsmen. Oh, he's hit that. Has he got enough on that, though? It's going to beat the fielder. Will that go all the way? Oh, it's just dropped in front of the ropes, and it stayed right where it was. Unfortunately for the batsman, hit that pretty well. But that's where you have to hit it with a driver, not the 9-iron. That one just dropped and stayed right where it was. 24 after the first 3 overs, and 8 runs coming off each of the first 3 overs so far. So this is a very good start here from HYO. And if there's anything to judge from the last game, the exclusive team got 39 for 1 in the power play. I think HYO on track here to exceed that. So it's going to be Ram Logan to continue here. Gets that straight. This could be caught. The fielder's getting under it and takes the catch. Jamal Mohammed takes it. And that is the fall of the first wicket. And Rampasad is gone. He is out for 9. That's the first wicket down for HYO. And look at this. Left arm round the wicket. Not quite there for the drive. Went through, tried to play through the line and got it very high on the bat. And Jamal Mohammed did the rest. So 24 now for 1. The fall of the first wicket. HYO have lost Ram Prasad for 9. So many times through this season, Alvin Ram Logan has been the one to do the work for the La Fortune team, and once again, he has done the business for them. Striding to the crease now, looking like a gunslinger with a bat in his hand, is Keegan Jagesa, the captain of the HYO team. Right, he just, based on the way he walked in, you know he means business. Often you see batsmen walk in and you can tell from the body language that they're not really up for it. Well, Keegan Jagesa certainly does. And if his walk in is anything to judge, might be in for an exciting time here. At least he's going to put in his level best to get his team up to a winning total here.
Batsman.
So 24 for 1 HYO. And Jagesa, let's see what he has to offer here. Left-hander, number 6 on his back. And Ram Logan will be well aware that if he can take down the captain of the HYO team, that would be an important psychological blow for his side in the early part of this contest. They've already struck one blow. A second one now would certainly send a lot of shivers down the spines of the batsmen who are in the hutch waiting to come in. Oh, that wasn't far away. Fooled him with that one. He's getting the ball to turn into the batsman. And Ram Logan is a wily customer. Took an exceptional catch to end off the final in the early part of this month. Cued a lot of celebrations in the stands. Jabs that down. There could be a chance at a run out at the non-striker's end. Bisundat got back. That was another great stop there. And it's the captain, Javed Mohammed, who made the stop. Nice diving stop. Played as a defender, but tell you what, he looked more like a goalkeeper there, diving to make the stop. Oh, that's a no ball. That one, if you're wondering why that's not a wide, that one pitched off the track. And that's the call from the umpire. I'd love to see that again. And it is going to be a free hit, so this is going to be interesting. Let's see if that call was correct. Did that ball actually pitch off? Now look at the tram lines on the extreme right of your picture. Let's see if they did in fact drop off the pitch. Yep, that's a good call. Very good call by the umpire. And that is a no ball. Free hit. Yup, and he's hit that well. This could be caught. It's not going to count. No, it's gone all the way for 6 runs. Jamal Mohammed was coming across, and even if he had been in position, I doubt he would have caught that. That was significantly over his head. And that is the best they could have gotten there out of the free hit, and Keegan Jagesa smashing that one away for 6 runs. That's great batting from him. That certainly is the start that he wanted. Is that going to fire up this HYO team? Free hit, you have seen teams pick up and with that little spark, go on from there. Not too much on that. Jagesa played it a bit too late. Well, too early, I should say. A little bit later, and he could have gotten now behind square. One fielder on the boundary on the offside, and he is at a deep cover position. Javed Mohammed is at long on. That's a nice looking, elegant shot there by Jagesa. And he moves on by 1-7. So very early in the piece here, and the scoring rate continues to fly up. After 4 overs, it is 32 for 1. Certainly a lot of camaraderie, good camaraderie between the two teams. The two captains, Mohammed and Jagisar, know each other well. And they had a bit of a chuckle as they were doing the toss. And in fact, when Mohammed won the toss, he asked his opposite number, Jagisar, what would you like to do? And he, of course, Jagisar said, listen, you won the toss, you tell me. And he said, listen, why don't you have a bat? And as they exchanged hands, he said, listen, Keegan, we will smile with each other after the match. And that is certainly the way sports should be played. You can be the biggest of rivals on the field, whether it's a cricket field, a tennis court, the football field, whatever it is. But when you come off the field, it should definitely be picking up those that sense of camaraderie once again. There's going to be a change at the southern end of the ground. After 4 overs, Javed Mohammed bowling 2 for Ram Logan. It's now going to be Akido Joseph to continue the attack. Tall fast bowler from the southern end. Well, that's a wide, despite the line delivery from Joseph. Perhaps just getting the wrist a little bit wrong, down the leg side. That's well taken by the keeper. And it was heading down the leg side quickly. That's Rajendra Siu. Driven nicely past the fielder. Couple of runs here for the HYO team. Might be more. Oh, well, that's going to be interesting viewing here, because was the fielder over the rope when he touched the ball back in? I'm not sure if he's given. What's the signal here? It is, well, the umpire has settled for 2. This is going to be very interesting to look at. Here is, he gets the boot on it. He's over the rope here. And, well, that's very, very close. But I think the trailing leg was in the air as he touched the ball. So that should be all right. The other foot was clearly on the field. So I guess that's a good decision. Just 2 runs. We'll get 1. That's a good bit of fielding by Mohammed. Jamal this time doing the fielding. And got the right boot out to make the stop initially, and then made the stop. And this is the Southern Sports Premier League T20 final, HYO versus La Fortune. Last night we saw the Marching Patriots become champions for the 3rd time this season. And we also saw Central Sports lift the title. And I'm very, very happy to welcome to the microphone now the winning coach of the Central Sports team, Anil Lakan, slips in beside me. This one's driven out to the field. It's just going to be a dot ball here as that one is brought here. Now, congratulations again, Anil Lakan. And you've had some rest. I think you've been asleep since, what time did you go to sleep last night?
Well, actually, I got home after 2 this morning. Video.
Celebrated long and hard, did you?
Yeah, it was a moment to save, I must admit. And, thank you guys, very much, for your continued support.
This one's hit beautifully straight. 1 bounce. Will that get to the rope, though? It's slowed up significantly here. And they're just going to get 1. That's not great running here from the HYO batsman. And Keegan Jagisar is asking Bisundat, what's wrong with you? We only got 1. That should have been at least 3.
Yeah, Keegan Jagisar, one of the stalwarts of this domestic Southern Sports League. He has been a bully for many, many years, and it's no surprise to me, Vidya. We've seen the likes of Keegan Jagisar, Avin Bisundad. These guys have been playing at the Southern Sports level and have been very dominant indeed.
I'm going to ask you exactly, because I was having some trouble figuring out where HYO is based. This one's played, and well, the short third man was in. and they didn't want to run anything to the arm of Nishal Gayadin. Where is it based exactly? Because I was having some trouble figuring out where exactly HYO is based.
All right, so Hermitage is basically, if you're coming from San Fernando, you reach the Palmas, where the Palmas Park is, video. You turn right into Palmas Park and you just drive down possibly 5 minutes or so, and you enter Hermitage Village.
Right, I had it wrong. You see, I was thinking it's more like about 10 kilometers away from that, going up the highway.
But I must admit, the HYO community, is very well acquainted with, having been part of the National 2 League many moons ago with the Donald brothers, Jacob brothers, Donald Jacob, and these guys, who really set the template for that cricketing, legacy that they've left at HYO. I'm sure you would be very acquainted with the McLeods, Donald McLeod, Jacob
Yes,
McLeod.
Of course.
Right.
That goes without saying. The McLeod boys, well-known names back in the 80s, I would believe.
Yeah. Andrew McLeod, who migrated to Canada.
Yeah, HYO has been around for a long time. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, they were formed back in 1958. So the club celebrating a bit of an anniversary this year. I'm sure they will mark that anniversary in fine fashion. Here's Ramdani to continue here. Royal Ramdani, he's bowling from the northern end.
It's great to see the likes of Avin Bisundat, teaming up with this HYO setup.
Oh, has he dropped it? Yes, he has. That could have been a wicket again. So the catch being put down there. And I think it was Ganesh. That one went to Ganesh. Hit powerfully. Couldn't hold on. That would have been a big wicket because that's the captain of the HYO team.
Yeah, Keegan Jaggis, he's a very, very difficult customer indeed. You do not want to give him any opportunity to continue out in the middle.
Played well in front of him. Better line here from Ruel Ramdani.
So Vishal Ganesh, the culprit there at that mid-wicket position. Vishal Ganesh, a former student of St. Benedict's College, someone who I've had the opportunity to work with extensively at his youth level.
That's a good shot and should get a couple here. It's called for two. And Jaggis, that should have been two. It should have been two as soon as it left the bat, because the two fielders out there, Joseph is one of them. They had to converge on it, and Joseph actually misfielded. And so they should have completed two.
Well, what I suspected took place there, video, is the fact that Keegan Jaggis is not really trusting the judgment of Avin Bisundat at this stage.
Yeah, Bisundat has pulled out of a couple runs, so...
not the fittest of men out in the middle, I must admit. He's a big unit, Avin Bisundat.
Pulled away, could that carry to the field? It's over his head, and this could run away for a boundary here. That was over the head of Gayadin, who had no chance to take that, and that is a boundary. Yeah, badly lined delivery this time by Ramdani, and yeah, we were talking about him during that 30-over final. Very unusual in that he does the double arm motion.
And I must admit too, Vidya, with that double arm action, it can put you off as a batter as well.
It certainly has put off, I'm sure, quite a few. And interestingly, when he comes with that double arm, initially it looks like he's going to bowl a slower back of the arm leg break, and then the second time round, his arm turns over. And you can watch it here and see. We saw him during the 30 over. We were trying to figure out what kind of slower ball he was going to bowl, and it's a very, very unusual action. So it starts off looking like a leg break, and then it goes the other way. And the thing is, it's also, yeah, his hand is moving around like a magician at the top as he's coming through. But it can also be difficult to control the ball with that sort of an action.
Yeah, definitely video. But Ramdani, to me, doesn't have the peace to really hustle these batters.
Pulled away, and that could go to the boundary. There's a fielder after it, and he gets there. Mohammed, that's Jamal Mohammed, and he's done some good work in the outfield already.
So Jamal Mohammed, one of the main batters in this La Fortune setup here. His brother, Javed Mohammed, would have represented both Trinidad and Tobago at football and cricket. As a matter of fact, his brother, Javed Mohammed, would have captained the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 football team.
Well, pulled away, 4 runs, no one out in the deep, and that was badly lined once again here from Ramdani, and that was given the treatment. Pulled in front of square for 4 runs. That's the end of the over, and at the end of it, the 50 is up here for HYO.
So Ramdani not having the pace, going into the wicket, that ball just sat up and being asked to hit away. And Avin Bisundat dealt with him very severely indeed, hitting that ball into the deep backward square boundary. And the score moves up to 50 for 1. Is it the end of the power play video?
Yeah, that's right. It's the end of the power play. And judging from the last 2 teams that played, their power plays, Exclusive got 39 for 1, and the Fyzabad Elite got 42 for 2. So this is better than what we've seen from the teams at this level. Just coming back to the Central Sports win, we got several angles of you last night on the broadcast, and you look worried all the way through. The only time I saw you smile was when the game ended.
Well, I am one of those individuals, I must admit. It's not done until it's dusted. And with the likes of Evan Lewis, you just never know, how it's going to go. But once we got rid of Evan, I thought that really signaled, better times for us, But I must commend my entire team, the manager, Mr. Richard Ramkisu, and all the players involved in the setup for, really a wonderful effort, We did ask for that, one last effort from the guys. And did they turn up last night video? It was what I would refer to as a clinical performance by all standards.
Certainly was. Here's Joseph to continue. And this is a different final, different level of play here. But it's going to be no less fierce between these 2 teams who, as I mentioned, they have split. They've beaten each other for the season already. 2 of the top teams in the competition. One finished top of Group A, the other top of Group B. It's a unique system in terms of the playoff. One defeated the other to get into the playoff and qualify for the final. So there's a fair amount of revenge on offer here. But there's great respect between the teams.
Well, I'll tell you what, video, they are neighbors in terms of community, so a lot of bragging rights is on offer here.
Cut straight into the ground and just took the sting out of the shot. Just one resulting. Yeah, so now I've figured out where HYO is. So that's excellent. So now I can actually tell people where it is.
So La Fortune, as they're commonly known, they're just about a minute away from the Laramie community.
Right. Driven nicely. This should be 1. And tell you what, Jagisa is looking very, very good here.
Well, he is a very competent player indeed, Vidya, having played at the national 1 level with TN Tech when they were playing at the national level. And from youth level up to the stage, he has been very prolific indeed, a very competent wicketkeeper indeed as well. So Keegan Jagisa, very key for this HYO batting unit.
Another one that's hit down to long off. So he's bowling pretty straight here, Joseph, which is, I'm sure his captain would be happy with that. Hitting straight, there is protection for him at long off and long on.
So while all that has happened, Vidya, this partnership is now worth 30 from 22 deliveries, going at more than a run and ball, and that's very, very interesting indeed.
And what's also good about it is equal scoring, so it's not that one of the partners is a laggard out there. Edged and dropped! Oh, they've dropped him again. That's the 2nd time that Jagisa has been dropped here. And that is Ravendra Siu dropping that one. He should have taken this. Now look at the position he's in at the start here. Never gets down. And, well, that has to happen. his hands are on his knees when the ball is delivered, and only they come together only after the ball is bowled,
But
and suddenly he has to readjust. It's never going to work that way.
it's never going to work because there's absolutely no footwork. So what you would expect is that the left leg is supposed to be going across, and the hands following with his eyes in line. That didn't happen. Basically, he was just throwing his hands at the ball with the possibility of, hoping that it got stuck. So fortune favors the brave here, HYO versus La Fortune. A very spicy contest indeed here. You are looking at the T20 final in the Southern Sports T20 final here, right here at the Brown Cricket Academy. And just coming back to that victory last night, with my team, Central Sports Video. It's been a long season. It's been a very tough one indeed. We've had the near miss in terms of losing agonizingly close to Queen's Park in the semi-final of the 50-over contest. And, when you have someone like in the likes of Roshan Primus, Avidia, he's one that I would refer to as being, the ultimate professional. The manner in which he prepares himself on and off the field is something, that a lot of youngsters could learn from.
Yeah, the man Optimus Prime, I think they call him.
Well, we call him Prime Time.
Prime Time. Yeah, he certainly did have a big impact on that final. He was named Player of the Series also. And who's going to be the Player of the Series here in this Southern Sports Premier League T20 final, HYO versus La Fortune? So far, Jagisar's rode his luck here, 15 off 16, dropped twice.
But it's going to be Nishal Gayadi, the left-arm orthodox spinner.
Yeah, he is. Ooh, that one went between the legs of the keeper, and once again, we're seeing, this is why the starting position of the keeper, you really have to start with your hands together, because it does not help when your hands are apart. They come together and then suddenly have to
expand.
Yeah, to expand. Doesn't help at all. Now look at the position he's starting from here, Sue. Look where the hands are. They aren't even open to accept the ball coming this way. Now he gets in to the correct position.
And I tell you what, Vidya, and that's why this league is being referred to as minor league.
Oh, that is going to be close. He's gotten him. And that is a run out of Bisundat. He was up to 27. He was getting the scoring done. And they've gone for the second run. Was that second run on? Now, it wasn't Chagisar's call. This was Bisundat's call. And look at the man coming in. That is Mohammed again. And here's the throw. And Bisundat is struggling at this point. Yep, I think he look at that. The bat is still in the air. He is gone for all money.
But good work by the wicketkeeper, who is now, referring to some of his flaws in terms of the wicketkeeper. But getting the job done there is the wicketkeeper. See you there, affecting a very important run out there and getting rid of the dangerous having Bisundat. This young man, Bisundat, has known in the past to be very destructive indeed. And I'm sure the La Fortune team, they would be very, very happy to see the back of Arvind Bisundat.
Well, now I think that it's a case of deja vu for the La Fortune team, because when they played against Roshad Road, they would have come up against Azruddin Mohammed. And number 5 is listed as Azruddin Mohammed.
Well, just to take you back a bit, Vidya, these guys and them do ply their trade for different clubs. Because of the nature of this tournament, some of these guys are allowed to play like 2 different formats to different teams. So you'll find from time to time, guys are, moonlighting with different teams, in this competition. And that's why this Southern Sports competition is so unique in nature.
Yeah, it is unique in terms of its format. So Azruddin Mohammed, who would have played in the final earlier this month against La Fortune, is now here representing HYU against the very same team. So let's hope he's a bit luckier this time. Only got 5 in the last final. And the brother of Jason Mohammed, of course.
Yeah, he's a no-nonsense batter, is Azruddin Mohammed. Very exciting guy off the field. Full of energy.
Well, that sounds like his brother. Oh, that takes the edge, flying away. Down to short third man, that is a good stop. And that is the indefatigable figure of Ram Logan to make the stop there. And certainly Jason Mohammed was the captain of the Power Gen team you came up against yesterday. And certainly his dismissal also was a big turning point in the game.
Well, he has been very prolific. He has been the kingpin of that Power Gen Sports Club batting lineup. And to see the back of him, you know, early on in the piece video would have really given us a lot of confidence indeed. But I must admit, Riyad Emrit bowled one of those special, you know, he had a special bowling performance last night.
Gayadeen just putting that one down the leg side. And that's well played by Jagisar to pick up his 16th run. Yeah, that was a great spell by Riyad Mohammed, picking up 4 wickets. And those 3 wickets certainly broke the resistance of the Power Gen team. And he picked up some big wickets there.
Yeah, by getting rid of the dangerous Cephas Cooper, who was going like a train at that stage, you know, it really did help us to put the skids on the scoring. But Evan Lewis, I mean, he's really a quality performer at all levels with you.
Yeah, especially when he comes down to this level, you really see how good he is. He just seems to be batting on a different pitch altogether. Here's Gayadeen to continue. Oh, that's a lovely ball. That is great. Now he's getting a lot of turn here, Gayadeen, and he's a finger spinner. That's the interesting thing. He's getting a lot of turn. But just to tell you that the 8th over has come to an end, 59 for 2. And we noticed today, during the competition that was just completed, we've been talking about it. We didn't see much turn. Now, as those green spots on the pitch have started to dry up, now we're starting to see the ball turn a lot.
Well, it's interesting that the ball is spinning video because there's absolutely no footmarks for the bowlers to work with. So this guy, Nishal Gayadeen, he must have something very special about him in terms of his ability and the rotation. You know, he's giving that ball quite a rip, you know, when it releases his arm.
Well, in the last game also, sorry to cut across you there, Anil, one of the bowlers for the exclusive team, Ramkisoon, bowled a delivery that pitched outside the leg stump and missed the off stump. That's hit well. There's a fielder out to the boundary. There's going to be 1. Yeah, it was a ball that turned. It was exceptional turn. It just fizzed through. And I tell you what, most batsmen would not have laid a glove on that.
Well, you will expect that now. This pitch has done a lot of work video in the last 2 weeks or so with the T20 festival on. And it doesn't surprise me one bit that, you know, the spinners getting some rotation there out in the middle.
Yeah, it's been roughed up a lot, taken a lot of punches, and now has offered up some spin as it's tired. Oh, that's a past the bowler. Maybe could have done a little bit better off his own bowling to make the stop. And younger brother of Jason Mohammed, Azruddin, named after, of course, I'm sure, after the great Indian cricketer Mohammed Azharuddin.
Yeah, what a player he was in his time.
I had the pleasure of actually seeing him bat live at the Queen's Park Oval. He was very, very pretty as a batsman on the eye. This one's a lovely on drive here by Jagisar. It's going to get 1.
And I tell you what, it's very important for Laramine, La Fortune Sports to get rid of Keegan Jagisar because he could be the difference between both these sides here tonight.
Well, they've had 2 chances already, and both have been put down. One at the mid-wicket position. The keeper put down the other one. But the keeper making slight amends by good run out to get the 2nd wicket. Bisundat run out for 27. Oh, that struck him on the pad. Umpire Nansing. Oh, this could be interesting if he doesn't get back. He does. Gayadeen couldn't find the stumps at the keeper's end, but let's see how close was this.
Wow, that was very, very close indeed, Vidya. Possibly just going down with the angle. With the ball just have about 4 feet to travel, it may just have missed the leg stump there. But, you know, it's one that would have given the umpire something to think about.
He turned it down pretty quickly, umpire Nansing. And that's a lovely pickup there behind square by Mohammed for 4 runs. I tell you what, I've seen his brother play that shot, and I had shivers there seeing that shot played by Azruddin Mohammed.
Yeah, it's a replica copy of Jason Mohammed there, just pivoting on one leg and caressing that ball through that backward square position and into the boundary she goes. So Azruddin Mohammed really replicating his brother there, Jason Mohammed. What a splendid strike indeed there, video.
Yeah, that was exceptional. And Jason is 36 now. Would you believe that Jason Mohammed is 36 already? He was just seems like just the other day he's broke into the side as an 18-year-old. But he's been around for a long time, a great servant of TNT cricket. Oh, that's hit beautifully. Can the player cut it off? No, he can't. That's hit as straight as an arrow all the way back past the bowler Joseph for 4 runs. And look at this. I'll tell you what, he's picked up another little trick from his brother here. That's hit beautifully.
Yeah, pitched up delivery from Joseph there. Mohammed just extending those levers and lifting it high and handsome over the bowler's head, and in goes the ball into the boundary. But this team does have a lot of batting indeed. You look at Kun Ramdeen, to come after. He has been a very prolific scorer at this level as well. And, one only wonders why it is this young man, Kun Ramdeen, has not taken the opportunity to really try and challenge himself to play at a much higher level.
Well, he might actually do that, but we never know the circumstances for these young players. It could be financial. It could be also the fact that he has a career that doesn't allow him to do it at that level. All of these things happen.
Well, most of these guys at the minor league level, work takes precedence over anything, video, and they only play when it's convenient to them on their off day or anything of that nature.
Yeah, certainly that is the case. Skydeen will continue here. And left arm got a lot of spin in the last over. Let's see what he can do here. Yeah, got some turn again. Jagisar was equal to it. And it really does, if you study the sociology of sport and the lack of conversion between players who have that, you study it in terms of the socio-economic status of a lot of these cricketers who don't make it at the higher level. There's a huge correlation within that, because simply you have to go out there, look to make a living, and you're not able to devote the time to your cricket. Cut away, just going to be 1. And you see it in other sports too.
Well, I'll tell you what, video. When you look at what has transpired this year in season 23 at the national league level, for the first time in Trinidad and Tobago, we've had the opportunity to play 3D cricket, and I could tell you the challenges that players had in terms of getting time off for a couple hours of work on a Friday to be part of that exercise.
That's right. Another 1 for Jagisar. He's pushing for 2 here. They're going back for the second. Can they get him out at the keeper's end? That is excellent running from Keegan Jagisar. Touchdown, and you always knew he was going to get 2 there, and that is very well run by the HYO men.
Yeah, Azruddin Mohammed, Jason's brother, he's very, very quick between the sticks.
Yeah, he certainly does look fit. Almost his brother is equally fit. This one's hit high into the air. Will this go all the way? Just in front of the fielder. Has gone for 4. Oh, my, you have to feel it for him. It pitched and spun viciously and went the other way. Now he's hitting across the line, so there's a fair amount of spin on this ball. And you're hitting across it, it drops, and look what happens. It drops and goes the other way behind the fielder. That can really make fielders look foolish out there, but certainly couldn't do much about that.
No, and totally defeated by that spin there at the last moment.
Yeah.
The fielder at that long on position.
He's getting just as much turn with his bowling. That's one of the issues that a lot of these cricketers faced, and very much Trinidad and Tobago still treating sport as a pastime. They don't see the professionalization and the need for it in many sports. Should get 1. They won't go for the second here. And as you mentioned that, we're still stuck, it seems, at times, Anil, at least in the opinion of some, in a colonial mentality where sportsmen like that aren't allowed the support at their work level. 10 overs gone, 79 for 2.
But I must admit, Vidya, is very sad indeed, because it does, when you allow, guys to go out and play, you are assisting that socio-economic situation at these with these guys and them, because sometimes it's their only means of survival, going out there and having to work extended hours, to provide for their family. So yes, I take it in good stead, but I honestly would love to see the powers that be of Vidya really start giving, situations, an injection of cash where, programs at the domestic level can be improved and create that level of support where they don't have to be at the mercy of some of these bosses at companies where they just don't care about the development of the human factor, that human resource factor. It's all about dollars and cents. And I honestly would really love to see, there's a paradigm shift where that is concerned.
Yeah, if at least, of course, you mentioned it would help the players to lift their it would help them to make some money, but the employer might retort and say, but I am giving you a chance to make a living at the other end. So that's the other side of the argument. And then when you go out to play, who's going to do the work in the business that you're employed in? So there are so many sides to that particular issue. That's driven away. This could go for 4. That was hit into the gap beautifully here by Jagisar. And tell you what, La Fortune Sports are feeling the effects of those 2 drop chances now. He is starting to blossom here.
Yeah, Keegan Jagisar pitched full toss and off stump. Keegan Jagisar, what a beauty there. Brilliant execution of that extra cover drive. Really nice poised position, very steady and very pleasing on the eyes as well. There's length into that ball and it's sped away into the boundary. But it's very ominous signs here for La Fortune Sports.
Certainly is. Again, Jagisar's driving this one. There's a play in the way this time and no run. And the other side to that debate we've been having about the economic side to it. When you look at the top level, you look at the top sportsmen in the world, what sort of background did they come from? Let's say in tennis, for instance, Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, Novak Djokovic, all of their parents were well off. That's well cut, but good stop there by Ram Logan to his left.
And this is where the socio-economic aspect of it does come into play, Vidya, because not every cricketer, have that luxury where, they could stay at home and just play cricket and they would be provided with each and every thing that they need from their parents or maybe from the family as a whole.
Yeah, some succeed in spite of not having that sort of support. Oh, that's hit well. Oh, he almost took out the bowler and the umpire in one fall swoop there. Joseph did well to get a foot to that. He might be feeling it tomorrow. And look at this. He nutmegged Joseph here with this shot. Look at this, between the legs and between the legs of the umpire. The double nutmeg here done by this man.
Joseph.
Well, that's hit beautifully. This could also go for 4. That's the second one pitched up. And he doesn't have the electric pace here, Joseph, to push the batsman back. And for the second time in the over, this one's driven in front of square for 4 runs through that extra cover region.
But compliments to Keegan Jagisar. He was off and running from the moment the word go, getting to that ball on the full. And once you meet it on the full, Vidya, and the timing is right, which we are seeing from Keegan Jagisar. He's in sublime form. He seems just to be batting on another track at this stage here at the Barala Cricket Academy. But compliments to him. He's really taking his team.
Calling for 2 here, and their 2 should be on. He's back. He's turning. The fieldsman just getting his hands to it. And he's already there. He might get a 3rd. Oh, that's not good here from La Fortune. Not good signs here from this La Fortune team. And the captain, Javed Mohammed, is going to have to get his team together. This is where the technical timeouts in that 11 that 10-over period really do help teams to galvanize support. During that recently concluded T20 festival, we did see teams turn things around from the 10-over mark. And as you know as a coach yourself, at that 10-over mark, you do get an opportunity to get a few words across. And that certainly can change, reframe the conversation for many of the players on your team.
One of the important things with that break video, what it does allow you is the opportunity to reassess what has transpired in the first 10 overs. And one of the things that we were able to do really well last night was to recalibrate the manner in which we executed Evan Lewis. So we recognize that Evan is one of those guys who plays that pull-up, that pick-up shot to the length deliveries. And, you know, with the likes of Riyad Emirates, and I must say a special good night as well to Lionel Simmons. You know, he's been a revelation around the Central Sports Group, not only from a playing perspective, but his knowledge is so vast. You know, you could learn so many things from, you know, Lionel Simmons. And last night was indeed, you know, lending a lot of support, you know, from the bench.
Yeah, we did see him sitting next to you and having a deep and animated conversation with you all the way through the night. Oh, that's gone. That's gone long. Could he be caught on the boundary here? Oh, that would have been an exceptional catch, but it's gone for 4. But really, you're going to have to ask some question marks here. The fielder came in and suddenly had to go back to the ropes. Well, how well did he judge this?
Well, again, it's that man, Vishal Ganesh, making a hash of that catch there. Having too much to do there at the end. But yeah. Keegan Jagis, he's really motoring along here now, giving his team a very good platform in which the likes of Kern Ramdeen and the others to follow to really, you know, press the accelerator at the back end of the innings.
Well, the fielder being adjusted a few paces to his right for this very shot. This one is leapt away. This could go for 4. Nobody's close enough to track it down. And all he just needed to do was get enough contact on it. And that is Jagisa moving up to 46. And that is the 100 up for the HYO team. Look at this, a nice clever shot. He knew where the space was, and he accessed it beautifully.
And you know, when you look back at what transpired in that T20 festival video, you know, as coaches we talk about matchup. You know, how do you match up? And really and truly, the left-arm orthodox spinner to the left-hander, it's really, you're asking for trouble. It's a no-no. You're asking for trouble.
That certainly did happen last night in the game. And here's more trouble coming in the form of Jagisa, who's nearing his 50. Just going to get one this time. That pivotal 13th over last night where the bowler was smacked away for
Joakim.
Joakim was the man. And certainly that's an over that it's going to take him a long time to get over.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Paulajan in our previous game during the group stage did not use him at all because we've got a proliferation of left-handers in our team. But one only, you know, wonders why it is the likes of Sharon Lewis wasn't playing last night as that extra seamer. Based on what transpired earlier on in the tournament, a lot of support for the seamers.
It's cut away, just going to be 1. Yeah, that certainly was a surprise. In fact, I was privileged to see a bit of exchange between Imran Khan and himself. Imran Khan saw Sharon Lewis in the elevator, and he said, "Are you playing today?" And Sharon said, "Well, if I was playing, I'd bowl you out for your team out for 60."
Well, I'm sure
going at it.
Well, I'm sure that conversation is going to continue at some stage.
It certainly will. It certainly will. Oh, that is a majestic shot for 6 runs. Well, if you're in the groundsman shed, look out, that one's on its way. And Gayadeen has been treated to a couple of big blows in this over. That's the best of them. That is the 50 up there for Jagisa.
Well, poor leadership from Jamal Mohammed here, Vidya, if you ask me. And I'll tell you why. Because one would have thought after 2 overs, Keegan Jagisa, you know, has gotten the best out of. And a loud appeal for leg before.
Yes, to go back. There also could be a run out at the non-striker's end, but Mohammed gets back there safely. Yeah, left armor against left armor, that's the matchup you want, but hasn't worked out again here. We saw it last night, we're seeing it here again tonight.
Well, while all that is happening, that partnership has progressed to 51 and very quick time indeed, Vidya. Both these players, Keegan Jagisa and Azaruddin Mohammed, really taking the breath out of this La Fortune bowling lineup here, taking them to the cleaners at this stage. Very important indeed that they continue to be patient, but more importantly, I honestly think that they do need a wicket at this stage here now.
Yeah, they certainly do need a wicket, and they need the wicket of Jagisa, who's on 53 of 35 balls. And you look back at those two drop chances. The first hit straight to him. It was hit powerfully for the fielder, but that really should have been taken. He dropped it. It was a little bit low as he was falling, maybe collapsing backwards rather than getting forward to the ball. That was grasped, and then the keeper, not a great bit of handling at the back there. Unfortunately, we have to say to Sue, you really should have taken that catch.
Yeah, it was what we would say it's a normal run-in-the-mill catch to the wicket keeper. But what has happened in that time as well, Keegan Jagisa has added 32 more runs when he was dropped at 21. So it's already costing this La Fortune team quite a big number in terms of the runs he's added to that total.
Yeah, it certainly has. Peter Grimes is now going to replace Joseph at the other end. Gave up 2 boundaries to extra cover in the last over. Just going to be 1 here. Mohammed has started to build a platform for him to exploit and play the big shots later on. And the good thing for Mohammed, sorry Anil, is that this is ideal for him. Jagisa is going very well, so he could play with him within himself, get himself in a position here where he's seeing the ball well and can exploit that later on.
Well, also as well, what Keegan Jagisa has done is really taken the pressure off Mohammed in this situation. So it's just allowing him the opportunity to get set. He's not just set yet, but with the manner in which Keegan Jagisa is batting, there's absolutely no need for Mohammed to do anything different at this stage.
Yeah, just needs to do stuff like that. Just get the ball down the ground, pick up the singles, and bring Jagisa back in. And I think he will fancy his chances here against Peter. Well, that was, in fact, Jagisa, but he will fancy his chances against Peter Grimes, who is not certainly the same pace as Joseph.
What Peter Grimes brings to his bowling video is the fact that he bowls a lot of slow balls, a lot of cutters. So if you're not to the pitch of the delivery, he could provide you with that sucker punch where you could possibly mistime the ball and spoon a catch up. Peter Grimes, a Guyanese national who has been living in Trinidad now maybe for 15 years or so. And I tell you what, Vidya, if Peter Grimes get off here tonight, it could be the Peter Grimes show because he's very destructive indeed.
Saw a bit of that in the 30 over final. That one's a bit low, just under the bat there. And Grimes got 26 in that 30 over final, which La Fortune won. And he was looking very dangerous. And we were thinking at one stage at 137 for 7 would not have been enough. They turned out to win by 35 runs. So they have a good bowling attack also. Well, they might get 2 here if they hustle for it. In fact, Jagisa is saying, nope, I'll stay for 1 here.
But what we've seen from this Brian Lara Cricket Academy pitch, at some stage, the ball tends to stop. Tonight, to me, it's still not the ideal batting conditions out in the middle, but Keegan Jagisa compliments to the La Fortune bowlers. They've really bowled in his arc, and that has really assisted him in the manner in which he has played. Once the ball is close to him, he's really unleashing those powerful drives.
I guess very full delivery there. Good bowling there by Grimes. And Grimes, he actually would have, before coming to Trinidad, would have played in the Berbice zone of Guyana Cricket Board. There's a Neelan Massey sponsored 40 over competition there. And they're I just saw a couple of stories online
Good over, buddy. Good
about
over,
him
buddy.
getting a lot of runs in that competition. No, more than useful cricketer here. Yeah, that's not what is required from Mohammed at this time. And certainly, we talked about what he has, a platform here to really play within himself, get himself in a position to play those big shots later on.
But I tell you what, Vidya, sometimes we don't see cricketing intelligence, and I'm just referring to situations where your partner at the other end, he's really motoring along. All you've got to do is to continue to play situational cricket, in that you just got to understand your role in the context of what's happening. Just get the single, there's acreage of space to knock the ball in, and just allow the likes of Keegan Jagisa to continue on his merry way. God forbid he leaves the scene, then it gives you the opportunity now as the next set batter to continue from where Keegan left off. So it's all about setting a platform. It's all about understanding your role in the remit of what your duties are.
Yeah, so he certainly has to get that right, and I'm sure that his captain Keegan will be telling him that now. And do you want a pen, I think he's saying?
No, he's asking what the score is.
Yeah, I understand that, but it won't look like I need a pen, I need an autograph. Would you like to have an autograph?
Yeah.
Maybe he is, well, he's channeling. Remember there was that bowler in the CPL who would take notes after every wicket he took?
Yeah, Keswick Williams?
Keswick Williams, that's right. Keswick Williams would pretend to take notes after he took a wicket and would tick off batsmen's names when he took a wicket.
Well,
and then when Chadwick Walton got after him,
and he rewrote the script.
he rewrote everything. Yeah, that was one of the great moments in the CPL, which, of course, will be starting at the end of August. And, I mean, that was exceptional theater there on the cricket field.
Yeah, so sometimes, things do come back to haunt you.
Yeah, so Ramdani is back on the attack here, the man with number 99 on his back. HYO 112 for 2. 13 overs gone. The projected score is in the region of 172 at the moment here. So fielders spread far and wide here. Can they take control of this innings? They need to get rid of Jagisa, but he is, outside of those two chances, he has looked exceptional out there at the moment. And can they get him out?
Well, I'm looking at the field that they've got at this time, Vidya, and to me it's not proving to be very fruitful for Ramdani.
Stripping that through the cover region in the air. Just going to be one. The call was for one, and that's all there will be. So that's good.
So there are 6 fielders stationed on the offside, okay? So what I would expect from Ramdani is to come around the wicket, bowl the ball into the pitch, and ask the likes of Keegan Jagisa to cut the ball. Don't give him any length delivery where he could extend those levers and, deposit you over the boundary. So just possibly a recalibration in terms of your length outside that line of the off stump. Just ask him to cut all evening until, you get rid of him.
Yeah, well, he is at the non-striker's end at the moment. And Azruddin Mohammed, 15 off 14. He would want to carry on here. Now he's faced enough deliveries to assess the conditions here well enough. Well, that was hit very powerfully indeed. Just going to be one. They're going back for the second. And they get there comfortably. That's good from Mohammed and Jagisa. Good run. Maybe just about 5 meters to the left of the fielder on the boundary. And they took those 2 runs well.
But important for the fielders, the boundary riders as well, Vidya. They need to come off the boundary because this Brian Lara Cricket Academy field is a huge one. And once you stay on the boundary, you could practically run 2 every time it's...
Oh, he's played it on. And just as we were talking about getting in that position to really move on here, a shot outside the off stump that he's played on. And Mohammed has gone for 15. And that is the 3rd wicket down for HYO. And I think he played that one on to his stumps.
Yeah, so just looking at it again, Ramdani goes into Mohammed, pitch stop delivery, trying to cut that delivery that was absolutely too close to him, that video. Just hitting the inside edge of the bat and going onto the stick. So, very important breakthrough in the context of this innings here, video.
Yes, it was outside the off stump. He saw a delivery that he felt he could have driven away through the offside and only succeeded in driving it off. Didn't get quite the pace of the wicket there well enough. Played that one and didn't play down the wrong line and just edging that onto his stump. So Ramdeen is the new batter for the HYO team, Kern Ramdeen. And this is the player that you were talking about earlier, that you felt that he has great potential and could play at the higher levels.
And I hope that he proves us right here tonight, Vidya, by showcasing, you know, his skill sets here to everyone who's looking at this live stream here on your #1 streaming company, 360 TV. So tomorrow night, I just want to preempt what will be taking place. It's going to be the Beach T20 final tomorrow, down in Beach, and yours truly, 360, will be there to bring you live coverage, ball-by-ball coverage of that special event taking place down in Beach.
Yeah, that certainly is going to be one indeed. Here is Ramdani. This one's driven away. Oh, that could go to the boundary again. There's a fielder sliding across, and I think he stopped it. That's a great bit of play. Certainly not orthodox for a cricketer. He looked more like he was sliding into third base there.
Yeah, so Vishal Ganesh doing some excellent work there at that backward point boundary. Vishal Ganesh does have the ability to play both sport. He loves football, but he enjoys playing cricket as well.
Well, he brought a little bit of football in there. Oh, that is high up into the air. Could be caught here. And is caught on the boundary. And that is the end of Ramdeen. His stay is a short one. He's been caught here by Joseph, and he's out for 2.
So poor choice of shot here from Kern Ramdeen. Not yet set. That ball just possibly kissed off the surface, was a bit quicker onto him before he could react. And all he could do is just spoon that catch down to long on, where that catch was taken very cleanly indeed. And back goes the Kern Ramdeen. Very poor choice of shot at this stage of the innings. And like I alluded to earlier on video, Keegan Jagger, he's going miles. All he needs is some support from the other end. But both these batters are taking, you know, the risk that's not required at this stage of the innings. But it does bring to the crease Bevan Duncan, someone who has been a stalwart of this Southern Sports League. He's been very prolific indeed, is Bevan Duncan. Does bowl a very hard ball, you know, seam up, left arm seam bowler as well. So he does add a lot of dimension to this HYU setup.
Certainly does. And I was going to tell you about an innings that Ramdeen would have played a couple years, maybe about 3 years ago. One of the smaller leagues in Balmain T20. He scored 104 of 23 balls, which is better than Chris Gale's 100 for the Royal Challengers Bangalore, by the way. This is just going to be one. Of course, that doesn't count at that as a world record, but Chris Gale has the record for the T20 hundreds, which is 30. He got 100 of 23 balls, and this was in the Balmain T20 cricket tournament. And he was playing for a team called Lunatics, because that is actually insane. That's good. Yeah, they got 193 for 6 and won the game against Predators by 164 runs.
Wow. So we do know of his ball striking ability, but somewhat in the mood of Kern Ramdeen, it's important for him to understand that you could score whatever total the previous day. When you turn out for your next innings, we all have to remember it starts at naught.
Yes, it certainly does. And that 104 of 23, the story here written by a familiar name you might know, Vinod Mamchan.
Oh, no, I don't know that individual at all. I've only heard of that gentleman.
Well, he might claim he doesn't know you at all, too, so that may be a problem.
Well, I must admit, I'm looking forward to doing some commentary with him tonight. I understand that he'll be here sometime later.
Yes, he was here earlier, had some matters of state to attend to. Oh, that's a good ball. Heavy ball there by Grimes, just spearing in towards that mid-stump. But equal to it was Duncan.
And when you look at what has transpired, Vidya, 2 wickets in quick succession has really changed the momentum of this HYO innings.
It certainly has, and the 2 wickets coming up off the addition of only 2 runs. So this is an opportunity. It's a window of opportunity here for the La Fortune to pull things back, because this projected scoring rate is 165 at the moment. Now that's Jagisar pulling this one away. They will get to 1, and that's all there will be. Now Jagisar's scoring has slowed down. We've seen that happen, and the wickets falling around him certainly will affect the way that he will go about his batting. He was more expansive when Mohammed was going well.
Yeah, well, with 4 wickets back in the shed now, he himself will recognize that in order for HYO to get to that competitive total.
Oh, that is good. Good delivery.
Excellent delivery there from Peter Grimes. They're changing the mode of attack in terms of not just bowling those cutter deliveries, going into that leg stump area, and with that ball staring into leg stump, Duncan did a really good job in keeping out that delivery.
Yeah, the so-called sand shoe crushers, and they hit very hard, I could tell you. Copped one myself at some point, and it really does hurt.
Well, one remembers that searing Yorker from Wasim Akram to Brian Lara.
1992 World Cup, to be correct. Cut away. Just going to be 1. Yeah, he certainly couldn't. Well, he couldn't continue after that. West Indies went on to win the game quite comfortably by 10 wickets.
And he had to remodel his shoes. He had to cut out the entire corner in order to continue playing.
Yeah, that Wasim Akram was pretty rapid in his bowling. And he was such a wizard with the ball. He got that ball to do all sorts of things. And when you think about his role models, the players that he would have learned how to swing and reverse swing, Imran Khan and Safras Nawaz, certainly those two were masters at it. Down the leg side, that's well taken. And tell you what, we have to give Siu some credit here, because that was not easy. That one was pitching behind the stumps, and he did very well to make the stop there.
Yeah, indeed. Siu moved laterally smartly to his right there. Had that ball past him, that would definitely have gone into the boundary. But keeping his team in the hunt here is Siu, wicketkeeper Siu.
Oh, that's good. That's even better there by Siu. Push down the leg side, and look at that. Grimes appreciates, yes, I did bowl a bad ball, but that was good. And I mean, for all what we said about the drop catch, he certainly has picked up his game in the last half an hour. He certainly has.
Well, indeed, he has just saved his team 8 runs in those last 2 deliveries there, Vidya.
That's going to be 1, but that's all it takes sometimes in these games. Just that momentary lapse, that one moment where you're not quite on your game, and that's where the cookie starts to crumble for your team. 15 overs gone, 122 for 4.
So Vishnu Narayan to come, Avinash Prasad, 2 very good players indeed to follow. Vishnu Narayan possibly will be using the rule of finishing this innings here for HYO, and if he really gets going here, he could really plunder this La Fortune attack and pulverize that bowling to all parts at this Brian Lara Cricket Academy. HYO, after 15 overs, 122 for 4. Not a bad place to be after 15 overs. 30 balls to go, Vidya, and Keegan Jagisar still out in the middle. 1.
Yep.
All it requires now is for someone like Bevan Dongan to give Keegan Jagisar that level of confidence that I will partner you for as long as possible, and allow him to really press the accelerator now.
Yeah, that's certainly what he would be thinking. That would be the thinking of those 2 batters at the moment. And just to keep you up to date with how they have scored here in the first 6 overs, the power play overs. They went along at 8.33. That's not bad. They got 50 for 1. Now, as we enter the death overs here, in the middle overs, they've scored 72 runs for 4 overs in the last 9 overs. That is hit away. This could be caught. No, all the way for 6 runs. Jagisar is into the 60s now. That was in the slot again. And look at this shot, exceptional. Well put. It was certainly well put away.
Well, Jagisar is in some sublime touch, I must admit. That ball was just in the arc for him. He just cleared that front leg and deposited it over that deep backward square position. And as we were alluding to earlier, you know, I just felt that he's bowling the wrong line to Jagisar at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, you'd recommend that he comes round the wicket and into the pitch and trying to cramp him for room here. He hasn't decided to do that at all. He's gone after him again here. This one's just going to be 1 out to the fielder. Joseph, they've gotten 2. Well, that's not great cricket there from Joseph, because he just seemed to relax as they were going through for the first run, and that's all that Jagisar needed. Like a predator sensing the blood there, he just went back for the second one.
And no disrespect to the guys who are playing here tonight, Vidya, but there's only a couple of guys who could really rifle that return from the edge of the boundary into the midst of the wicket keeper. So 9 out of 10 times, the batters are very aware of that situation, and they will take the opportunity to take that second run.
They certainly did there. And let's see if the bowler, Ramdani, will change his line of attack. He's decided to stay over the wicket. Oh, and that one has disappeared again. This one has gone long over the boundary now, and he's just feeding Jagisar in the slot, and he has raced on now to 72.
So Jagisar is just saying, thank you very much. Just the area you want him to bowl, in that arc where I could extend both my levers, and that one just travels high and handsome over long on for a very impressive maximum indeed.
Javed Mohammed is back there. There are 2 fielders in that position at long on, and one just a little bit wider. Neither of them could get anywhere close to that. And this one's gone straight. Mohammed could take the catch. Oh, yes, he has. And Jagisar is out. Big turn of events here for the La Fortune team. Finally, they get rid of Jagisar. He is caught for 72. And that was a good catch by Mohammed. Not the easiest of heights. It was just in between the fingers up and fingers down, Anil. But look at that. He jumped a little bit and took it well.
Yeah, so is it a little too late here for this La 14 outfit? It's been total carnage out there from Keegan Jagisar, having scored an impressive 66. Has the damage been done, Vidya?
Yeah, the damage has already been done here. 136 for 5, and this man has produced an innings of quality here. Dropped twice, but he's ridden his duck well, and his biggest fan is with him there.
Yeah, ushering him back into the hut.
Yeah, but that was a very good innings from him, and he has put his team in a position here to carry on and get a score in the region of 170 to 180. Now, can the rest of the batsmen do that?
Well, this La Fortune team, they do possess a potent batting lineup with both Mohammed brothers, Javed and Jamal. If they get in, Vidya, they definitely could put this HYO team under tremendous pressure indeed.
Well, will that happen? The stumps have lit up here, as you can see. And that's because the batsman, in trying to pick up the bail, has hit the stump. And they just gave one defying flash before going off. And Bevon Duncan, 3 of 5 deliveries. And Gino Bauram is a new man. He's coming in at 7 here. So finally for Ramdani, he's gotten rid of his nemesis there, Jagisar.
But it has come at a price as well, Vidya.
Yeah, he's added about 50 runs to his total since the last drop catch. Expensive miss for La Fortune. Will that be the moment they look back and see where the final went away from them? Should get one, and they do pretty comfortably.
So intelligent batting there from this young man. Gino Balaram. Just allowing that delivery to come to him just broke his wrist, and he was off and running.
So Balram at the non-strikers end. Here is Bevan Duncan. There is some time for these two. They need to get going quickly here. And that will be one. They could have gotten two, but look at that. They just ambled the single. They really should have tried to put the fielders under some pressure, because how many times have we seen shots like that go and you get two? 140 for 5 at the end of 16 overs.
So 24 deliveries, legal deliveries available to HYO. We'll be at 24 runs to that score. That's going to take us to 164. I'm sure HYO will not be a happy camper if they were to get anywhere in that vicinity of 165 or so. I more believe that 175 to 180 video is more on the cards, but it's all going to depend on how well the 14 outfit, continue to try and put the skids on the batters.
43 runs between overs 10 and 15 for the HYO team, so they went along at just over 8 and over. That's where the current run rate is. So if they keep with this current run rate, they should get in the region of 175. So that should be a total. I'm sure that will be well received by their fans. For the La Fortune team, don't think their fans will be too happy with this bowling performance here.
But Javed Mohammed returns, and he's got the reputation that he can finish off this HYO batting lineup.
Hasn't taken a wicket yet, none for 15 in his 2 overs. And doesn't seem that everything is right out there. Even his attempted practice ball to Grimes has gone awry. Let's hope that's not going to describe what's happening later. It doesn't augur well for them at the moment. But all the same, they will have to come up with a big batting performance here to win this final. 137 they got in the 30 over final, so just remember that. Keep that figure in the back of your mind. That's worked away. This gone straight to the fielder, and he's taken the catch. Maybe not in the ideal position to take that catch, but Bevan Duncan has to go, and that is taken in the outfield.
Yeah, so Vishal Ganesh there making some amends for some early lapses there, being the culprit earlier on by presenting Keegan Jagisa with that catch to mid-wicket. It was in and out.
Yeah, this time he takes it, Ganesh. And so he is sure a lot happier now, Ganesh, that he's taken the catch. And that is the end of Duncan. Duncan caught off Ganesh, off Mohammed. And as you mentioned, Mohammed does have the reputation to take wickets. And that is the end of Duncan. So can Mohammed take a couple more of these wickets here? The new batter coming to the crease, as you can see, is Vishnu Narayan.
Yeah, Vishnu Narayan has been around forever. Yeah, one of those guys who have played at the highest level in terms of domestic cricket, and now playing for his village team, so if we look around with this game is very well attended, with both communities, villages coming out and really both teams here hammering it out head to head, at the end of it, we'll just have to wait and see how this one goes.
Well, the eternal Vishnu, as described by Anil Lakan, is out there now. And let's see if Mohammed can get rid of him quickly. He would certainly want that. And the car park away to, just behind us, away to the right, is absolutely packed with cars. And these two communities aren't exactly far from here. Maybe, is it 15 minutes or so drive, you'd say?
Yeah, maximum 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's, here's Mohammed to continue. Or down the leg side, that's pushed too far down the leg side there by Mohammed. 15 minutes drive, and Anil usually comes to work in a helicopter, just a 4-minute flyover in his helicopter.
Yeah, 4 minutes, 30 seconds video, and yeah, at the Bradley Cricket Academy.
Yeah, it does help to have a helipad in your house, doesn't it?
Well, it also helps to have a 6-cylinder engine in your car.
That helps even more than the helicopter, I'm sure. And that is Mohammed adjusting well here. Gino Balram just faced one delivery. Narayan just one delivery. This is the ideal situation here for La Fortune to pull things back. And you look back at the wickets have been falling in clumps at times for this HYO team. Better. That's a good delivery from Mohammed going to the hard length again. Nothing much that Narayan could do with that.
So Vishnu Narayan, just the ideal person you want coming at the back end of this innings. He just needs a couple of balls to possibly get himself set, but I'm sure he'll be looking to put the willow to the ball.
Oh, down the leg side, that's good work by Sue once again. That would have been 4 runs. I doubt that the fine leg fielder could have gotten across to that. As quick as he is, Gayadeen, I don't think that would have he would have been able to reel that one in.
Well, I know we've really given Sue some stick, but he has lifted his game by leaps and bounds in this last 10 overs of this innings.
And great credit to him. Often you see sportsmen fall apart after they've made a mistake on the field. That tells you that he is someone of great character.
And mentally, he has to be very tough indeed, because sometimes these opportunities like that, when it goes up begging, could affect the total morale, not only of the player, but the entire team as well.
Down the leg side, just squirms past him, but they could have a chance at a run out. Gayadeen, oh, that's thrown away, and they get the extra run. Not good cricket here by the La Fortune team. First, a miss down the leg side to give away the bye, and then the throw was a bit wide, and they gave away another run. It's actually going to be considered as 2 wides, so the score will move on here. HYO should get comfortably over 150. The projected score now 171. It's that into the vacant cover region. Just going to be 1. That's all there will be so far. Now, where is this final going? HYO would certainly feel very confident at this time that they have the upper hand in the final at the moment. Just 5 runs off that over.
Well, if the La Fortune Sports Club, they are able to possibly restrict this HYO team maybe in the vicinity of 165, they would definitely fancy their chances in the second half video.
Yeah, they certainly would. And with the ball in hand, HYO would feel that, yep, we do have a big chance here. Runs on the board is runs on the board, as they say. 145 for 6.
And I tell you what, video, as evident last night, runs on the board in a final batting first does create a lot of, pressure. It could come down to that pressure cooker situation, video, where scoreboard pressure really gets in, with the team batting second.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Both of the teams are batting in that T20 Festival final last night. Batting first, went on to win the title. So, certainly. But this time here, HYO, they didn't win the toss. They were put into bat first. And certainly Javed Mohammed and his team, trusting their ability to chase any total down and win. Will that prove to be their undoing? Here is Ram Logan. He's their trump card. 2 overs already, 1 for 16. We saw in that 30-over final, they brought him back in to make a breakthrough for them. He did, and that turned the final in their favor. Let's see what he can do this time. It's going to be 1.
Having that round arm action, bowling action, is Alvin Ramalogan.
Sure, you've seen a fair amount of him. Is your time?
Yeah, I did.
Good catcher also. He took an exceptional catch to end off the match in the final. I asked him about it. He said, no, that wasn't me. He's a modest chap. That's down the leg side. Perhaps missing out there. Gino Balram was only facing his 3rd delivery. If he had been in for some time, might have whipped that away behind square for 4.
Or he could have just gone down and paddled that ball along to that short fine leg position.
Well, he's gone for a big shot. Yeah, he could be caught. Oh, that was a good try, but it's dropped. Flying across was that the man flying across there? It looks like it was, in fact, Sujatan. Ronnie Sujatan, but couldn't hold on. Yeah, Sujatan was the man at backward point, and Anil, yeah, he never got in the right position to take the
Yeah,
catch.
he was never going to catch that ball. He is always very far away indeed.
Again, hitting the pad here from the bowling of Ram Logan, but they never really appealed at that.
Ram Logan coming back into the attack, into the 18th over here, and really putting the skids here. At this stage, singles will be very welcome by this La Fortune team.
A Fortune team, a village which, as we would have told you, just outside, in between Woodland and La Romaine, from what I'm told. Swinging away behind square, maybe just taking the pad, just going to be one.
And both these communities, the video, they do have a history of having very passionate supporters indeed.
As
and
you're probably hearing behind us.
yeah, if in their estimation, the umpire, is not doing a good job, trust me, they will let you know that.
And they will let him know that too. Or her, as the case may be. Oh, that is swung away for 6 runs. That's gone high over the mid-wicket region. In the slot once again, and the left armer to the left-hander never works well. And this time Balram, the latest beneficiary. Now Ramdani, as you can see there, the best bowler so far. On paper, Ram Logan is the best bowler for this La Fortune team, but just got it wrong in the slot. Balram hit that one very well.
Yeah, excellent sock sweep from Balram there. In his arc, all he needed to do was execute, and he did that to perfection there, lifting that ball over deep cow corner, and away she goes.
2 overs still to go, and as you would expect, Mohammed and Ram Logan will be the ones to bowl them out. Mohammed bowling the penultimate over here. Is there going to be a flow of runs at the end here for HYO?
And too often do we see that the strike bowlers are kept back to the back end of the innings. At some stage earlier on.
Narayan to face up, comes down the track and caught! Hit that straight at the fielder, Grimes, and Grimes made that look easy. That was traveling, and it almost as though he was picking a Julie mango off the tree, and took that very well. Narayan's gone.
So Javed Mohammed, according to Rustin Mark, picking another pepper.
Yeah, certainly it maybe wasn't a scorpion pepper. That would have been how you would have described Jagesa, but this is a pepper of a different vintage, and he certainly would have welcomed that wicket there. Narayan going for 2, but Grimes taking a good catch. That one would have gone away for 4. That was the intention behind the shot by Narayan. Let's try to lift it over that extra cover region.
Like I was saying earlier on a video, sometimes as a captain you just need to be a bit more proactive rather than being reactive. When the likes of Keegan Jagger and Mohammed were going guns, one would have thought that it would have been the ideal opportunity to bring back one of your main strikers, try to get that breakthrough and continue to have control of the game. But at that stage, he just allowed that game to meander along, and here we're seeing the result of that.
Yeah, it drifted a little bit in those middle overs, I agree with you. And what we saw in the 30-over finals, what he did differently that time was to bring back Ram Logan to take some wickets for him, and then he came back in the end and bowled a couple overs to keep the runs down at the end. Didn't happen on this occasion. Now this has gone square of the wicket. It's past the fielder, and this could go for 4. Yes, it has. And Avinash Basad, well, he is a man on a mission. He's come out here, and first ball, he's hit a boundary.
Yeah, so his current strike rate is at 400. My.
Well, look at his back. He has 2, 3, 4 on his back. Well, it was the last number that he picked up with that first shot.
But Javed Mohammed going for that Yorker, missing his line there and giving Avinash Basad the opportunity to extend those levers, squeezing that ball through backward point for a boundary.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a camouflage hat he's wearing there. Well, that's a good delivery. Oh, well, he's timed that so well. It was a defensive push. And he's timed that almost Tendulkar-like all the way past Mohammed. And we'll get one. I tell you what, Avinash Prasad looks like a real contender here.
He does. But he's more known for his fast bowling than anything else. So, valuable contribution at this important stage of the innings.
Projected score 174. They'd welcome that at this point. And 9 balls remaining in the innings here. Can Mohammed effect another blow? That's a bit slow outside the off stump, and Gino Balram didn't quite read that one. He was taken aback by the slow nature of the delivery.
Yeah, so excellent change up there from Javed Mohammed. He was through the shot even before the ball was bowled.
Pulls it, not powerfully, can't get it past Grimes. And just one more to the total. So, would you be happy if you are HYO with a score of 172 here?
I would definitely, anything above of 170, I think is going to give them a certain level of comfort here.
Yeah, they would be feeling pretty comfortable. If they get 180, they would come out with a huge amount of motivation with the ball in hand. Nice change up again there by Mohammed. And this time, even the dangerous Prasad can't get a hold of that. So the over has come to an end. A 4 in the boundary in the over, and it's ended with HYO on 162 for 7.
So 9 away from the projected score. I'm sure at this stage here, Gino Balram and Avinash Prasad, they will be swinging to the heavens for this last over in this innings.
It wasn't a terrible over by any means by Javed Mohammed, just the 6 runs conceded. But that boundary, outside of that boundary, he conceded only 2 runs. So it was pretty tight for 3 of those deliveries. And there you see the boundary coming off. It was a wicket off the first ball, a boundary of the second, and the rest of the other 4 balls, just 2 runs.
Yeah, so finishing pretty well there is Javed Mohammed. But like I alluded to earlier on, I just felt that skipper Jamal Mohammed could have brought his brother back a bit earlier and try and pick a wicket and stem, put the skids on the scoring. But I guess they would know exactly how they plan the game, so one will have to give him credit in that sense.
162 for 7, last over. It's not going to be Ram Logan, and you would have expected to see Ram Logan bowl out his 3 overs. So perhaps the state of the innings has affected the thinking here of skipper Javed Mohammed. It's going to be Grimes to bowl, and as you mentioned, a lot of slower deliveries, and he certainly will take the pace off on a couple of them here. Let's see how he starts off. Oh, that's a wide, not good bowling here. That one definitely pushing that one through, but didn't get it right. Not the best start here for Grimes at the back end of the innings.
Yeah, not the best start here for Peter Grimes here. Going wide down the leg side. See, trying to skip across to make that stop. Unfortunately, it eludes him, and that'll be 5 added to the total. But just coming back to the conversation in terms of matchup, skipper Javed Mohammed, understanding that the left-arm spinner is not going to be the best option with 2 left-handers, at the back end of this innings here, going for Peter Grimes as his finishing bowler.
Good ball by Grimes. Didn't take the pace off that one. Was going for the Yorker. And that is good. 1 run resulting.
So Vishal Ghani is doing some work down at Cow Corner.
Well, let's see what his mental state is like when he comes in, because he would certainly remember that drop catch off Jagisa. And one that really should have been taken. Both of the chances that Jagisa offered up should have been taken. They did accept the 3rd one, but the damage was done. He got 72. Off the pad, hesitation, but they got through for it in the end.
So Peter Grimes making that adjustment there, understanding clearly what he wants to do, which is to bowl into the pads of the batters, not giving him that opportunity. It's very difficult indeed, Vidya, for any batsman at the highest level to hit the on drive that ball for 6.
And that's speared in. That goes behind square, won't go to the boundary. They will get 2. And Grimes hasn't taken the pace off a lot of these deliveries. He's firing them in and just trying to hit that Yorker length. One has gone wrong. The first one went down the leg side for 4. This one certainly not the ideal delivery. Worked away for another couple of runs. Oh, that's gone straight through for 4 more. And that time you have to feel a little sorry for the bowler. That should have been taken by the keeper. But that one be passing between the batsman and the stumps here. Look at this.
Well, the batsman there, Balram, trying to give himself some room there. But that ball just squeezed between the sticks and the wicketkeeper. And there she goes for 4 byes. So not good work at all there from Vidya.
Yeah, definitely the 180 is on the cards now. 2 balls remaining here for HYO. Oh, that's high up into the air. It's a no ball. It's not going to count. And he's dropped it anyway. It's not going to matter. But if he had taken the catch, may have had a chance to effect a run out.
Yeah, definitely indeed. Had he gotten that catch, he had holding that catch, he would have had control of the ball. So that execution of the throw to the wicketkeeper would have been a lot quicker rather than him having to retrieve when the ball hit the ground.
Yeah, could have effected the run out. You can be run out in that situation. Here's the free hit. Not the ideal last over by any means here by Grimes. Oh, that is hammered away for 6 runs. And was that over the level of the waist? It's another no ball. That was certainly over waist height. And Gino Balram, boy, did he enjoy that. Look at this. Certainly look at the waist level here for Gino Balram. Didn't matter to him. It was in a position that he could have worked it away to pick up the 6 runs.
Yes, Gino Balram really pulverizing Peter Grimes here. A waist height full toss. And it's really asking to be dealt with. Gino Balram just said, thank you very much, Peter Grimes, for this early birthday gift.
Yeah, it's Christmas in May here for Balram. Enjoyed that one. 185 for 7 now. We were thinking 170 would have been a good score. But well, they're going to be happy with this.
But interesting at this stage here, having bowled 2 waist-high full toss, he's been pulled out of the attack, been banned from continuing. So it's going to be Gayadeen to complete the last 2 balls of this innings.
And he's bowling to the left-hander. That's not going to be easy here for Gayadeen. He was not expecting to be bowling at all, but he's coming round the wicket here, trying to change up the angle. And that's going to be a moment they're going to be talking about in this final. And it wasn't a beamer. It wasn't an attempt to hit the batsman by any means. But the rules are the rules. Oh, another full toss. This one's high up into the air. Is that a no ball? It's caught. Let's see what the umpire says. Yeah, he's... well, that was the free hit, I think. Yes, it was. It's not going to count. Remember, there was the second no ball, so that's not going to count. And luckily for the Fortune team, it wasn't punished with another 6.
Yeah, poor delivery there from Nishal Gayadeen. That one could have traveled the distance as well.
Let's see what's going to happen here. Now he's coming down the track. Last ball, just going to be 1. Well, they're going for the second run. He's going to be run out. Yeah, he was never going to make that run. And that is the end of the innings. Prasad has been run out here for 5. And what an innings, a gem of an innings here at the end by Gino Balram, getting 22 not out of 13 deliveries.
And it's just the ideal tonic what the HYO team needed at that stage of the innings there. Playing a blind of an innings. Very good cameo indeed. Both Avinash Prasad and Gino Balram providing this HYO batting team with that impetus at the back end of the innings. How important was that 25 runs in the thick of things video?
A 9-ball last over there bowled by a combination of Grimes and Gayadeen. And certainly that will be a controversial call there by the umpire. But both of the deliveries well over the waist height. And I think the umpires, what's your view on that? Should that have happened?
Well, I honestly believe that the umpires, they have to do what is right. And yes, I do agree that the second delivery wasn't a life-threatening delivery, but the rules are what it is in terms of two balls above waist height, and you're off. And compliments to the umpires sticking to the standard and ensuring that the best decision was made at this
Yes,
stage.
certainly was. An innings of 187 for 8, dominated by 72 by Keegan Jagisa. Take a bow, Keegan Jagisa. 3 wickets for Ruel Ramdani. But still, this is going to be a mountain to climb here for the Fortune if they are to win their second title of the season and beat HYO for the second time. They'll have to chase down 188 for victory. Join myself and Anil Lakan and Vinod Mamchan for the run chase, which is in just about 8 minutes' time.
And we are back here live at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. You're looking at the Southern Sports T20 final between HYO and La Fortune Sports here. HYO, having lost the bat and been asked put into and batting, they scored an impressive 187 for 8.
Check. Ready?
And I'd like to welcome Mr. Vidya Ramphal.
Yeah, 187 for 8. HYO getting that formidable total, and La Fortune will have to chase down 188 for victory. 9.4 and over. That is not going to be an easy task for these players. And Siu is heading out there to do the batting. Ravendra Siu, and with him is Karan Ramkisoon. So Siu and Ramkisoon will have to do the work here for their team.
So Siu known for his big hitting. You know, they will need all of that here tonight to overhaul that impressive total set by the HYO team.
Yeah, and opening the bowling for the HYO team is Vishnu Narain. And Narain in bowling from the southern end. So 187 for 8, dominated by that 72 by Keegan Jagesa. And 22 not out at the end by Gino Balram. And the bowling figures, Jamal Mohammed ending with 2 for 26, but the most successful bowler is Ramdani, 3 for 34 in his spell. Took some stick there, but responded well by taking the wicket of Jagesa, caught by Javed Mohammed. And in those last 5 overs, Anil, it really exploded for HYO, and I don't think that La Fortune will be happy with this. They were scoring at 13 runs and over in those last 5 overs.
Yeah, and normally in white ball cricket, especially in the T20 format, the possibility of the score really motoring along, you know, is expected.
Here is Narain to start off the attack here. And Siu will pick up a single first ball. He might be run out. Gets there. Well, Siu was taking a long time to get going. He started to accelerate just in time to make it back into his crease.
So Siu there, Ravindra Siu, off and running. La Fortune, 1 without loss after 1 delivery. But this guy, Vishnu Narain, he's got a bag of tricks. You know, he's very skillful indeed. As a seamer, does have those cutters in his armory. Can bowl a heavy ball as well.
Down the leg side, the keeper misses it, and that will run away for a boundary. Well, it wasn't the best of deliveries, a difficult one for the keeper, and that one didn't get up at all. Kept along the ground, and it was difficult for Alvin Bisunda to get across to it. But maybe on reflection, they should have gotten perhaps a glove on that.
So Vishnu Narain going for that in swinger there, losing his line, and that ball came off the pad, and it goes into the boundary for 4 byes. So Alvin Bisunda.
Oh, he's hit that away well. Will this go for the first boundary? Yes, it has. Couple of bounces over the rope, and umpire Devendra Nansing signals the 4. La Fortune off and running here. So what we have seen from this pitch, as you saw that shot again, it has been very good for batting. We've had 300s on this very pitch in that T20 festival. So it's one that the batters can hit confidently through the line of the delivery.
Yes, indeed. This Brian Lara Cricket Academy pitch, you know, offers, you know, a lot in terms of if you have the ability to score runs, you know, you could cash in here. If you have that ability as a bowler to possibly get some sheep, have that ability to really hit the deck hard, you know, it's responding to all those variations that you could add to what is happening.
Now the keeper's in the wars here. He's going up to the stumps now, and as is regulations and will be at the end of June, players, once you're coming up to the stumps, you will have to wear the headgear. Now that's certainly a very good decision by the ICC.
Well, very, very, very important indeed.
Played behind square. There's a chase on here. Not even the fleet-footed Mohammed is going to catch this. And that is another boundary. That's well worked. And a good start here for La Fortune.
Yeah, bad line delivery here from Vishnu Narayan. Going for that in swinger again. Missing his line. And Kieran Ramperscoon is squeezing that ball into the square leg boundary.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as we're talking about the helmets, it's a very funny meme on Facebook. I'm sure you've seen it. There's a meme which shows that the first testicular guard, which we know, I'll come back to that in a moment. Goes for the pull shot. Didn't get much of that, just one. The meme shows that the first testicular guard in cricket, that's what we call a box, colloquially as the box, was used in 1874, and then the helmet was only first used in 1874, and underneath it says, well, it took 100 years for cricketers to realize that their brain was also important.
Wow. 100 years.
It's very true. Check on that one. That's very funny. Hit true extra cover for 4. And Siu, known for his big hitting, as Anil has told you, and giving the first evidence of it here, smashes that true extra cover.
Yeah, glorious extra cover try from Siu. You know, there's no better shot to really look at when it's executed to perfection. And Ravindra Siu, you beauty, hitting that ball through extra cover, and it raced away into the boundary.
Yeah, hit that very well is Siu, so he will have some confidence going into the next over. And La Fortune starting well in this match. And I'm sure you're also pretty happy, Anil, that your team won today. Manchester United winning and confirming 3rd spot in the league. Congratulations. I'm sure
thank you very
you've
much,
had a very good weekend, haven't you?
Well, I must say it has been one of the best weekends I've had in a very long time.
Well, I would tell you to tell me what 6 numbers you'd play in the lotto, but I might be pushing it a bit too far.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will be just adequate to holding that 10 million.
He's keeping his numbers to his chest here, Anil Lakan. La Fortune starting well, and for the HYO, it's the first thing they need to do is to get a wicket, the second thing a wicket, and the third thing they need to get wickets. Oh, that's it. They have gotten a wicket, and in the the strangest of circumstances, and Ramkisoon has gone bold. That's because the bat dropped out of his hand. Look at this. This is the most unusual dismissal you'll ever see. The bat slips out of his hand, and he's bowled. Amazing. I've never seen something like this. I don't think you can look at cricket, Anil, for 100 years after this. I don't think you'll ever see that happen again.
Yeah, well, it will refer to me. I will refer to this occasion as a freak occasion, if I may say so. Vidya, very unusual indeed, and I must admit, it's the very first time I've seen anything of that nature.
Yeah, that is not something you'll see often. I've seen some unusual dismissals in my time, but that's the first time I've seen anything like that. Went for the big shot, the bat flew out of his hands, and there was nothing to stop the ball from hitting the middle stump. I wonder if we could see that again. That is something. You'll have to clip that. People might clip this and put this on the internet, because you're not going to see something like this ever again. Now look at this. Now look at the shot he plays, and here's the ball coming through, and look at what happens. The bat goes flying, and the stumps go flying behind him. Yep. Yeah, that's going to end up on YouTube, I'm sure.
Yeah, it is a sight to see, I must admit. Very unique in nature, you know, this incident, but you could say what you want. But Gino Bahra will tell you he did root that script, that he's going to knock back that off bid, that off peg.
He'd probably say that even if the bat had come out of his stand, I still would have bowled him. Javed Mohammed has a big task now. 18 for 1, exactly what HYO needed, an early wicket. That's down the leg side, a bit wide here. That's well stopped there by the keeper Bisundat.
And with the likes of Javed Mohammed coming at the crease at this stage here, a lot when I mean a lot, there's a huge responsibility on this young man, to take his team, La Fortune Sports, over the line here tonight.
Well, thought about the single, but they were onto it very quickly. Packed offside field here for Mohammed. Played some delightful cut shots in the final. And so Balram, he's enjoying his time. 1 for 1 his figures so far.
I tell you what, that will resonate in my mind for a very, very long time indeed, video.
I saw one which might be a bit more unusual than that. I'll tell you about it in a minute, but that certainly was one that poor Ramkisud, I don't think he will want to see that ever again.
But you know what? He's going to become famous on Facebook.
Yeah, he might. I know somebody's going to clip that and put that on Facebook and on YouTube. I hope we haven't inspired them to. But, yeah, that is unusual. You're not going to see that happen. There was a situation I saw in a T20 match at the Queen's Park Oval, maybe about 10 years ago. I think it would have been that quadrangular series which involved Afghanistan and Bangladesh. No, actually, I'm incorrect. That was a club series of T20 matches. And the man who was batting played a shot. The ball hit the bat. The bat broke. And as he continued with the shot, the bottom part of the bat, which was attached to the, still attached, flew over the batsman's head and landed on his wicket. And he was out, hit wicket. Mohammed still not yet off the mark. That one, I don't think you're going to get more unusual than that one. That particular hit wicket was the most unusual dismissal I've ever seen.
Well, something possibly that we could explore, looking for, in terms of the archives, if it does exist.
No, it didn't actually, because there was no streaming at that point. So the problem was it wasn't recorded. Oh, he missed out there, Mohammed. It's a wide ball, but it was short enough for him to put away. And there is a short fine leg. There's a forward square leg on the boundary. So that would have been a huge gap for Mohammed to put that ball into.
Yeah, Gino Balaram, I must admit, he's getting this ball to skid off the surface. And he is providing 1 or 2 challenges for Javed Mohammed, who is a very explosive batsman indeed. Very stylish as well.
Well, that peels off the edge. It goes over the head of the fielder. Won't go to the boundary. Not far away there from the fielder. Maybe just a couple meters away from catch up with that. That could have been the second wicket of the over for Balram. But still, he celebrates 1 wicket. He got rid of Ramkissoon, bowled for 4, and a wicket in which the ball, unfortunately, just slipped out of the hand. The bat slipped out of the hands of Ramkissoon, and he was out for 9.
So after over number 2, La Fortune Sports chasing a total of 188. They are 21 for 1 after over number 2. Javed Mohammed just coming out to bat. He's on 1. And Ravindra Singh, having played that delightful extra cover drive in the previous over, he is not out on 4. Are we seeing the president? Is it the president?
Yeah, that's Asim Basarat there to his left, and the chairman of Paria, the Paria Trading Company. Away to his right, that's Dr. Fayed W. Ali, to be correct. And he's also there.
So both gentlemen seems to be enjoying the action out in the middle.
Yeah, they are. And Mr. Ali has been here for the duration of the T20 series. He told me it's not cricket, not quite his game. He loves football, but he certainly has had a good time here at the venue.
Yeah, and compliments to Paria, being a very good corporate entity in terms of providing that financial support, for that wonderful T20 festival indeed, Vidya.
Yeah. And Mohammed still struggling to get the ball off the wicket, but still he's hasn't quite found his touch at the moment.
Yeah, Javed Mohammed, very good timer of the cricket ball, just struggling a bit here with his timing, possibly not getting accustomed to the pitch just yet.
Played on the leg side, and just going to be 1. That's going to be a leg by. Umpire Nansing looks like he's looking quite balletic there, Umpire Nansing, getting that left leg up.
So a leg by added to the total after 2.3 overs. Fortune Sports 22 for 1, but it brings Ravinder CU back on strike.
And Mr. Fayed Ali, a member of the board of directors of the Paria company, and Paria Fuel Trading Company, the sponsors of that tournament last night. Oh, that goes straight through him. That's not a good bit of fielding there by Rampasad, and they will get one. There are some nerves out there still. Yes, the players halfway through the match, but the HYO team now on the field, a sign of some nerves there from a couple of the players.
Yeah, it's all to play for here in the final, and a lot is at stake at the moment here in terms of the winners.
Yeah, cut straight to the fielder. There are two men behind in that point position, one at backward point, the other close to him there. And there's also a third man who is a bit wide. There's also a deep cover point in place. So a lot of protection square of the wicket instructed here to keep it on the off stump. And Mohammed with that 5 squared. Do you like that number, 5 squared, that Mohammed has on the back of his shirt? Overcomes the net, by the way, 23 for 1 after 3.
So a steady start here by the La Fortune Sports Club in pursuit of that 188 for victory.
Well, there's the La Fortune players they're in their dugout and enjoying themselves, I'm sure. A few tense moments for them coming up. They've already lost 1 wicket, but still they've started off here. They need a further 165 of 102 balls, and the required run rate just under 10.
Well, it's already starting to climb, and anytime that required run rate does start hovering around over that 10 run mark, it will be a concern for the La Fortune Sports Club.
Hits him on the pad, but that was going down the leg side. Right armer coming round the wicket. And they at least have to keep up with some of the markers we've set out already. For HYO, they got 50 for 1 in the power play. That should be 1 box they will tick off. And they got 72 runs in the middle overs, but it really came apart there for La Fortune in those last 5 overs, where they conceded 65 runs. Pulled away. There's a fielder going around. He's not going to catch this. It will drop safely, and they will get a couple. Well, they should have gotten 2, but Siu, turned and he looked like he wasn't pretty sure if he could have gotten the second run.
Yeah, poor running on the part of Siu, but doing the right thing, possibly identifying he may not have had, the legs to get over back onto the striker's end, and deciding against that second run.
Oh, full toss from Bauram, and that is spanked away for 4. The mid-on was inside the circle, and that was high over his head for 4 runs. And you can't pull deliveries like that to the quality of batter as Javed Mohammed. That's meat and drink for him.
Yeah, poor delivery there from Gino Bauram. Rare bad delivery, I must admit, but Javed Mohammed punks on that delivery and adding 4 to the total.
Well, 10th final here. A lot of people would have been expecting to see the Gujarat Titans take on the Chennai Super Kings earlier today. It was rained out. Looking to play the cut shot. Easy through, but that one, there's a reserve day, so that will be played tomorrow.
So a lot to look forward to in that IPL final.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Who's your money on, video?
I'm a big Shubman Gill fan after I saw him here play at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's cutaways just short of the fielder. That's a good stop. I tell you what, that would have gone to the boundary for 4, and that youngster Ramdeen did well to knock that down and prevent it from getting past him.
Yeah, Kung Ramdeen sensing the danger there, putting his body on the line. and affecting a stop, and more importantly, Vidya saving his team a valuable 3 runs in the piece.
Yeah, he certainly did. Yeah, I saw Shubman Gill. I remember I did West Indies A versus India A here in 2019. And that is played high over. That's going to run away for 4 runs. And, well, is it going to get there? Yes. No, it hasn't. That's a good bit of footwork. It really slowed up. There was a lot of rain earlier. They still get 3 runs here, but that was very good work. He saved his team a run here.
Yeah, but lovely shot here from Ravindra Sewley on driving that ball in the air down to long on and getting 3. So at the end of over number 4, La Fortune Sports in pursuit of 188. They are 31 for 1. And not a bad place to be after 4 was a video.
No, that's certainly not a bad one. One of the supporters there of the La Fortune team getting a little something to eat in the meantime. Always does help when you're nervous. So the Gujarat Titans taking on the Chennai Super Kings. And I mentioned seeing Shubman Gill play. He scored a double 100 here. It's the first double 100 to be scored at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in first-class cricket. Did not offer a single chance for the entire day. He just batted as though it was the easiest thing in the world. It certainly was amazing to see.
Yeah, Shubman Gill, a very special talent indeed coming out of India.
3 consecutive hundreds in the IPL. Who does that? Who in their right mind could do something like that?
And that in itself is a very special performance indeed from this young man. And it, you just can't wait to see him unfold, more and more of his batting skill.
Yeah, I saw him also when India came here last year. Oh, that's hit well, but has it cleared the fielder? No, it hasn't! And Mohammed has gone! Big wicket for the HYO team. And it's Prasad who takes the catch. Didn't get the timing right. And Narain has the wicket here. And Mohammed has to go for 6.
So, ill-advised at this stage, Javed Mohammed trying to take on Vishnu Narain and holding out to Avinash Prasad at that mid-on position.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, and certainly losing the wicket at the most inopportune moment. Well, Mohammed was actually walking back. Not sure what happened here, but here's how it happened. And a very open stance here by Mohammed. And he sees the ball pitched up, not quite up to the pitch of it as he would have hoped. And that was an easy catch there for Prasad. It was a high-pressure catch, and took it well.
Yeah, that ball hitting the two end of the bat and spooling to mid-on. But it does bring out the dangerous Grimes out to the middle. Peter Grimes will be accompanying Ravindra Sewley in that pursuit of 188 for victory.
Well, they're behind the 8 ball, La Fortune, very early here within the first 5 overs. They lost Ramkisoon, bowled Baram for 9, and Mohammed caught Prasad, bowled Narain for 6.
And I tell you what, wicketkeeper Arvind Bisundat, taking the opportunity to go up to the sticks, what that has done in retrospect from a mental aspect where the batters are concerned, Vidya, it has restricted their flow in terms of, if they have any intentions whatsoever in terms of taking a stride down the pitch. He has really done a tremendous job in keeping the batters at home.
Never easy to keep up to the stumps to the medium pacer. That's well stopped there. He saved 4 runs. Didn't take it cleanly, but he prevented it from getting past him, Bisundat.
But it does remind me of the very young and talented wicketkeeper in Matthias Komal, who loves riding the stumps to the pieces, not even to the medium pieces.
Pulled away. There's a gap there. Man behind square will pick this up. Just 1. Yeah.
So wow. Peter Grimes getting off the mark here. So Matthias Komal just missing out on being selected on that Trinidad and Tobago national under 19 team. But I must admit that young man, he's got tremendous talent, and I'm sure he will be given an opportunity at the right time.
Sure he will, and very confident. You can do that sort of stuff when you're young, can't you? When you get older and you have family commitments, you're not going to do that. Oh, that's well. Well stopped there by Bisundat.
But I'm just looking at Vishnu Narayan's bowling action, their video, and something that I would like you to possibly pay a bit more attention to. It just seems at some stage, you know, it doesn't look right, if I may say so.
Yeah, so certainly with the naked eye, you can't, well, it's difficult to make those calls. But that's a nice bit of fielding there. What's that, Ramdeen, who made the stop? Good bit of fielding for him. 33 for 2, La Fortune. Last ball coming up in the 5th over. And Narayan, 1 for 17, took the wicket of Mohammed in the over. Is that the turning point here for the HYO team? That's good work from Ramdeen.
So it's definitely scoreboard pressure now beginning to mount on these La Fortune batters. But Vishnu Narayan doing an excellent job. 3 overs, 1 for 17. And I'm sure his skipper, Keegan Jagisa, will be a very happy camper at this stage.
So after 5 overs, 33 for 2.
Yeah, so
So 33 for 2, La Fortune after 5 overs. Sue 9 and Peter Grimes on 1. And this is just 2 runs scored in that over from Narayan. Balram will be back on. And Balram's going to bowl 3 on the trot here. We did see the La Fortune team, their opening bowlers, bowl a couple. Well, they're going to gamble with another over here for this man.
yeah, so skipper Keegan Jagisa trying to make further inroads into this La Fortune batting lineup, and why not?
Yeah, so it's not a bad tactic here. There's a slip in place. The skipper will, the man pulling the strings there, Keegan Jagisa, is that first slip.
But very important for Gino Balaram to finish this over very well. This is the 6th over, the final over in the batting power play.
And the good thing for him, he's bowling to a Grimes who is not well set, just faced his 3rd delivery. So you won't expect to see the fireworks from him at this point. And they have contained La Fortune well in the power play. Remember, HYO got 50 for 1 in the power play. La Fortune are significantly behind that. Well, he's gone for the big hit. He could be caught here. Yes, he is. Ramdeen takes the catch. 3 down now, La Fortune. They are in massive trouble. 155 runs still needed. And here's another wicket for Balram.
Yeah, massive strike here by Gino Balaram. They couldn't Ramdeen doing the business at backward point there. And another one by Sadosi here for the La Fortune. Peter Grimes having to leave, having just scored 1.
Yeah, that is not the shot that was needed at this point. And you can say that about a couple of dismissals here. So the La Fortune team certainly under the gun. I think that score of 187 for 7 has rattled them. They're not confident out there at the moment. And they're just going too hard at it for the moment. You always draw the example of a tree that is planted. It has, for a tree to develop, there's a period when it has to germinate. And you have to take care of it for it to grow out of the ground. And the batters are just trying to get an oak tree out of planting the acorn after 2 days.
Yeah, so definitely not the process that one would hope that, they want to take. But it's been ultra aggressive, and at this stage it's all trees where the scoreline is concerned. It's 33 for 3.
Well, that's why I was drawing the point about developing trees. 33 for 3, so it's an opportune moment to pull that in, that analogy.
Yeah, but it does bring a very young, talented batter out of Laramie in there from the La Fortune Sports Club, the nephew of Javed Mohammed, Vishal Ganesh, very young and exciting left-hander.
A student at the University of the West Indies, if I remember correctly. And Vishal Ganesh hit a quick fire 17 for La Fortune in the finals. You'll need to get a bit more than that, and you can see that there is a bit of a resemblance in the flourish that he got across to that ball to a young Brian Lara.
Yeah, Vishal Ganesh loves his batting, does fancy himself as a bowler as well, but has not really set the place on fire with his cricket.
Well, not quite yet. One hopes that he will blossom in that way. Left-handed. Yeah. It's a little bit of a flourish, and you can look at the way his bat goes back, almost like he's eager to chop down on the ball. Maybe not as high a backlift as Lara. A fair amount of left-handers on this La Fortune side already.
But while all has transpired thus far in 5.4 overs, that run rate has gone above 10 runs and over.
Yeah, it certainly is climbing, and Sue 9 of 9 deliveries, make that 9 of 10. Hasn't been able to get away, and neither of any of the batsmen to go far so far. Ramki soon went for 9, Mohammed 6, Grimes went for 1. The pressure is telling here on La Fortune.
But compliments to HYO, their bowlers have done a fantastic job indeed in ensuring that they put the skids on these La Fortune batters.
Flicked away, could this go to the fielder? It has, and another catch taken, and Sue is gone for 9 now, and that is 4 down, and they are collapsing very quickly here. And La Fortune, we're talking about the pressure on them, and I think it is a case of them buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, the La Fortune batting lineup here now imploding, losing wickets at regular intervals, and it's that man, Prasad again, taking the catch down at long on.
Yeah, is it Samuel that took the catch, you said?
No, Prasad.
Prasad is the man who took the catch, and it is another wicket here for Chino Balram. Look at his figures, 3 for 12 at the moment.
So it's an excellent gamble from skipper Keegan Jagger. See, looking to go over long on, not getting the connection, and only holding out to Avinash Prasad down at that long on position. So another one bites the dust, and after the power play, La Fortune 34 for 4. At this stage, the comparison was HYO was 50 runs in the power play, getting 50 in the power play.
Yeah, so 34 for 4. They are significantly short. They've also lost 3 wickets more, 16 runs short of where HYO were, and they've also lost 3 wickets. And it was around this time, of course, that Jagisar was dropped twice, and that's where the match turned.
Yeah, and having been dropped at 22, he went on to make 72. So you take away 50 from the total video, you just be really shooting yourself in the foot when you do not accept these chances when it's being offered to you. A player of Jagisar's class, you've got to ensure that he's back in the hut as quickly as possible.
Ryan bowling his third over on the trot, and a chance at a run out. And Ganesh got back in. Oh, he's missed it, and that could go for 4 here. Well, that's 2. They will get third. And that is not great cricket there from the HYO team, but they have been so buoyed by the fact that they've taken these 4 wickets early here. And, well, if he had hit the stumps, could have been a different picture. But all the same, the fielder coming in really should have cut off that one.
Yeah, Vishnu Narayan in his 4th over, having conceded a meager 20 runs and getting the lone wicket there of Javed Mohammed.
And the important wicket too. So the man who has come into the crease here, Aikido Joseph. Big fast bowler, another left-hander for the La Fortune team.
But excellent glove work here from Aving Bisundat, putting tremendous pressure on these batters here to ensure that they keep inside their crease.
Yeah, that's a good grab outside the off stump. Joseph is off the mark here. That's Nice little push to get one. So what's going to happen now? Can La Fortune find a partnership? So far, we've had a bit of a slide here. 3 wickets going down within the space of 3 runs. 3 for 3, that's a big collapse here. Cut away and caught! Oh, that was straight to the fielder, and another wicket goes down. And the skipper, Jagisa, has taken another good catch here. And La Fortune are tailing away at the moment. That's the end of Vishal Ganesh. Not the best of deliveries, but it was a very good catch by Jagisa.
But compliments to Vishnu Narayan taking the piece of that delivery video and inviting that cut shot out of Vishal Ganesh. Didn't have the connection, was never in control, and only succeeded in holding out to that backward point position. So Vishal Ganesh has to go, and now La Fortune in all sorts of trouble at 38 for 5.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they have succumbed to the pressure here, and now that is they've fallen from 31 for 1 to 38 for 5. 7 runs added, and they have lost those 4 wickets. So this is a really sorry state here for La Fortune. Jamal Mohammed is now coming out, and they need a big partnership here. And we've seen in this the separate T20 competitions in the past couple of weeks that the teams that have come back into games, they've started slowly. Partnerships have started to build. You just have to do the basics right. And then when you get your eye and you faced in 15, 20 deliveries, then you can start to go and take a few risks. But they have to have the tactical discipline to do this here.
Well, besides having the tactical discipline to do it, it's now the run rate is now hovering over 11 runs and over. So one will have to ensure these batters that it does not continue to escalate as well. So it's going to have to be some sound defense with some aggression as well, Vidya.
And possibly the opponents letting up a little bit. We'll get one. That looks like it's going to be a leg by. Yeah, so that's where the other part of the situation here is that HYO, their captain and their coach, Keegan Jagisa, has to keep his troops on their toes, because while they are in a hugely dominant position, one bad over could certainly bring La Fortune back into it and also give them the confidence to get more.
Yeah, 1 over, maybe 15 and over, and you're right back into the contest.
Yes, and as we saw in that final, just to reference that final that you're so excited about last night, that one bad over, 30 runs coming off it, and that certainly changed the complexion of the game. After 7 overs here, La Fortune is 40 for 5.
Yeah, La Fortune now really capitulating here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, but all that's required at this stage is for both these batters to really start that rebuilding process, as we say, Vidya, and putting together a partnership of some nature. And once a partnership starts developing, Vidya, normally the fielding team will start to be a bit on the defensive.
It's about turning the pressure back on them. Avinash Prasad is going to come into the attack now, and we've seen Balram bowl 3. 3 overs from the other side from, well, I believe Narayan has actually bowled out his 4. And now we're going to see they're going to keep 1 over from the bowling of Balram from the, hopefully to come back in at the back end if he's needed here. They're hoping that this man can do the job for them and continue to pick up wickets. Avinash Prasad.
So Avinash Prasad, a.k.a. Micro, as he's commonly called.
Micro?
Yeah.
Well, that one you'll have to explain. Do you know can that story be told online?
I have no clue.
Hooked away. Not going to carry to any of the fielders. Just going to be 1 this time.
So normally hits the pitch very hard indeed, ball off its shoulders. Not much of a, r- a, a run up in terms of being very nice and rhythmical, but does bowl a very heavy ball indeed.
Those big shoulders of Avinash Prasad. Number 234 on his back. I wonder what's the significance of that. I'm sure there's some significance to it for him.
Maybe a picture.
Oh, it could have been his best score ever. That would be some score.
Yeah, something to really get some more info into.
Let's hope it's not his runs conceded in a game. Well, he's a much better bowler than that, so it's obviously not that. So
And you know, coming back to numbers that people prefer, you know, sometimes there's so much excitement in, you know, players wanting specific numbers. Now that trend is tending to change a bit in terms of someone who, you know, who loves number 99 now is going for 999, just to avoid that confusion of someone who already has that number.
yeah, that's right. Everybody wants to go for the individual numbers. Well, in football, it's a bit different. You can't really go for those big numbers, especially in the big tournaments. Footballers tend to love the number 10.
And the number 7.
And the number 7. But 10, of course, the most popular of the numbers on the football field. Pulled him straight through him and the Rhine. Well, that's Prasad to do the trick here and played all around that, and certainly not the shot that was on there for Joseph, and La Fortune slip further into the quagmire. 42 for 6.
So Akilu Joseph going for that ambitious pull shot. That ball was through the sticks even before he could get into position, and La Fortune continued to slide here. They are 42 for 6 in over number 8. Avinash Prasad getting involved immediately.
That's something that you as a coach would have loved to see, hitting the top of the stump.
Well, it's a coach's dream to ask his bowlers, you know, to execute on top of off. And when it's executed, you know, it does give you that pleasing effect that, you know, your work, you know, is being followed, and it is bringing the kind of reward that you expect from it.
Well, Jamal Mohammed getting some, well, he's come for a change of bat, but he's also getting some advice from his brother. That's Javid. Let's see what happened here. Well, it looks like the new batter who's heading out there at the moment. That is Ronnie Sujatan.
So Ronnie Sujatan, a.k.a.
Yeah, well, there's Jamal Mohammed there. It's a change of bat. There's the new bat that he wants. And possibly a change of gloves, and getting some advice there from the skipper, Mohammed. And just a correction here. When La Fortune won the title with the 30 over competition, it was Sujatan who took that exceptional catch to win the title for them. He dived away to his left and picked up a real stunning catch. I'd originally thought it was, in fact, Ram Logan, but it was Sujatan. So there goes my invitation to Christmas at the Sujatans.
So Ronnie Sujatan there, a.k.a. Pompey.
Pompey, is it?
Yeah.
That name certainly has a little bit of a history to it. As the Yolan Pompey Park in Princestown, named after the famous boxer from Trinidad and Tobago. And unless it's Pompeii, the city in ancient Rome, which was destroyed by a volcano. Looking for the pull shot. He's going to get off the mark, though, Sujatan.
Yeah, so 146 required, and that run rate continues to escalate here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. 145 needed from 73 deliveries, and it's now just getting to that stage where it's going to be running away if somebody doesn't really pull off a blinder here.
That's very, very short from Prasad. And just going to be one. They're in a shell here, La Fortune, and unfortunately it seems that the ghost is gone there for them at the moment, but stranger things have happened in this game. 44 for 6 after 8 overs.
HYO definitely in the ascendancy here, having a very good total of 187 for 8. HYO having all to do at this stage. They are tottering at 44 for 6 in over after the completion of over number 8. So it's going to be Rani Sijata and Jamal Mohammed to start that rescue act immediately at this time video.
Yeah, HYO way ahead here in this final, and they're looking good to go on to take the title in this Premier Southern Sports Premier League T20 final. HYO versus La Fortune. La Fortune won the toss and they inserted HYO, and HYO getting off to 187 for 8. And Keegan Jagisar dropped twice. And now they've come back here to Narayan. Now remember, Narayan has bowled 3 overs, and they switched him over to the other side. So a gamble here by the HYO think tank, and they want him to maybe get a couple more wickets here and certainly drain the belief out of this La Fortune team.
Yeah, so it's going to be Shami Mahes.
This is Mahes, in fact, correction. Mahes cut away, that's a good stop. Good stop, and they do get the single.
So excellent feeling. So very important from a HYO perspective as well, Vidya, that they continue to put the skids on the scoring, and what that will do in retrospect is allow the required rate to go on to
very slow delivery, and just turned away for a single. Yeah, just that one, you could see the arm slowing up as he came through here, just trying to take the pace of it. 142 needed in 70 balls. Well, that is 12 runs and over plus.
Not impossible at this stage of the innings, but it's going to take something really special.
Well, thought about the single, but was sent back.
And
so
wisely so, that ball was traveling like a train to backward point.
Ramprasad was there to make the stop. So let's see, can Sujatan turn the tide here along with Jamal Mohammed? Cut away, there's a fielder out to the boundary, just going to be one. And he sends the return in pretty quickly. That's Balram out there to do the fielding.
So it brings back Ronnie into strike. Does have a lot of batting ability, but is the scoreboard pressure going to be a telling effect for these batters?
Well, that's pulled away, and that could be caught on the boundary. No. High over the head of Mohammed, who was stationed there, did his level best to try to pull that one back in, but there was too much height on it from the bat of Sujatan.
Very short indeed. Angling into Ronnie Sijata and just lofted that ball over square leg.
9 runs off the over already, 1 ball still to go. We mentioned that a couple of big overs could give La Fortune some belief, and HYO will know that they have to find some way to destroy all belief in the mind of this La Fortune team.
And they could definitely do that by chipping away at the wickets on a consistent basis.
10 runs off the over here, so that's exactly the tonic that La Fortune needed, but they will need some other big overs here if they are to get back into this. No player so far has gotten, of the 8 players we've seen for the La Fortune team, has gotten into double figures yet.
Yeah, and that just tells you how dominated the HYO team has been. Their bowlers has been excellent. They've done exactly what Keegan Jagisar has asked of them, which is to put the skids on the batters and, more importantly, keep chipping away of the wickets. And at this stage, La Fortune 54 for 6. The run rate continues to climb here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. but Jamal Mohammed and Ronnie Sujata, they will definitely have a different plan.
11 overs still to bat for those two. First time they've had 10 runs or over in any over for the innings so far. Prasad will continue here.
So I'm just a bit surprised that Ronnie's batting this low, in terms of the batting lineup. One would have thought that, he would be fancied coming in maybe at that number 4, number 5 position, But I guess they possibly just kept him back, to be the enforcer at the back end of the innings video.
Gone for the big shot. It's not going to carry to the fielder. Drops well short there of Duncan. They're just going to get one. Yeah, that was a bit surprising, considering that Sujatan opened the innings for the Fortune in that match on the 12th of May. Grimes came in at 3. And certainly the Grimes was promoted ahead of him, as well as Ganesh. Ganesh actually batted at 8 in that final. Well, they should get one. They might have thought about the situation they're in here. You really have to push for everything. But there was no pressure at all on the fielder to get a second run.
Yeah, and those extra runs video does add up at the end of the day. When you miss that opportunity to possibly push the fielders to the limit.
So far tidy from Prasad, 3 runs in the over. Hasn't given away the boundary ball here.
Avinash Prasad doing his job.
Well, now he's pulled that away. He's not going to find a gap here. There's a fielder coming across. Didn't get enough of a connection onto that to get it away to the boundary, but 5 runs of 4 balls in the over. If they can get a boundary here, well, they could start to see some momentum building.
Well, they definitely need to get a boundary in this either one of these 2 balls here from Avinash Prasad to keep them in the hunt.
The Fortune in all sorts of trouble here. Pulled him behind his back, went across the stumps to play this one down to fine leg, and he's lost his leg stump. Exactly what they did not want to happen has in fact come to pass, and Mohammed unfortunately just exposed his leg stump, and Prasad hit that one straight in at the top of the stump.
Yeah, Avinash Prasad there bowling that ball on leg stump. Jamal Mohammed trying to get inside his sticks there, moving across, and it just possibly came off the glove and ricocheted onto the stumps. But is it the final nail in the coffin here for La Fortune Sports here? Jamal Mohammed going bowl all over the shop by Avinash Prasad.
Well, he's saying that it came off the pad. It came off something. There was a deflection, and hugely disappointed there, Jamal Mohammed. And La Fortune, after winning that 30-over final, they would have come into this final feeling very confident. But what has also worked against them here, he's talking to one of the players from the HYO team, but what has also worked against them is that they came up against HYO in a qualifier for the final, and they lost that match. And that was also a psychological issue, because they would have maybe been up against it a little bit, and that would have explained why they were seemed to be a bit timid towards HYO in the early part of this game.
Yeah, and previous encounters, the history does have sometimes a telling effect on what happens in the future. Especially
Recent history, one that happened only a week or 2 ago. Guided straight down to third man. Nishal Gayadeen, the new batsman.
So, skipper Keegan Jagisa maintaining a very attacking feel indeed, having 5 fielders inside the circle, and that in itself creates a lot of doubt in the batter's video.
Yeah, well, here's a comparison. La Fortune 59 for 7. HYO at this point was 79 for 2. 20 runs behind, and they've also lost 5 more wickets.
Yeah, and the wickets column is what matters at this stage of the contest. Vidya having to maintain a scoring rate of over 12 runs and over. If the opening batters, the frontline batters, weren't able to complete the job, then it's indeed very, very difficult to ask, 8, 9, 10, and Jack to get the job done. But it has been done before, and I'm sure Ronnie Sujata, and he will want to try and give his best.
Well, you've been praising his batting, and he'll give his best, but then a wild-looking swipe. But when your team is 59 for 7, I guess the belief even for him has disappeared. Guyadine's just faced the one delivery. Edged it and caught! Yep, the signs were there. The previous delivery, a wild-looking swipe, and again, another poor shot here by Sujatan, and he has been caught behind. That was a good catch by Bisundat. I don't think it came to Bisundat as fast as he was expecting, but he has to go. That's 8 down now for 59.
Yeah, not much different, Ronnie Sujatan could have done at this stage. Vidya, he tried to hit his team out of trouble, but that ball pitched up outside the line of the off stump, going for that booming drive, and it peeled off the edge. Alvin Bisundat, the wicketkeeper for HYO, said thank you very much, and Ronnie is on his way back into the shed.
Yeah, unfortunately he has to go, but I'm not sure if he would have ever batted too many times at number 8. But that's how, well, that was the start of it. This is how it happened here for him. And the ball before, he had played a really wild swipe at the ball, this time trying to drive it on the offside. And his head was way up in the air as he played that shot, and couldn't keep his eyes on it, and he has to go. 8 down.
So Ram Logan comes out to the middle to accompany Nishad Gayadeen. Nishad Gayadeen does have a reputation of having some batting ability. Don't know much about this Alvin Ramgolan guy.
Ram Logan, in fact.
Ram Logan, my apology.
Yeah, very good bowler. But let's see what he has to do with the bat here. Shami Mahes gets his first wicket, 1 for 10. And as he started to run in, there was a huge smile on his face. He is looking forward to the moment of lifting that trophy, which I'm sure it will be HYO doing later on. Cut away. Fielder in the way. That's good work.
So it's Avinash Prasad. He's the end everywhere into the thick of things, getting wickets in the wickets column.
Well, I know the end of this match is coming up soon, so I have a couple of questions to ask you. As LaFortune 59 for 8, and Ramlogan is off the mark on 1. You were asking me who am I supporting between the Titans and the Super Kings tomorrow. Who are you supporting?
Well, I'm definitely going with the Titans.
Yeah, the Gujarat Titans, the defending champions. And this could be a period of dominance for them with that Shubman Gill in that ominous form he is. It'll be important how they bowl to him. Oh, that struck him on the pad. Stifled appeal here by Gayadi, and he may have played that onto the pad. And the bowler certainly not supporting the appeal. 60 for 8 after 11 overs.
Yeah, I'm sure that at this time here, the think tank of the Super Kings, they would be doing everything in their power to come up with a plan to stop that young man from really taking the game away from him.
Also, the tactical battle will be interesting. Mahendra Singh Dhoni, the wily tactician that he is, versus Hardik Pandya. In that, that's going to be an interesting battle in itself. Two fine captains, aren't they?
Well, indeed, Hardik Pandya, now just getting his feet wet at this level in terms of the leadership of the team, and how well has he done, taking over at the helm of this franchise.
Yeah, that's right. And how many more times will we see Dhoni play and leading his team to the final again? Will we see much of him after this?
Well, it's ironic that you have made that statement, because every time he goes to the podium, that question is asked, are we going to be seeing you for the last time?
Slashed away. There's a fielder out towards the boundary. It's not going to go to the ropes. Just a 1 this time. Shubman Gill, meanwhile, needs 123 runs to break Virat Kohli's record of the most runs in an IPL season. Good luck with that. But he's had 3 in a row. Why not?
Well, I mean, I don't want to call anything on any player, but I must admit, he's due for a failure.
Okay, so Shubman Gill, the outstanding player that he is. Pitch conditions, Ahmedabad has been a high-scoring venue. Average first innings total is 193 of 8 games. That's an eye-watering amount of money. Money also, but also, for me, money, but for amount of runs.
But in a final, normally the score does not go above that 150 mark.
Yeah, that does lead to some tense finals. Prasad, that's a easy call for the umpire. And so far, just a word on the umpires here. Devanand Nansing and Balkaran Pudram. I think they've gotten everything right.
Yeah, they have not really, been challenged here tonight in terms of, very close decisions. And they have done an excellent job indeed in this final.
Well, the one call that will be discussed a bit is that decision to take Grimes off the attack. Another wide. But in truth, that may not have affected much the outcome of the game because HYO had already scored 180 plus.
Yeah, at that stage, possibly the umpires could have allowed him to carry on, but at the end, the best decision was made. A player's safety also, Vidya, has to take into consideration. Once, twice, you don't want to repeat as a third time offender.
Not going to get the run. That's stopped comfortably. So
Nishal Gayadeen, he just seems, Vidya, that he's going to take the opportunity and have a hit.
yeah, he looks like why not? 2 wickets more to go here. So definitely the Titans should win. We agree on that tomorrow. Trying to play across the line there. Of course, CSK fans must be screaming at their phones and their and their computers at the moment. What are you saying?
Well, as a betting man, Vidya, possibly would be putting 500 each on either team. So whichever way it goes,
You're going to win.
I'm going to win.
Yes. So you're hedging your bets there, Anil Lakan. Should get a single and easy. Also the World Test Championship coming up, and seeing there's a story today that they will get 2, and that almost was the 9th wicket. He would have been run out by Miles there. That's the man Ram Logan at the other end.
Yeah, so the World Test Championship is up for grabs, and it's taking place at the Oval.
Yeah, it is. And Hazelwood, I'm seeing here, has been included. Josh Hazelwood has been included in Australia's World Test Championship squad amid a fitness race. Mitchell Marsh and Matt Renshaw will miss out from the team going to the Ashes.
Well, I tell you what, Vidya, the Australian team, they are very well known for playing mind games, and they may just have included Josh Hazelwood in that lineup to create some kind of doubt, in the opposition, Amory.
Yeah, they certainly are known for their tactics of playing those mind games. And Hazelwood has returned early from the IPL with some side soreness, we're told. And scans have revealed that there's no damage, and he has since returned to bowling. The coach of Australia, Andrew MacDonald, said that everything would need to go perfectly for him to make the WTC final. After 12 overs here, 65 for 8.
And it just adds to what we just said, Vidya, in that the Australians have already started the mind games.
Yeah, it is. It's war without the bullets when you come up against the Australians.
But right here, taking the attack from the southern end, is going to be the young, exciting cricketer out of HYO, Kurn Ramdeen, is going to have his opportunity from the southern end.
Well, let's see what the youngster can do here. 65 for 8. Good situation for him to come into bowl with the opposition under huge pressure. Oh, that far away. Holds his head, perhaps thinking he would have gotten through to take the wicket.
Well, I tell you what, he was very, very close indeed to getting through on the edge, and that ball would have cannoned into the stumps.
That's a big hit. There's a man on the boundary. Can he take the catch? Well, it's Mohammed again, and all he could do is try his level best. Couldn't catch up with that one. 6 runs.
So an excellent hit there from Alvin Ramlogan there. A massive 6 over deep mid wicket. Welcome to the bowling crease, Kun Ramdeen.
Yes, and a lot of news coming in from cricket. Yesterday there was a story of the West Indies coach Darren Sammy saying he has had in-depth conversations with Shimron Hetmeyer, Evan Lewis, Andrew Russell and Sunil Narine about getting back into the West Indies team.
And rightly so, Vidya. You can't have your best players not playing.
And Evan Lewis was in fact here, and you've spoken about your admiration for him earlier in this game. It's going to be one. There's a fielder out of the boundary. And you can't really not have these players in line in the team.
Yeah, and you know, compliments to Evan, taking every opportunity to play some competitive cricket. Possibly not the level that he would want to be playing at this stage, but I'm sure it will give him some level of
stifled appeal, but turned down.
Yeah, it will give him some opportunity of competitive cricket, you know, going into the CPL as well.
Then there's Shimron Hetmeyer, the enigma that is Shimron Hetmeyer.
Oh, yeah, boy.
Should get one. Had it been a different situation, they would have scurried to or tried to push the fielders for 2. But with 116 needed, 115 needed, certainly they know that the chance is gone here for them to win this final.
Yeah, this contest unfortunately has concluded as a contest. It's more a case now of batting out these overs.
Yeah, they'll try to bat out these overs, but for the opposition, they want to get it over with, get those 2 wickets and get on with their celebration tonight.
Well, I'm sure their supporters would have taken the opportunity to start the train. You know, I'm sure it's on idling mood at the moment.
Yeah, it is. The train is right now in the station. They're fueling it up at the moment, and they certainly are enjoying themselves, the supporters of the HYO team.
And why not? Their team has played consistently well for season 2023, and now, you know, topping it off here by capturing the T20 series title, you know, is really going to add some great flavor in the celebrations later on.
Yeah, certainly there will be celebration in the area tonight. That's a bit short. Didn't get too much on that. And just going to be the single. Umpire Pudram just walks away.
So, bowling change from the northern end. Samuel it is. Damian Samuel.
Yeah, Samuel coming in to get his chance to bowl here. And just like with Ramdi, in a good situation for him, under no real pressure, a chance to express himself.
Yeah, and a good opportunity as well to kill this game.
Straight back to the bowler. Well, Gayadin, he has some other ideas. He's just playing everything on its merit at the moment. He's not going for those outlandish big shots that we saw some of his teammates go for earlier.
But is it a case that he got an invitation for another format of the game here, Vidya?
Well, at this point, I mean, he wouldn't have been expecting to bat today. He would have been hoping for his top order players to knock off the runs early. But with that huge total of 188 to chase down.
It was always going to be a big ask.
Always was.
So Samuel, not a turn off the ball, more or less tries to those deliveries in. And I must admit, he's had considerable success playing at this level.
Well, that was a fuller delivery. Didn't come off the bat in the way that Ram Logan would have intended. And certainly we hope that you will stay with us, Cricket 360, over the next couple of days as we end the 14th over here. Just 2 runs in the over, 75 for 8 at the end of it. And it would have talked about the Beach 2020 final coming up tomorrow night. We will be there for that. And then on Tuesday, we'll have for you some beach volleyball for the first time. And breaking new ground here at Cricket 360 with the beach volleyball coming live from Los Iro. Or should I say Los Iros Beach to pronounce it
Los
correctly?
Iros Beach would be more appropriate. And mind you, I would be making the trek down to
Oh,
Los
you
Iro.
will. I'm sure you will be there. And
But looking forward, I must admit, to an exciting encounter tomorrow night down in Beach. It's going to be the resident club, a beach sports club, coming up against the notorious Night Riders.
yeah, that will certainly be a big contest, and the entire population of Beach will be there for that.
Bible.
Oh, he almost thought he had gone through there. And that one just
Jay.
leaving the batsman at the last moment, maybe getting an under edge on it, and just a single.
So Ravindra Rampasad, alias Craig, comes into the bowling attack from the southern end. Craig, a very proficient batsman.
Catch it. Relax, relax, relax.
So HYO just trying to finish off things here at the Brahma Cricket Academy, bringing their spinners on in an attempt to kill this innings of Lafort. This one is lofted down to long on. It's going to be one, and that's all it's going to be. Excellent work down at long on. Restricts the score into a single. That takes the score into 79. Avin Ramgolan. This one is muscled down to long on. Kern Ramdeen does the fielding. That takes the score into 80 for 8. And this game is definitely finished as a contest. The required run rate goes in excess of 20 runs and over. Nishal Gayadeen lofting this ball long to long off. Rampasad doing an excellent job there in restricting the scoring to 1. So at the end of over number 15, oh, my apology, 1 ball to go in the 15th over, ball by Ravindra Rampasad. So after over number 15, the score 81 for 8. La Fortune chasing a mammoth total of 187, 88 to win.
Well,
and video.
Not a very good scorecard to look at, is it?
No, a very sorry sight if you were to ask me. La Fortune, I must admit, definitely got this wrong in terms of how they went about this run chase.
Yeah, they just succumbed to the pressure instead of breaking it up into perhaps smaller margins and trying to achieve those targets after a certain number of overs. They've just capitulated here, and he's bowled them! 9 down now, and HYO are 1 wicket away from victory here. Ram Logan, who is the top scorer now with 12 runs, well, he's gone for a big drive of Samuel, who has his first wicket.
Yeah, pitched up deliveries from Samuel, inviting that drive. Alvin Ramlogan missing that ball completely, and that ball rockets into the sticks there, and it's cutting number 9 for La Fortune Sports Club.
Well, the last man is in. He took 3 for 34. That's the man who took the 3 for 34, Ruel Ramdani. But unfortunately for him, after such a good performance with the bowling in his hands, he is greeted with a situation that is impossible for him. 107 off 29 balls.
Yeah, impossible indeed. And as we could see, the required run rate is in excess of 22 runs and over. I think it's just a case now of when it ends a video.
Well, I'm sure, I don't know what he's been told to do here, but what can you tell him at this point? You're coming in at number 11. Your team is 81 for 9. He might just as well go down swinging here. 107 needed off 29 balls. Still 5 balls to go. This could very well be the end of the contest here if Ramdani succumbs to going for a big hit. Oh, that's a very good delivery. That is a very good delivery from Samuel. Almost got through. He wants to finish this off quickly here.
Yeah, Samuel going for the Yorker there. Ramdani doing very good indeed to get some bat onto that Yorker.
And going for the Yorker. That's where he's going for. He's going headhunting here, Damian Samuel. And Ramdani is going to, I'm sure he should expect a couple more Yorkers coming his way. And again, this one peels off the edge and could run down towards the boundary. Oh, it still went for 4. Tried to pull it back with his right foot there, Rampersad, but couldn't prevent it from going for 4. And full delivery by Samuel. A bit disappointed that his fielder could not pull that one back in.
Yeah, Ravindra Rampersad picking up the chase, but
yeah, just couldn't sustain the effort. Just at this point, you would feel that maybe he should have pulled it in. Oh, another good delivery here from the HYO bowler.
But I think for Ravindra Rampersad, it was more a case of safety rather than trying to hold it in with the game already secured. So absolutely no need to really throw a frame there to save a run when you could just allow that ball to go into the boundary and use safety as your first option.
So appealing for an LBW decision here. And this was going to run away for another boundary. So a flurry of runs here at the end is not going to matter because it's just a huge target here for the team to get on. They picked up 8 runs in that over. So they've ended the over at 89 for 9.
So at the last moment there, Damian Samuel thought that he had gotten through Ramdani there. It just took a very faint edge indeed, and it's squirted down to the third man for a boundary.
If they had, not sure if there was entirely a lot of coordination between captain and bowler, because the bowler bowling everything full, perhaps a straighter third man may have been a better option here. Here is Ramdeen to continue.
So HYO 1 wicket away from lifting the silverware.
Just going to be 1. I think well, he's thinking about the second there. Ramdani, he wants to bat a bit, enjoy himself a little bit out there.
And why not? 24 deliveries still available to the batting side. Why not have some fun out in the middle?
Well, he's having some fun. He's exchanging a few words with Bisundat behind the stumps. They brought in a slip here. They want to end things off. Rampersad is in the slip region.
Yeah.
It's a trick back to Ramdeen, but that's a spectator's catch.
Keep going, keep going. Oh yeah, boy.
Another good delivery.
Trade now, trade now.
Well, they're bowling here at number 9 and number 11, so not a bad tactic to attack the stumps here against these two.
Yeah, they miss you hit, and that's what it's come down to.
Ball them, that's it. It's all over. And La Fortune have been bowled at for 90 here. So there it is, victory by the HYO team. They've won this match by 97 runs. This is a massive victory in the final.
Yeah, massive indeed. Totally outplayed the La Fortune team by a very well disciplined HYO unit.
And Gino Balram is the man who has been named as player of the match. That is from the software that we have here. He's scored 22 not out. And remember, he's already taken a couple of wickets too. So Balram definitely could be the player of the match. And congratulations to the HYO team. They pulled off a big victory. And look at the celebration. The kids are out there enjoying themselves with the players of the HYO team. But commiserations with the La Fortune team. They've won the 30 over final, but just didn't show up here today. And really, you have to look back at the two big moments in the game when Jagisar was dropped twice, and that turned out to be the pivotal moments in the game. Jagisar went on to score 72, and La Fortune in disarray at that time gave up 187 for 8, and they really capitulated after from 31 without loss. They went down to 38 for 5, and then they started to lose some more wickets. 50 wickets falling at 42, 59, and 59 after that, and then the last 2 wickets going down pretty quickly at the end here. So victory for HYO by 97 runs. Coming up, we'll have the presentation ceremony, so stay with us for that. We'll catch up with that at the moment. And there's some nice scenes out there. The daughter and the son of one of the players going on and applauding and hugging up their dads. So that is great to see. The community is coming out to celebrate with their players, and there's the youngster coming out to give a high five, or a low five as the case may be, to some of the HYO players. So it's going to be a very fun night at Pinal tonight as HYO run out winners here against La Fortune by 97 runs. We'll have the presentation ceremony coming up shortly. Stay tuned for that, and you can enjoy the scenes of the celebration here for HYO. So we're just about ready for the presentation ceremony here. A big victory by HYO over La Fortune in the finals here and they've won this match by 97 runs. If you're just joining us, the scores in the game: HYO 187 for 8, and La Fortune bowled out for 90 runs. And certainly a one-sided contest here, but they certainly were dispirited, La Fortune, after dropping the captain of the HYO team, Keegan Jagisa, twice. So they're just about ready for the awards. So the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Asim Basarat, just behind the table in the jacket. Krishna Bidesi, the president of the Southern Sports Premier League, just beside that magnificent trophy. It certainly does. It's a big trophy there. And the youngsters enjoying themselves. They're completely oblivious to the fact there's a presentation ceremony going on. So they're just about ready for the presentation ceremony. So we'll talk you through it. We don't have the audio, unfortunately, for the semi-final, for this final and the presentation, but I'll talk you through as best as I can here. There are some more finals coming up in the Southern Sports Premier League tournament, and we certainly will be bringing those for you. Don't forget, there is also the Beach T20 final starting at 7 o'clock tomorrow. And we'll also bring you coverage of the beach volleyball from Los Iros Beach that is taking place on Tuesday. We certainly hope you will join us for those two presentations. And right now, so they're just about ready for the start of the awards here. And the players from the La Fortune team just heading over to the front area in front, just beside the victors and the vanquished, just beside each other here. Both of these teams know each other very well. The communities are close to each other, and certainly there will be some bragging rights on offer, and they will have at least the bragging rights for another year here at HYO. So the players coming up to receive their medals. These are the silver medals for the La Fortune team. And the first to go up there was one of the La Fortune players. Substitutes getting up there to get their medals, including Royal Ramdani, who took 3 for 34 in the finals. Ravindra Seal, the latest to come up. He unfortunately went early for 9 in this contest. And also problem he did, in fact, was one of those who would have dropped Jagisa in the finals. And something that he did pick up his game after, but unfortunately the chance was already gone. Young Ganesh just coming in to collect his award behind Kiran Ramkisoon. And certainly there are some tears out there. Some of the players, they're very disappointed at not being able to win this game. Peter Grimes also receiving his award, the Guyana player, man from Guyana. Jamal Mohammed coming up, and right after that, the captain of the La Fortune team, Javed Mohammed, is the last man to come up to get his silver medal. So unfortunately for him, he's experienced the high of winning the 30 over competition earlier in the season, but it's not to be for him for the T20 competition, finishing in second place. A couple more medals being handed to Javed for the support staff and for some of the reserve players. There are a couple more presentations to be made, and at least 3 more trophies to be handed out, as well as the medals. And the HYO team will make their way up at this time to receive their gold medals. So the medals are just about to be distributed at this time. And the two brothers who were substitutes for this game heading up there. And he is a cult figure among the HYO supporters with his dreadlocks and his very exciting demeanor. He certainly enjoys it. Look at that, playing up to the crowd here. One of the substitute fielders for the HYO team. All smiles as they come up. Yeah, the two brothers, just to remind you, Adrian Robertson and Brandon Robertson. Brandon Robertson with number 333 on his back. Sure, he's a fan of Chris Gale, who hit 333 against Sri Lanka in a test match. His last triple century in test cricket. Shami Mahes receiving his medal, and also there, Azruddin Mohammed. And Mohammed's finally tasting some success here. He was with the Rochard Road team that lost to La Fortune in the final of the 30 over, and getting the win finally. Avinash Prasad receiving his award, as well as Alvin Bisunda, the wicketkeeper. And the latest there to receive his medal, Vishnu Narain. Another popular figure in this HYO team is Bevan Duncan, big smile on his face, as well as Kern Ramdeen. And there is Ravindra Rampasad, played his part in this final. And finally the captain receiving the biggest cheer of the evening here, Alvin, that is Keegan Jagisa getting 72, and he has received his medal. There's some individual awards to be handed out now. Player of the match is a tough choice, he's saying. And Mr. Azim Basarat is going to present the Player of the Match award, and that has been given to the captain of the team, Keegan Jagisa. Our computer would have pointed out Balram as having the bigger impact on the game, but certainly congratulations here to Jagisa. He rode his luck, and his 72 has proven to be the difference between the teams. So a deserving awardee here, Keegan Jagisa, the captain of HYO. And the second place trophy going to La Fortune and collected by Javed Mohammed, former Napri McCullough star. Great to see him out there. And from 103 FM, that's the Amrit Maharaj, the sponsor, one of the sponsors of the tournament, and he will be presenting the trophy to the captain of the HYO team and player of the match, Keegan Jagisa. And there is the trophy that will be handed out, and the check for $20,000. That is a big sum here, and certainly the HYO team, it is a sum that certainly will help the club in so many ways, equipment-wise, and a small reward for the players, I'm sure, also. $20,000 for the club coffers. That will certainly go down well with the HYO team and their supporters and their community. So there's the presentation of the trophy, and now it's the chance for the team to get their hands on the trophy, and we'll just take the final looks here. There are your champions, the HYO team, champions of the Southern Sports Premier League T20 competition, just posing with the trophy there. So we want to congratulate them for the final time tonight. Hermitage Youth Organization are your Southern Sports Premier League T20 final champions, and they will celebrate deep into the night here. We want to thank you very much for joining us for this final, and we certainly hope you have enjoyed this presentation. The best of the rest final won by Fyzabad Elite, and HYO running out winners here by 97 runs in the T20 final. On behalf of Anil Lakan, Vinod Mamchan, and the rest of the crew, including Jason Prasad and Ronnie Bikram Das, I want to thank you for joining us here, and it's goodbye for now from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.